gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase two.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
2 will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware. A second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Loskin now can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil, the region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal, a promise made in Copenhagen, history made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
everybody, and welcome to EU League. It is Playdate number 3 and week 2 in competition, and it's all a straight line to the Montreal Major in November. Hello and welcome to beautiful Copenhagen. As you can see, I'm Alex, your host. With me are two stylish boys as well. It's Mr. Fresh and Alphama. Gents, how are we doing today?
Doing amazing. You know what? The weather is a little bit worse than it was last week. You know what? It was sunny. Now it's rainy. But you know what? I'm ready for some siege, good siege.
The Danish weather reminds me of the north of the UK right now. It is just raining. It's grey everywhere. It is perfect.
It's not too different than North France, also close to the strait. So there's a few things to talk about, and I think the main one is tomorrow is patch day. That'll be the final day today to kind of enjoy Year 9 Season 2. But, of course, that dropped with two operators, Striker and Sentry, the remake of Recruit. And we haven't had the time to really talk about them on official broadcasts. Of course, we had the off-season with some, more regional competition that happened. But, Alphama, if we were to just focus on one, right, our attacking operator, Striker, what can we learn from the pros to take into our games, at least for this last bit of 24 hours in competition?
It's quite new, right? And we also saw him in EWC as well. We could see it being played mostly by Brazilian teams. I think he's by far, if maybe the most, if not between the most, versatile player in attack right now. Because if you want to play it as an entry, you have flashes, you have an M4, one of the best guns in the game. You want to play it as a flex, you have a shotgun where you do vert, a secondary shotgun, and at the same time you've got nades for self-destruction. You can get rid of shields, of lots of stuff as well. And then the last one, if you want to lurk, you've got EMPs and hard breach, which means you can be put all the way on the other side of the map, and you can open a wall on your own side.
I really like Striker. It feels like jack of all trades, master of none, right? Can do absolutely everything. Sure, in the speciality roles, there will always be an operator better, but basically you could fit them into any lineup, and they're so versatile. If you think about even just attacker repick, you could start with a Striker that has nades and flashes, and then go, hey, we need more hard breach. Quickly change that, boom. You're on the same operator, but now can focus on hard breach. Really versatile.
And that's the biggest thing for me with Striker. I think it's the best one with utility because he has 5 projectiles if you choose flash and nades. If you look at Brazil, for example, there was a game FaZe versus W7M. You see Striker droning right now is around New Hatch, and he's just baiting. He will bait all the way from the roof. The site is reading, and he will send 3 flashes towards the vert here because he wants to deny the vision from the vert onto the bomb site. 3 flashes goes drop to New Hatch, and it's just a bait on the backside. And what is enabling here is a rush from a Blitz directly on the bomb site. You see the 3 flashes for the vert. Blitz rushes in, they triple pick the guy on the anchor, and then they can go and plant. Really good usage of Striker. You just put him on one side, he has 5. Before that, he actually sent 2 nades down New Hatch, and then 3 flashes after that. It's just so good to use on the other side of the map, and I think if you're a solo club player here in Ranked, and you want to use it, it's so strong to be a help of your team.
And in case you was under any illusion that that was a team that isn't very good in Brazil, that was W7M who have just beaten Furia and FaZe that are using this operator to the maximum effectiveness as well.
Yeah, we saw them over on the weekend. For those that aren't privy to that information yet, weekends have Japan League in the morning, and of course Brazil in the afternoon, at least for us here in Europe. So there's always Siege to watch. Speaking of Siege to watch, Playday number 2 was last Tuesday. What happened on that Playday? Let's take a look.
We've started with the hand rubbing already, and I'm all for it. Let's go.
Guess who's back? It's Alems with 2 big kills. The Croxton finding his 3rd does leave it just up to Alems now in a 1 versus 3 as Wild look to try and close. And they do find map point so early in this match. And this is massive from Wild. They're cleaning house. Oh no! Ents look completely dismantled. A flawless round and an end to the game that sends us wildly to a 7-1. These guys are looking unstoppable. Ents put to bed.
So we find out whether the new players on Wolves can steal their nerve when the pressure comes through. As they make their way on forward, Asa has the diffuser in hand. Deadshot can cover for 1, can cover for 2, and the game is done. Wolves are back in form, my friends.
So far, it seems like VP, not that they've been sleeping in the off-season, but I didn't really see what I wanted from them. On the final note there, I guess I also want to say that they did lose a lot of rounds that they basically won, but then lost them shortly after.
So winnable for him, though. He's got position for it. He's got the guns for it. Both of them He's got the loadout. Oh, big from Uno with the Capkin trap. It's just a 1v2 now for Doki. Flashed out, but Shaiko will not hold back. But Solotov says, come and get yours. How long will Uno bait for? It's only a matter of time. Of course, Shaiko locks it in. The smug look on his face says that BDS knows exactly what they have just done.
C4 comes from below. Kenny swings out again. Second headshot for him. Fnatic, what are you doing?
On for a retake, 30 seconds to play, and he spots the first player. He's got to retreat. What he doesn't know is that Noah's waiting for him with the Boss G to smack Fnatic aside.
And what a day it was. Those were highlights from Playday number 2 of last week. Just a reminder, this week, tomorrow, there are no matches on Tuesday. That'll be moved on to Monday, as next week is a super week with Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for competition here in EUL. Same start time as always. But let's move on. I kind of want to hear your opinions, right? We can hear all that it is from the games, and of course our casters, Pengu and Devmarta, but highlights and lowlights from our last week. Jack, what do you got in mind?
For the highlight, I just have to say one word: wild. They were so good last week. I think nobody expected them to get a single round against BDS. They come out and they get 1 point. That one tap was just accumulation of it. But then they also follow that up. 4 points on the week. Excellent stuff from Wild.
I think it was as unpredictable as a one-tap from Pack Bull onto Shaiko. I think it really matches the vibe. And then I think if you have to think of, that was the highlight. If you think of the low light, I think especially for me, who's disappointing is Fnatic. Obviously, it has a personal taste for me because I was playing for that organization before. And let me say, I was not that successful with them. But right now, what we saw from them last week was not really good, right? It's not even close. That's my problem. They lost 2-7, 3-7. So it's everything they do is predictable. There's a lack of direction. That phase from Deepak summarizes everything. Like in general, I'm struggling to see where it can work. Like it seems like they're heavily, I don't know, not one team, no chemistry. And like the roster change and the offseason didn't really go their way.
They are by far and away the team that is the most out of form out of all of our teams in EU right now. It didn't start well. It doesn't look that promising, to be honest.
Yeah, and that actually reflects onto our standings, so let's take a look at those real quick. Here's who we have at the top. It's Wolves with 6 points, BDS at 5, 4 for Wild, 3 for Secret, G2, and ITB. And then VP, Fnatic, and ENCE, as you guys were mentioning, still stuck with no points, so that is after Playday number 1. However, our schedule for this Playday looks like this. Into the Breach plays BDS first, Virtus.pro versus Team Secret, G2 versus ENCE, and Wolves versus Fnatic. Who can predict these games?
I've got a hot take, Milos. I can predict there is going to be one very easy winner in every single one of these games, Leo. Can you guess which ones they are?
Yeah, I can guess it for you. Obviously, ITB BDS, you pick BDS, right?
No.
Secret versus VP Secret.
No.
G2 versus ENCE. G2. Come on. Wolves versus Fnatic. Come on. Best top of the leaderboard all the way, and then Fnatic all the way down.
I'm with you on that one.
It has to be BDS, Secret, G2, and Wolves.
No, I'm feeling a bit underdog today. I think ITB, VP, and Fnatic. Even I can't believe myself.
That's the worst.
Yeah, he can't really, he can't hold his face straight when saying that even. But hey, you know what? This is the beauty of it, is that no matter how good you are as a team and how experienced you are, there's always someone that can take you down. And that's kind of one of the surprises that we look forward to. Let's remind everybody of what happened with BDS last week that almost turned into a disaster. However, we have game number 1 ready to go. Remind everybody, Into the Breach versus BDS, the grand final of Stage 1 of EU League. They go back once again.
This game means a lot to both teams, mentally for BDS, and just overall, can Into the Breach become champions of Europe?
Yeah. Yes, this is the one, Tim. The team that wins this can proclaim themselves the best team in Europe. It's a 1 versus 1. All he's got to do is hold and play this one out to the clock. He's just trying to get the very edge of this one that he can. Has got the right sort of idea. A nade coming on through. That should be enough here. Out he comes, and Oscar still wins it out.
The damage is coming into BDS slowly. They've got themselves on the vertical. This one's RTB's all day, Des.
He's found himself very isolated here too. He tries to move up top. He'll find himself shut down. Good patience being shown by leaking back, and BDS are off to the races, Tim. In we go for the drop there. Kenny is in, not taken out. Azza is at least going to get pushed out here. And Noah comes in. Shaiko showing the respect. He gets what he needs. things are going to end here in the playoffs on that third map. It's going to be Chalet to determine the best team in Europe.
Going in for the plant, they're going to open the wall now. Kendrew's there, but he's not going to be able to stop it. He's going to get aggressive. He knows that he needs to make a move. Out he goes, but he's going to be shut down by Brede. Asa manages to get one, but is down. The kills come in. It's 4v1. It's all but over, Des.
Yes, it is done. BDS are victorious. They are the #1 team in this stage. What a dramatic end to stage 1, but we have a dramatic start in many ways. Day 3 here kicks off with ITB versus BDS. And if you would have told me at the start of 2024 that Into the Breach would be one of the teams from EU qualifying to the Manchester Major, including making it to the grand final of stage 1 of EU League, I would not have believed you. But I think it was a taken and a bit of a given also that BDS Alfama were top dogs, but that did not translate into victory in Manchester.
It was very close, and technically I would say it was just like a crazy momentum from Biscos, because they didn't qualify to EWC afterwards, and who won it? BDS. I think overall, clearly, we already said it last week, BDS probably is the team that has the best shape in the world right now. If you look at FaZe and Furia losing in Brazil as well, it's another testament of how consistent BDS is. Now, I still think in the first play day versus Wild, they showed a bit of nerves. Same way where they lost PSG Talon at Manchester Major. Same way where they were one round away from getting eliminated from Cyclops at Manchester Major. But I think what doesn't break them makes them stronger. And I think actually, when you look at their convincing win against G2, 7-4, it just shows how consistent and good they are in Europe.
I spend a lot of time trying to work out what's the weakness of BDS, and the only conclusion that I can come to is that the weakness of BDS is BDS themselves, when they can't get emotionally attached to why a game is important. So take, for example, the Wild game. Take, for example, some of those games in Manchester against really weak opposition. They weren't all there because I think they just thought in the back of their mind, we can win this easily, and then they had to pull it out. Whereas take a G2, clinical, professional, proper siege that you expect to see from BDS, they can do that because it's against G2.
All right, yeah, because you know the sort of opponent that you're going up against.
Exactly.
Exactly that. I couldn't have put it into any better words there, Fresh. But on the other hand, it's Into the Breach. They have been a massive positive surprise. I mean, these players, getting to see them on a big stage, playing in Manchester, although they were close to making it to the main stage, they did not. It was just beautiful to see them competing there and bringing together this new blood in Europe.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think they really have a great grasp on the meta and how it's played with particularly the initiation operators, the Dokubis, the Yings, the Monties, all of the shields, anything they can use, Grim. Basically, they will do anything that will give them an unfair gunfight, and it's how they win their rounds, which makes them a very, very dynamic and a very volatile team.
And you understand why they have to abuse the utility or abuse the meta. It's because their biggest strength is their team play and their ability to use strategy, because they don't have the same amount of great individuals than the other teams. And now, we were thinking last week, is there a plateau here? You can be as good as a team as you want, but are you really able to beat a team that is really good collectively and also individually with the best players? That's BDS. So today is a real test for them.
Well, where do we stand? Have they plateaued or not? Do you guys have any specific opinions on it? Or what camp would you be in, Jack?
I would say no, but that's because I really like these guys. In a biased take, that I really like these guys, but I believe that Kangaroo Kenny can help them work through. So where their ceiling was here, I believe he can help them raise it. And that's the job of a coach ultimately, is to help your team raise that ceiling and hit it.
I would kind of disagree here. I feel like we're starting to see the beginning of the plateau in week 1. They struggled versus Wolves. They eventually lost it. And yes, they won Fnatic, but let's be real, anybody would look good against Fnatic right now. So if you think of ITB right now progressing, I'm not sure. And this is why I'm saying BDS is a good test right now, is because it's finally a team that is both collectively good, but has incredible individuals. So if you're able to beat that one team this time compared to last stage, now you're proving to me you're not plateauing.
And especially in a best of one, where there's opportunities to do it and really strike hard where BDS might not be expecting. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our map for the series. Again, we're playing best of ones in online competition. Our bans are done. Jack, we got our site here. We're going to Cafe, picked up by ITB's BDS as the last ban.
This one is crazy. This is ITB's permaban. They've never played this in Tier 1 Siege whatsoever. They played it once in the Malta quals. 26 times they banned it in 2024. That's including all the Tier 3, all the qualifiers for EWC. They hate this map, but apparently seemingly not, because they want to take BDS to it.
And you know what, Milos, you actually pointed out something that's very smart here. If you're ITV and you want to upset BDS, you want to throw a curveball here in the map ban. And it's exactly what they do. playing that map that they've never showed in 2024. And most importantly, it's the worst BDS map statistically. It's the map that they've lost the most in 2024. And it's hard to say because they're playing every map. So I think this is what they were doing, preparing a BO1. They had a full week to do it. There's no other play days this week. This is why they come prepared with something completely new, and they've been cooking. They've been cooking.
Honestly, you gave me a compliment, and I felt really good about it. So thank you very much for that, Alfama. But our game is set, so let's have a chat with our beautiful casters for today, XR Troika and Demo Lad. How are we doing today, gents?
Hello, I'm doing fantastic. We seem to have got half of Demo. Demo got like a big spot on his face, something like that.
We could just see his forehead.
Hello, Demo.
We've like got Demo up.
You're doing well?
Try casting. I mean, you don't really need to see me. I'm just a voice at the end of the day. Maybe if I do this? Do I have to? Is that better? But now my back's a wee bit. I don't know.
We all know that Ollie is the pretty one of the duo. That's how it is. Anyways, gentlemen, you got a hell of a play day on for you for today. So you excited for this first game? It's a rematch of that EUL Stage 1 Grand Final.
Absolutely. Always loves to get in and around some EU. I was watching very closely last week and I've been chomping at the bit to get going here. Play day 3 already, but more than ready to get stuck into it, Milosh.
Yeah. Demo, I want to hear you scream for this one because we got BDS in it, and we'll talk about G2 later when that game comes on. But I'll leave you to it. Get it on the way. Game number 1 for a play day.
Thank you very much indeed, Milosh, Fresh, and Alfama. Wonderful to have you guys over on the desk, and great to be back here inside of EUL. Demo, I know that you've been looking forward to getting underway with Stage 2, and here we are. We've got BDS, we have got Into the Breach, and unusually, we are headed to Cafe for this matchup. Now, the desk have already broken it down and explained how this is a map that Into the Breach don't often tend to prefer. It is one that they have shied away from, let's just say, banning it 20-something times over the course of the last year or so. So interesting from that point of view, looking at ITB, but on the flip side for BDS, also not their best map statistically, Demo.
That's a weird one. They've threw a curveball. I was speaking to them last night, and I was kind of walking through with Kangaroo, Kenny, and Oscar, saying, right, I think you're going to ban this. And I said, right, well, you'll perm ban Cafe, because you always do. You're not going to play BDS with the form that they're on, with the gun skill they have in Cafe. That's out the window. And then Oscar goes, well, to be fair, we did practice it this week. So there you are. But obviously, I wasn't expecting this.
I mean, there's practicing it this week, and then taking BDS to it, who are one of the best teams in Europe, on that very week, you know. It's
levels.
It's a little bit bold. Let's say that it's a little bit bold. It isn't going to be a map that they're not practicing at all. I imagine it's one that they're just sort of chiseling away on in the background. And not every team has a full 9 map pool either, which is always worth noting. Into the Breach, sort of. I feel like they're still moving. They're still moving through that developmental stage of the roster. Obviously, with changes coming in, so you've got to look at it and you've got to think, yeah, did fantastically at Manchester. Needs to try and build off that and keep building. And was it a case of in Stage 1 where they overperformed, or is that the level that they're genuinely at? So it is going to take a bit of time for them to generate that full 9 map pool. But to go to Cafe here was a surprise indeed.
I think as well with the kind of matchup, you think about ITB or looking at this as this is #1 team. You know, this is BDS. We just can't sit back and play a map that they're going to be comfortable on, because they'll know exactly what we're going to do. This is the only map that there'll be no info that the coaching staff for BDS can get info on. So from that element, ITB is a big risky strategy, because they could be terrible at this map, and maybe it's the reason why they banned ITB. ITB could be the worst Cafe team in the world, or they could be the best. We just don't know. So it's a mystery map.
I think back to the interview with Leakyfact last week when BDS played against Wild, and they got pushed, didn't they? And it went to an overtime, and it was one of those games where it really didn't look like it ever should have gone to an overtime. And Leakyfact said something really, really key inside of that interview that sort of translates into this, is that BDS do have an ability to understand how a team is playing a map throughout the course of the map. So whilst, yes, you might get a couple of rounds, ultimately they back themselves that if they have been taken to a map that they haven't prepared for or weren't expecting to go on, they back their own ability and been able to adapt on the fly and come up with that strategy mid-game. So that's always something to bear in the back of your mind when you're thinking about going up against BDS and taking them by surprise with a map, is that yeah, you might be able to take them by surprise, but they've still got that ability to react and adapt.
Oh dear, we've seen a quick execute, but it's not going to work out. ITB have just locked down that top floor. BDS, they've looked to just try and play with flashbangs and rappel in through the windows. One player has been able to make it into that top floor, but whenever there's still 5 players left and only 1 teammate with you, this is scary now for Usus. Just lurking, waiting to see if he can get a pick, but ITB very patient. They will now try and pitch that. Player behind the mirror window, Oscar, does go down, but 4 more to find. Azur coming in through the cigar shop. Nice trade, and well, they know exactly where the last man is. BDS gifting the first round at ITB.
Very quick 3-2-1 there with a couple of players going in through windows. As that first kill was coming in, it was hardly an opening kill. It was more like an opening massacre from Into the Breach there. They picked up 3 in very quick succession and left a heck of a lot for Usus and Brede to accomplish there. Difficult map to attack, Cafe. It was one that we always reference in that access to the building isn't guaranteed. It wasn't spawn peaks that did for BDS in that previous round. It was just bad information, bad drops, losing that one-on-one gunfight and not being able to set up those trades effectively. Saw the player flying in through the white window to try and get in and do something about Pixel, do something about Piano, but unable to react, unable to do so. Azur and Noah both picking themselves up 2 apiece, being in the right place at the right time in round number 1, but still very early days indeed. It is going to force Into the Breach into a side change, and they are going to take us to that mid-floor mining and dining site.
And the thing that I didn't really get with the last attack from BDS was, sure, you can go for that player where you try and go in through Plank's window, you try and go in through Cocktail, but you need like a Grim or a Capitao to clear away those strong positions. You think about the pillar position. It was just flash. That was it. Only flashbangs came in through that. You need more if you want to push ITB out of position. There's strong operators still on the board. Looking at the bands. Dokkaebi's gone, Jaeger. Yes, very, very strong, but there's a lot more you can fall back into. You know, we're dealing with Monty being open as well, who I think is currently the best operator in the game. So there are elements and tools here that BDS can utilize. You just hope that they can do it. Generally, of course, attacking Cafe can be very tricky at times. We know that, Ollie, but for a team like BDS, you would expect that they'll get some attacks, but they need to do better than what they did last time.
I would agree, and for as well as BDS have done so far, you know, obviously they're not sitting at the top of the tree. That position is gone to Wolves at the moment inside of the league, but currently sitting in second. We've only seen 1 week. Their attacks haven't been fantastic overall. They are sitting at around a 43% attacking win rate at the moment. So when you look at BDS and you think about their capabilities as a roster, we know that they're a team that can attack. So they are having a slightly slower start of things here in stage 2. And that's also something to keep a keen eye on when thinking about this map of Cafe, because those attacking rounds can be very important indeed. Shaiko from below, going to be using his death mark to see if he can get a bit of information. He knows that there's going to be somebody tucked up there inside of the train, but not a great deal you can do about it with that metal train flooring underneath you. He's instead going to be forced out onto that rotation, but he's not wasting too much time here, Demo. He's primed and ready at the bottom of these red stairs.
Yeah, I think BDS, very classic from them, hoping that Shaiko will find a pick using the Deimos, who is just so devastating with at times, and they're just trying to see if they can find Kendrew, but I think he's doing a great job. Kendrew knows as long as he doesn't move, he won't be spotted out, but he makes the mad dash, and somehow the shots miss from EFAC, who was lurking in towards white stairs, and now Kendrew is taking up position behind this mirror window. This is not looking good for BDS. They really needed to get that kill, and now they're being forced to try and battle against these players who were upstairs.
Oh dear, Noah there. He was just waiting, been sat on that upstairs, playing that vert, will be traded out there. 3 versus 3, 40 seconds left. Kills coming in the site now as well as Solotov. He tried to push his way through. Azur just thinks twice about challenging onto that window again. It's going to be Creed instead that picks up the kill onto Brede, and Usus Well, he's able to drop and find himself one, but he can't spot the Banshee. That's going to give the game away. He might be able to recover the diffuser here. He's been given a little bit of space to work in, but he hasn't got a great deal of time. 15 seconds is all that stands between him and the clock. And Azza, from behind the mirror window, is just going to creep his way forward. It was a freebie, but the UMP always makes him a little bit scary with that slow rate of fire. But Azza got the job done.
Yeah, brilliant patience from ITB. They had everything locked down. You could clearly see that BDS, they were just hoping that Shaika would find a kill, would find some information. They were really after Kendra. I mean, look at the space, though, that was just given to EFAC on those white stairs. Nobody from ITB in that area was in a perfect position to get the pinch, but then he just misses the shots whenever he needed to hit them. That then allowed the retake in the mirror window, and then from there, the game's gone. You know, they were looking for that kill. They couldn't get it. They start trying to challenge the players above, where, again, really lacking in the utility department to clear away those strong positions in towards that top floor. And it just comes to a grind and halt for BDS. So ITB, they're understanding their positions. They're not getting carried away. They're not going gung-ho. They're respecting their opponents. But BDS just are not doing enough to make ITB feel under pressure, which is surprising because I remember that we cast it this exact game last stage, Ollie, the best one last stage. And it was a 7-1 to BDS, and we literally were watching it unfold before our eyes, and ITB just, they couldn't breathe. The pressure that BDS were doing with their utility dump was incredible. Of course that wasn't a map like Border, but hey, Border and Cafe, is it too far off? A lot of gun skill, a lot of util usually focuses on clearing players out of positions. Is there that much difference?
Playstyles make games, don't they? I think maps to a point are important, but if you've got a good execute, it doesn't really matter what the walls and ceiling and floor looks like. You've got a good execute. It's the teamwork that we've credited from BDS time after time, and that's, I guess, really what not what we're seeing at the moment. Struggled on the first couple of rounds there. Shaiko still yet to find impact here. 0 and 2 so far. That entry hasn't been easily given to him. Azra on the flip side, 5 and 0 right now. Creed's going to be under that death mark. Of course, the double-edged sword to Deimos is that the defender does get a ping as to where that attacker is. Now, it is a slightly delayed ping, but he's still going to be able to feed that info across. As it stands, opening pick this time is going to go toward Brede. He's got a nice angle there onto the bottom of the white stairs. Just shot open the door and kind of tucked into spawn, a bit of a reverse spawn peek, if you will.
Really
Deimos
good pick.
Not doing too much to assist in that matter.
Losing the smoke so early on, where you would want that smoke playing in towards VIP to obviously smoke out white corridor, which is where we see him used all the time to delay that push. That's where you'll usually see teams like to attack, is getting above, open up the flooring, try and drop the hatch, push down in towards restaurant VIP. And losing the smoke, it just gives so much time away to BDS now, where BDS can just kind of move with that extra 20 seconds or so that they have given themselves with that pick. Seen that Kenny was, of course, down in towards restaurant, trying to hold on to that area, but only one man, and I think the Deimo's going to come straight at you. It's going to be very difficult to really hold this position. I think Shaiko knows that, and he's going to try and slip his way down, but maybe going to try and see if he can look for an opening pick, as somebody could try and rotate in towards the bunker position, but nobody here at the moment. This should be a pretty clean execute from BDS, as long as that vertical cover stays in place.
Shaiko could be in a good spot here, but it's going to be Solotov to find the kill over onto Kenny. A drop comes in from Brede. He's going to be looking to try and get that plant down, but just worried about any sort of denial. Nicely dodges out of the way of a C4 and is going to push in deep to see if he can get that plant down. Azza, he's able to find one. There's a potential retake here from the double door. Creeds bursts through, but straight into the line of fire from Solotov. Brede, another kill on the round here as Noah. He's now got the vert to contend with. He's got players rotating around Whiskey, and it's all going to be a bit too much for him. BDS, they're going to chalk one up.
Yeah, clean round, very clean from BDS. You give them just that opening pick. You lose that smoke so early on. Yeah, it's just done from there. The way BDS can play with that man advantage. I mean, it's very rare you would see BDS choke rounds to begin with, Ollie. And then the fact that you give them that early man advantage, you just know they're never going to lose in that 5v4 situation. So yeah, much better from BDS. Look, pretty easy attack, is it not, on paper? You open up the flooring, you push in towards VIP and restaurant, you get the plant down. all pretty general basic stuff that you would expect at this level. So for ITB, maybe you're looking for a double retake. Maybe that's what you would have been after there. They could have tried to rotate up towards red stairs, take those challenges, try and take the players off the vertical angles. That maybe could have been your play, but it is what it is. We go next.
I think for ITB, they look at that round and they just sort of say, yeah, we lost the opening pick. And because of that, they really never had much control over white stairs. There's only a couple of takes you can go for on attacking that bakery site. It's just either white stairs invert or it's bakery invert. You're going to do a combination of that as an attacker, and for BDS, we are expecting them to get rounds on the attack here today. And we go back to our mid-floor site, library and dining this time. We've avoided the top floor, as it is pretty bad site, all things considered, really.
Yeah.
But you are typically going to defend it, as the vertical angles that can be given from that are very powerful indeed. So you still need to play in the top floor, but it's not always the site that we like to see.
No, top floor, very difficult just with the window gameplay, the long angles that you can have with Azami being banned as well. It's just it's really difficult to hold that piano, as we know. Creeds knows that somebody's knocking on the window. Drone will come in and see if they can spot him out. Solotov. Oh, maybe a Mistron. It could be a Mistron. That could play a big part now into this round if Creeds is able just to find a freebie kill if they try and jump in. And see the jump in from the other window, not the window that Creeds wanted him to go in from, but again, still could work out for him. Another drone at the feet of Solotov. Looks as though this one is missed as well. Creeds, he could play spoiler.
Creed's got a real good opportunity here, but fortunately for BDS, the Monty is almost as good as a drone, especially if that shield's in the right direction. And he just didn't get a chance to get the angle there. It isn't going to result in any harm coming to either player, but it is going to force him back a little bit into the site, and he's lost control of that rotation quite early on, really. The Monty there doing a great job of gathering that space. You can see that Solotov's now able to buddy up and join Brede. And look to try and get that wall open. Now, if it looks too good to be true on paper, it's because it probably is. There will be a C4 potentially below here. We've got Kenny on the mirror, and we've also got Azza on the mute. So there is still things to worry about here for BDS, despite the control it looks like they've got.
Very, very smart now for BDS, realizing that, yeah, it looks too easy. There has to be a surprise force, and it's a C4, and look, straight away rotating to the other side that you're not going to get C4'd from, but you have not taken control of above, and that's the issue. How on earth are you going to be able to take pillars if you haven't got control of upstairs? Could be a big blunder here from BDS. Users, though, trying to redirect that and see if he can make this work for his side. And Oscar now makes the play, drops in the pillars, but again, this Monty is just there staring him in the face. The information fed through, but Creeks takes an aggressive standpoint. The Monty is in the sight, but where's Users? Where's his teammate? Towards white stairs. It seems to be the Monty. Is he going to be looking for the push? He is. Kenny. Oh, too slow for the rotate, and that means that Creeks is going to get sold down the river. The Vector misses, and Brede with a double. My, oh my. Only one operator can do that, and it's the Monty.
What, win the entire round, you mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable Monty play there. You can pick the Monty and you can try and do that, but it isn't that easy, believe me. It looks straightforward, but Brede is a professional, and especially on that Monty. He's played it really well, not let himself getting dragged into that 2 versus 1, where he was essentially sort of exposed from one of his sides. He couldn't defend from both Creeds and Kenny at the same time. He had to pick one and chase them down. Shaiko got into the action there as well. You can see he was just hanging in around pillar, got the death mark out. But it was that opening push from me, Solotov and Brede, the control they were able to take, the Mistron or not, they were still able to stabilize from there because of the Monty and because of the power of that operator. The place that BDS faltered, seeing the C4 below and then immediately trying to react to it and just scooting around, I don't think they had a good idea of where everybody was at that point, and it was a bit of a risky play. Now, BDS do like to take these calculated risks, but sometimes you look at it in hindsight and you think, yeah, it was pretty risky. It wasn't too calculated. The risk was definitely a little bit worse than the potential reward there, but it's going to level us up at 2 rounds apiece. And we have an equal game so far heading into round 5.
See if BDS are going to keep playing with fire, because that has been the kind of game plan that we've seen with most of the attacks. You know, I'd probably say 3 out of 4 attacks have just been, yeah, let's just try and go at them with gun skill. Let's just hope they're not there, because I think the drone work, it's been a little bit sloppy. You know, obviously the Monty really pulled them out of that. Remember, Creeds was misdroned until that Monty walked in. If it was any other operator, it would have been a free kill for Creeds. So just one thing I noticed on the side of BDS that, yeah, they definitely need to improve on is just the information game. And you would expect that would have been the kind of focus based on the Deimos being brought, you know, nearly every round. Sure, they haven't got it this round, but generally, if you have a Deimos, you want to try and spot everyone and get as many drones as you can into the building.
But then on the flip side, the drone and things like C4's below. So it's kind of feast or famine, isn't it, on the drone game at the moment? Either misdroning bodies or droning really small pieces of utility that are round defining. Brede looking to double down on the success of the previous round. Leaky Fact is going to be on the upside down rappel on that white window as well. So trying to pinch any players that could be in and around that pixel. We do have a player inside a washroom. Noah. He's got a real tough gunfight to try and win here. Leaky Fact isn't aggro on that window, and Az is going to come and try and alleviate some of that pressure. He is allowed to make that rotation out just to the other side of the door, and that should keep him safe for a bit longer. BDS have got a bit more work to do to root him out.
Looks a lot more stable from BDS. They have that clear indicator of what they want to push and where they want to go, and it will be this entire top floor clear out in Solitov. He's on one right now. 2 kills. Oh, almost flicks onto the third, but doesn't matter though. Plenty of BDS players still upstairs to get those trades, and ITB in the 2v4 a minute to go. Kenny gives himself a escape hatch, but he's just wandering into crossfires. Kenny, wake up. Just gives himself up for absolutely pennies. And now Oscar in the 1v4 has it all to do. A pause where he can maybe try and find users who is slowly but surely creeping his way down those red stairs. But for BDS, it seems to be the focus on where is he. They're going to take the time to drone out. Bride will do so, but has not found the player. They do know site is clear though with this information. So it should just be fairly simple for them to drop the hatch and get in and go for the plant. So Oscar has to make a move, has to make a play. But no, not going to be good enough as Users is there ready for him. And BDS on a bit of a roll now, Ollie.
Yeah, they've started chaining a few together, haven't they? And this is the danger behind this roster and this team. Cafe might not be their most preferred map. It's certainly not Into the Breaches. They're still able to get a couple of rounds on the board. Tactical timeout here for Into the Breach. Almost surprised to see it used at this point. Now, BDS have just tipped the scale. They've taken the lead for the first time here tonight. It's 3 rounds to 2 now. So maybe Kangri Kenny thinking, well, tactical timeout, try and level it up. Try and give us a fighting chance at the half and send us in as close to equal as possible. There's still, of course, chance for that to happen. I think what you sort of highlighted in that previous round demo of players just finding himself a little bit out of position, maybe panicking a little bit, making those rotations when it wasn't the opportune moment. That might be a topic of this timeout as well.
Well, it's better pay out for them, because obviously using the timeout just for really 1 round is what you're looking at here. It's not as though you're calling it where, oh, we still have, you know, 3 more attacks, 3 more defenses to go, whatever it is. Just the 1 defense is going to be left for them here. So they're really going to see if they can get this even split and then hope that they can go for it on the attack. And again, don't forget, you've still got the Grim, you've got the Monty, Capital, all open for ITV to use and abuse. You know, we've seen the power of the Monty, you know, single-handedly won a round for BDS. So the proof is there that these operators play a big part in rounds where they just make unwinnable rounds winnable. It's as simple as that. So ITB, let's see how they fare. Obviously, Ollie, we're having a bit of a change up, as this is going to be the dreaded top floor that teams have been staying away from. But they're going to go for the risky play. They're going to take the top floor defense. The main thing, Ollie, to highlight is you have to try and cut down a lot of the sight lines that you can get from the windows on this map. A zombie being banned really stops that. You know, you don't get to set up all those capabilities inside piano. So they're going to resort into using the castle instead. Look, I get it. It still causes those sight lines to be cut off, but you're never going to be able to put them on exterior windows. You're still going to give up piano fairly easily. Nobody can really play in those positions. So you would expect for BDS, you know, they see these castle barricades and just, yeah, no worries, no problems. We've got, you know, Flores, we've got Ash, no problems for us.
Should be very straightforward to deal with. I used to have a stat for this top floor and I was trying to find it. It's going to be out of date now, but I believe it has the lowest win rate for defenders in the entire game.
Better not be out of date. Jesse J-Check will get you.
To be fair, there's no reason why it shouldn't be out of date, because if it's bad, it's not changed, it should still be bad, right?
Could be worse.
So I'm going to say it. Brede, it's not going to make it any easier for the defense as they are going to fall. Creed's taken out there on the Wamai. Sorry, not on the Wamai, no less. On the Jaeger, no less. Not a big loss for the team at this point, but that body is going to count for something, and it's another angle that can't be watched. It's a trade that might not be there. BDS at the minute really not looking to try and rush this too much. They're happy to take their time, happy to even do a little bit of work from below, but nice jump out there, fortunately timed. But ultimately, a Claymore is going to send you down, Oscar. And you're going to leave your teammates light. Noah, he too will fall from users watching from above. And Azza, well, there's no chance of jumping out and reclaiming his teammate. Although he probably could. He's probably pretty safe there. But he would almost certainly lose the round if he did that. He's to try and navigate these castle barricades now and see if there's anything that he can find, any edge that he can gain. No C4, it is going to be difficult. There's a couple of bodies watching this plank go down as well. And Solotov there with the audio could hear him make that shuffle just through that slightly scuffed reinforcement. Is easily going to be able to pick him off.
And another clinical attack from BDS. Just moving through the bomb site, clearing away the utility to get that man advantage. I mean, look, ITB, you know, they've tried jump outs, for example. Claymores are there for them. It's just one of those rounds where everything ITB tried to go for, it just didn't work. You know, really the only kill that they got that was any great deal of worry for BDS was probably just Shaiko, you know, running just aimlessly through the site. But then the immediate trade back from BDS because there was the player on the skylight. You know, BDS are ready for ITB. They were ready for everything they're going to do there. But again, I don't think it's a case of they knew because there's no info. We've talked about this. ITB don't play this map. It's just basic Siege. It's just general stuff that you expect in Cafe. Like, it is a fairly easy map to understand. There's not a lot to it. I'm not dealing with Lair. I'm not dealing with labs. Cafe's been here for ages.
It is one of the maps that's been around for quite some time without change now. At least it feels that way. BDS in a very comfortable position now. They didn't start out too hot on that opening pick, but since round number 2, they have been successful in grabbing that opening engagement. And it has certainly helped them. It hasn't gone to anyone in particular. It's pretty well spread out. Brede used and Solotov all getting a piece of that action. Opening picks is, of course, where both of these two teams have thrived so far in week 1. A nice little note from our lovely analyst Fresh earlier. BDS with a 73% opening pick. And ITB with a 64%. So two of the best teams in the league, top 1, top 2. And obviously after this, one of them is not going to be as close to that top as they were last week. But BDS have definitely turned things around, and you've got to attest that to the way that a couple of those rounds were won. ITB did just look like they were getting caught out a little bit now. Now they're on the attack. It's a very different ebb and flow. And we'll have to see how they want to try and approach these rounds. They are going to be bringing the shield. We saw it work so well for BDS. Can it work well for Kendrew here on ITB?
I think it will. I think ITB, real big fans of the Monty. I think the active information on someone who has, you know, good leadership qualities, you know, IGLing, Kendrew does that, being able just to paint the picture for his team, paint the picture for himself to see weaknesses. You know, Monty's great, you know, for that kind of role that obviously Kendrew played to your strengths. Monty's a great strength for him. Right now for BDS, looks as though they're going to try and challenge onto these vertical players by just swinging up and using some impacts as well. But down has occurred onto Noah, but still can get revived. Thankfully, they still have the buck. Even if he was to get picked off, they still have that secondary soft destruction. But for BDS, it's more of a timing thing. You've got a minute left. You still have to go through Goyos. You still have to go through smoke. They need to get a move on.
One of the things that could really start to slow them down is that time. They do have some soft destruction available to them. We can see that Azra is going to be ripping open the floor with that skeleton key. BDS not being given a reason to move right now. That reason could be coming though. Monty going to start to make their way in. Kenny just trying to gather a bit of info for his team here. Leakyfac going to be the first player to fall right now. Solotov will respond with a C4 though. I can only think that was a pinpoint call out there from Leakyfac. Shaiko, he joins in onto the action. Oscar manages to save Kenny's life there as Creeds takes down Brede as well. The plant's almost confirmed and smoke can be dodged here. Just about staying alive. Legion Gumine's now being thrown directly at the Monty to try and get him to step on it, try and slow him down in some way, but it's going to be very difficult for Shaiko to get this done. He gets charged down and finished off into the breach. Pick up their first round on the attack.
Well, I mean, the Monty just made that, being able to walk into the site, get into a very strong position. The coverage was there. I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I think the smoke has to stop that drop from happening. Just was probably 1 second too slow getting that gas canister deployed inside a freezer. Just missed the Monty, allowed Monty to walk in, and there wasn't really any reaction. You know, if the Monty gets into sight, obviously smoke has slipped up, has missed the ball. Everyone for BDS need to try and do something to retake that. You know, allowing the Monty to get into that position, as soon as that diffuser goes down, it's so difficult to retake that. So I just think BDS needed to be more active. Great cover from Oscar, you know, being able to, I think, kill the Warden, wasn't he? Tried to go for that mad dash over the top of the counter and kill the Monty. You know, a lot of things going well for ITV, but for BDS, you know, they certainly needed to react quicker to that Monty being able to push in.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Slightly slow reaction, and it's a frustrating one because they brought the Legion, they brought the smoke, they had the tools to try and deny it. As you say, the smoke maybe didn't really do the job. They had everything they needed to stop that Monty from pushing, but you give the Monty a space, if you give it a gap, it is going to take advantage of that. Now this looks like an exciting attacking lineup demo. I like the look of this. We got the Blitz, we got a Glaz, we got a Sense, we got the, everyone loves a Grim, we got a Grim. All that's missing is Namaru.
I'm just, well, maybe not for the kitchen attack. Not many bottom floor windows these days, unless you want to go in through the big double window.
I'd send the Amaru in through dining, straight down the hatch. You know the score.
I've seen. I mean, we've tried it. Amaru rushes and Amaru's went in through coat window, for example. Like we've tried it before, but I mean, this is just classic, isn't it? Get the Blitz in through the big window, try and clear out VIP as best as you can, cover off with the smokes. This using the sense in that aspect. But look at BDS, they've got their pick and they've just ran away. You know, they're seeing it's a rush. They're hearing the Blitz. They're hearing all of these smokes going down. And BDS, they're just going to do a quick smash and grab, hit and run, and go back to site because they know they have the man advantage.
All that ITB have been able to achieve from that is a bit of control down here in reception. Now, whilst it's not ideal, it's still control. It's cost them a body. It's cost them the Grim, which would have been fantastic to have. But they should be able to get those air jabs sent out there and try and work something. A lot of this is going to rely on how BDS play, though. And do they give anything away? The Warden perfectly played there. Solotov is going to take Creeds down. He might be lined up for a second here as well. I think he maybe just got a glimpse there of the Monty turning the other way. He's certainly changing his line of attack to that double door. More smokes are getting thrown at the problem now, and you just can't help but think that ITB are trying to force something to happen. Glaz looking to try and make his way through. It's a Warden that can see a Glaz through the smoke, and a Glaz that can see a Warden, but there's only one winner, and it's Solotov. Noah falls yet again. The Blitz has had very little impact here in this round, and Azza, well, for all that he set his air jabs out, where is he now? He's on this top, on this mid-floor demo.
You know someone's up here, looking for him. He's situated just behind the table. He was on the hatch. They know that, but I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. What's Kenny doing this round? He's just kind of sat inside of VIP the whole round, and Now he's only starting to get active, but Kenny should have been up and at him, chasing those players above, for example, but he's more focused on he needs to stay alive to try and get the plant down. And look at this, Shaiko now is retaking above, and he's going to drop in, get an easy kill onto Kenny, and Azar all by himself. It's an unwinnable round for him, and Solotov will pick up another kill. Solotov's been dangerous today. ITB, the rush didn't work. They lose the Grim. They didn't get any kills from what they wanted to do. And then they just stopped to a halt. There's nothing was happening. Nobody was moving. They didn't know where to go. They didn't know what to do.
Bit of a shame there, really. I think it's a we commented on the lineup. When you see a lineup like that, you're expecting a pocket play. You're expecting something to come out that a lot of things has to work for the pocket play to really pull off. And especially when you throw it into context that this isn't a map that Into the Breach have played very much at all. It's one that directly opposite to that, they've banned it an incredible amount. It's been their permanent ban. You're gonna see little pocket plays like this. You're gonna see, you know, almost cheesy attempts at trying to make something happen. And then when the first sort of step of that plan fails, the rest just really does start to crumble. And you can sort of see that with how much we have players moving. We just didn't have players moving at all. We had players very static there. I think that's the stillest I've seen a Blitz sit for a very long time. The Blitz is usually like a overexcited puppy or something like that, just running around all over the Gaffin. But we just saw the Blitz just kind of sat there a little bit too static, especially when you bring in that up. So BDS finding more success here on the defense. Took them a while to get into this fixture, but when they've got going, they've really not slowed down.
So ITB back to square one almost, because they're right onto that Monty now for Kenny. The Blitz has been locked away, and I don't think we'll be seeing that Blitz anytime soon. I just think the way ITB like to play, I just think the Monty, well, mostly against BDS, you know, rushes. BDS, they're a smart team, that, you know, smart box of cookies, those fellas, they know every rush because they can do it themselves. I think the Monty's better for them. Take it slow, take it steady. Try and pinch out these players from BDS. Give yourself as much of an advantage going into these engagements, and Monty's going to help you to do so. So right now for ITB, it's about just establishing that foothold. We'll try and open up that red wall and try and pressure anybody who could be inside a piano. C4s, of course, is one thing that Kenny needs to be aware of whenever there's a great deal of soft destruction in and around that top floor. Again, for ITB, they're being very patient, making sure that nothing's going to get past them. Jump outs, for example, they're ready for them. Again, for BDS, you know, very similar to ITB, not moving either, not wanting to get active, just going to play the positions.
Is it patience, or is it just being a little bit slow? I think it looks like Kenny's been just waiting for a drone to come and find that little bit of a next step of information so he can start to push through. Now knows there's going to be a mirror window in there. Not a lot that he can do about that. So Sol Monty, he's waiting for a bit of assistance from his team. Users, he's going to find one over onto Noah and be allowed to get out of things, but eventually taken down from that skylight as Azza is there to make it work in ITB's favor. Solotov, next player to fall. Solotov's had a real big impact on the game so far, so taking him out is obviously fantastic. But look at the time. We're coming up to the 45-second mark, and have we got control of top floor? It seems still a little bit unclear. C4's below as well to consider, and Leakyvac, he's going to extend the range of his just a little bit by getting himself down into the kitchen. Nice little pre-place there, so he can be in and around the fight, and then as soon as he hears the call, he's going to click that boom.
Yeah, he's got it pre-placed, literally ready for this Monty. As he drops in, there should be a boom. No boom, it misses. The boom was way too slow. Shaiko in quite a predicament now as that Monty is right on him, and he will get taken down because of that.
10 seconds left.
The Fuser is going to be planted, but no, the castle barricade is going to deny access to EFAC, and he gets punished because of that. My, oh my. I mean, BDS really should have had that. The pre-placed C4 was genius. But it was just too slow of a detonation. The Monty survives. Shaiko then in the thick of it. That castle barricade just tops it off for EFAC. Can't do anything against that. And BDS probably be kicking themselves thinking, wow, we probably should have done better than what we had there.
They've blundered it, haven't they? when you're listening for a Monty to drop, this isn't just any. This is a Monty with a shield, and you can hear that go like boom, boom, boom. You know, get that C4 blown up. I don't know if it was a damp fuse, perhaps, Demo.
They don't exist.
Maybe a damp fuse on Leaky Fact C4 there.
Damp demolitionist, I think. I think we blame the man, not the tools in this case.
Well, who do we blame? Do we blame Shaiko, who was calling the boom, or do we play Leaky Fact?
We need to hear comms.
We need to hear the comms, don't we? We need to hear a direct replay. I think it might be lost time at this point. Maybe we're just going to blame them both and move on.
5 seconds left.
ITB grab a round they desperately needed. If BDS had won there, it would have put them onto map point. It would have guaranteed them points in this fixture. There are still full points available here. However, it all depends on how the next couple of rounds do go. Into the breach, they've got to play flawless from here on out if they want to get a full 3 points from the map. BDS, they have a little bit more wiggle room, as it were. Now, the Monty is going to be brought again. This time, we're actually going to be bringing the Gridlock as well. So, we've had the Nomad, now we've got the Gridlock. Both serve a similar function, but one of the nice... Hello! There we go. Shaiko's just killed Oscar. Definitely not Shaiko would never have died to that spawn peak. There's only one.
Unbelievable.
The striker gonna get sent to the cameras.
It's one of those where there has been no spawn peaks at all during this entire game. And almost, Oscar was like really patient as well. We see him last round, he was ready with jump outs, he's on the rappel waiting for all of that to happen. And he just thinks, oh, well, they're not really playing spawn peak-esque today, are they? And then Shaiko just swings the window and kills them. It's one of those that's... I feel as though ITB, a lot of luck has not went in their favor this game as well. If you go back and watch it, a lot of moments. Big C4! Nails 2! There we go, EFAC. Makes up for his last round blunder. And the Monty just getting targeted now by the Maestro Cam. And wow, what a disaster of a round here for ITB. BDS, a flawless round, a quick one at that. What on earth happened? Just a big C4 and it just completely killed the round there and then.
We watched the whole game of Cafe up until that last round. You watch that last round and you're just like, yeah, BDS is still the best in the world.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Like, to be fair to him, the amount of luck that went through that round was ridiculous. Oscar getting himself spawn beat, Shaiko being in the right position, Oscar going that way. Like, it's skill, but there's also an element of luck. 2 people on a C4, also pretty lucky. There we go, bang, also pretty lucky. The C4 that got thrown after that actually hit the Monty. As Kenny's running through washroom and running through connector. So unbelievable there from BDS. A very quick round number 10 leads us into a map point here for BDS. Downstairs we go now. Don't forget, this is the round that we saw the pocket play. We had the Sense, the Grim, Glaz, Blitz, all trying to make something happen through that big window. But that isn't going to be the case this time. Much more traditional lineup. We've got soft destruction here. We've got a Ram. We've got a Buck. But we do still have that Monty.
Yeah, we do. This is obviously going to be their take from the first attack that they had on Kitchen. One adaptation, though, from BDS, they've brought in the Echo Ollie, which, again, even more denial to add on top of course, the Goyo and the Smoke and the Legion almost as well, which we've seen. You're adding another element into that, which, of course, would be a perfect answer to how Kendry specifically won that first round on the attack, where he was able to get himself in towards Bunker and get that plant down. Echo would have been great just for that extra bit of denial. Could have been able to maybe stun the guy who could be covering from Freezador. A lot of elements now that you can kind of bring in and say, yeah, Echo will just open things up now for those potential retakes if that Monty does get into that same position. But you would hope the Smoke will be more switched on this time, because it was Brede who let them in last time. He shouldn't let that happen again.
Ram has sent the gadgets in and started to rip open that floor. Bit of drone work can go ahead now as well. Azza is just going to hope and presume that a lot of this is clear. There are drones working in and around him, so he'll be very quick to react if needed. We can start to try and open a little bit of this floor. The hatch will need to be opened up as well. There isn't any direct flank protection this time, so it's going to be on bodies to be watching those stairways. But also BDS just getting pushed out of that site a little bit now, as they don't want to be sat directly underneath that vertical. They're going to have to find little pockets of safety in and around, but with no pressure coming in horizontally, they can very easily do that.
Again, for BDS, they're happy enough just to sit back and run down the clock. I say that though, Shaiko in aggro on the flooring. He's inside cut, of course, an area that can't really be touched by the attackers, but just look at this from Shaiko, the confidence that he has right now to challenge this. Is it gonna end in tears for him though? And it will. Noah gets the better of him. First kill in favor of ITB, and that's what they need. They needed to get that pick. They can now use that extra man to rotate around somewhere else. But as I say that though, a kill is back in favor for BDS, but straight away a trade back again for ITB. They still lead with one man, and the diffuser is starting to tick.
Doesn't even seem as though BDS are aware that this is going down. Solotov tried to do something about it, but that plan's going to be confirmed. Noah, he's going to find himself a second on the round as Azza pushes through at the opportune moment to take down users. It's now all down to Brede. We've seen him clutch before. Can he do it here and now? He can hear people above. He knows the vert's there, and it's going to be Noah from that vert. BDS, they're not going to convert that map point just yet into the breach. They're on a comeback.
Oh boy, ITB, so back and forth. I mean, it felt for a big period of time there, although that BDS were going to run away with it. You know, I think it was a 4-2 split for them, 4 rounds in a row. You know, you think, oh, BDS, now they get the defense, they can just run around, do what they want. But I must say, the respect that ITB has shown just to not, you know, ego challenge, not just full on swing into some of these players. They're letting, you know, BDS almost get stressed out to a position where they're looking for these challenges, they're looking for these swings, but ITB aren't giving him. They're not given the challenges. And then they're just waiting for the perfect moment. BDS pushed out of position, then that's where they start picking up the kills. I think the Monte obviously plays a big part in that, being able to control the tempo, getting that information. I mean, it's a very clean attack, you know, really strong stuff from ITB, very similar to how, again, for BDS, the way that they attacked as well. Both teams, I think, have looked really sharp on the attacks. Both teams in the defense struggling to deal with probably just the layout of Cafe. You know, once that flooring gets opened up above you, Ollie, where is there safe to sit that you're not almost on top of another teammate of yours? It gets very claustrophobic very, very quickly.
Yeah, not easy at all. BDS are going to choose to use their tactical timeout and see if they can try and steady the ship and maintain a full 3 points out of the fixture. It's their last opportunity to do so.
Attackers have discovered the location.
It's like they are going to be going downstairs again here, Demo, to try and reattempt this site. No, apologies, they are going upstairs. I just thought with the Mozzie being down, it was making a little bit of sense, but I guess Leaky Fat was sending a couple of pests out down there to try and slow down some of this information gathering. Information for Into the Breach has been overall pretty good. I think it's almost, the drone game has potentially been a little bit better than that we saw from BDS.
Yeah, I don't think ITB has let a whole lot really catch them by surprise on these attacks. I think that's down to the good drone work that they've been able to do. Say that though, 4 drones already gone from ITB. Not a good start. They've lost a lot of them. Maybe down to the Mozzie it could have been as well. Just running downstairs very quickly. Being able to pick them off if they've entered into the building. They've switched off the Monty. This is what worries me. The Monty has been the big success for ITB. And to see them switch off it now where it's a big round. It's round number 12. Do you go OT? Do you secure yourself a point? Or do you take home nothing at all?
You'd like to think both teams can come away with something out of this because it's been one of those very back and forth games. We haven't seen that same level of dominance from BDS. And ITB, they've done a really good job of keeping themselves in the fight. Hot rides here on round number 12 and an opening pick from Shaiko onto Oscar. Could that spell disaster for ITB for the rest of the round? He got opening picked a couple of rounds ago on the Striker. And it really did slow down into the breach. It ended up being a flawless for BDS.
boy.
It looks like it might be the same. 3 for Shaiko, 1 for Leaky Fat, can use us to close it out. It's almost a carbon copy of round number 10 there,
Oh,
Demo.
he's smiling. He's
the
smiling.
same opening pick, the same flawless round, and 3 kills for Shaiko when it matters. BDS, they're going to walk away with a full 3 points.
Yeah, all credit to BDS. Look, wasn't the greatest game from them. You know, I think, again, certainly in the defense, there's elements there that they have to look at, but for the most part, attacks look clean. Obviously, individual brilliance really. I mean, everyone I thought from BDS actually played really well today. I think everyone at least getting 7 kills. Obviously, Shaiko popping off there at the end. Probably going to be the MVP for the game. So, yeah, again, just BDS showing just how good they can be, even whenever they didn't look that great, but still getting the job done.
I mean, Shaiko had a pretty slow start, really. For me, I would go Solotov MVP. I think Shaiko gets a lot of the flashy moments and, you know, 3 kills at the end like that. There's not many that can do it in the way that he does it. But Solotov, for me, was the constant throughout the fixture. And I think that he did a fantastic job, especially earlier on into that matchup. BDS didn't get off to the best start, but as we know them to be, they are a great team at adapting through those rounds, and they always finish strong. We're going to send this one back over to our wonderful desk. They're going to break it down for you.
Thank you very much, friends. That was a very quick cut onto us because we are ready to get into this. Honestly, BDS closing it out, but it did seem at some points that Into the Breach would sneak it past them, especially in that second half, Leo.
I'm actually happily surprised. One of the things I mentioned before the show was like, how much of a plateau is this for ITB? How much can their collective really outweigh the individuals on BDS? And I've got to say, it got really close. Maybe too close for comfort for BDS. I don't think they were that dominating. In overall, like, yes, they had individual shiny moments, they had these clutch moments, they had these big multi-kills. But if you look at the way ITB is playing that game, honestly, strategically, one might think they'd be winning if they had the same individuals on their side. And that's the thing that I love with them. And I just know, I keep hoping that they will breach that ceiling and finally manage to get wins against these teams that can reach major grand finals. I'm just still hoping for it.
This is a huge positive that we're talking about ITB in the context of having lost to BDS and being a little bit, I won't say annoyed, but a little bit upset with them because they could have won this game, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're saying. And I think the one differentiating factor for me was when ITB got on their attack, we know that they don't necessarily have the same gun skill as what, you know, BDS have with those big moments from Shaiko, from all of the guys on BDS on their attacks. ITB don't have that. But what they do have is very direct takes with Monty. We saw lots of Monty, we saw Grim, we even saw a Sense in play for a direct take onto VIP. I know you can come on to that. Glass, all those type of operators. But when teams expect that and play for that, they can punish ITB. And the one thing that I want to see ITB pivot to is be able to do the defaults as well. And I think if they were able to do the defaults well at the same time, that would have been the differentiation between losing this game and at least overtime.
And let's talk about it within that greater context that you were both mentioning that we did talk about before we started this game. This is the rematch from the grand final of EU League in Stage 1. Of course, that was a best of 3. This is a best of 1. We talked about it in the pregame. This is the opportunity. What happens? ITB bring out Cafe, a map that has just not been thought of at all in terms of ITB playing it. So, surprise 1 to BDS. It's a 7-5 at the end of the day, plays inside the server. ITB are playing like a team. This is looking like there's a lot of potential out of it, and does speak volumes that even with a BDS victory, we are spending more time applauding ITB than talking about the winners, because let's be honest, we all expect BDS to win, right, Jack?
I think we did, and I think BDS expected BDS to win. Maybe ITB even expected it, and that's why they played their permaban to not show anything else, right? But I will say for BDS, they won, they got the job done. And that is the most important thing by far for this team. Because if you look at the expectations of this team, it's to be the top place team in EU, it's to go to Montreal. And that's really where we'll judge them. We'll be over in Canada. It won't be in their EU League play.
And I keep feeling that with BDS, it's always harder when they play against lesser opponent, when they're expected to win. I think that's,
everybody's a lesser opponent as well, though.
Yeah, that's true. But, you know, like in teams like G2, for example, when they're facing a FaZe or a Furia, you're expecting a really tense battle. You're expecting that they're matching a similar opponent. But when it's a team that's slightly under you, that doesn't have as shiny names, it's harder for them. That was the reason for the first play they went so close with Wild, I think. It's harder for them to really compete with a team that they should expectedly just beat 7-0. And that's just not true. Siege is about team play as well. ITB won so many rounds because of that.
You talk about fancy and shiny names. Shaiko is definitely one of them, but he has definitely not been the player shown on the team, Jack, over 2024.
Yeah, it's a curious one for Shaiko as well, because he's had to really take a step back. You know, we know BDS as the Shaiko team of old, where it was put drones at his feet. It was basically everything revolved around Shaiko. And then with going into this new super team, he's had to take a step back. You know, we saw the conversation at EWC, for example, was that Shaiko wasn't even in the running for being the MVP at EWC. It was Leakyfag or it was Users. He's had to take a step back, but when it matters, and we just saw it in the clip there, he is able to win the game for his team through just individual brilliance. And you can never take that away from BDS. That's one of their key strengths, is even when the round's not going properly, everybody in the team, and I'm talking everybody, all 5 players, have that individual brilliance that they can win the game and the round for you.
Thank you very much for that, Jack. And honestly, it is always a sobering reality that no matter how things change, Shaiko will always be there and performing well. But leading on to the victory is BDS and performance from Users, who is our interviewee for this matchup. Users, good evening. How are you doing after this win?
Oh, wow. So much emotions.
This is actually how Users usually is. There you go. He's back. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, now I can. Wait. Yeah, now I can hear you. Now I can.
Nice. All right. Well, congratulations on the win. How's it feel to finally hold on to a full win on a Monday compared to last week?
Yeah, it was a better week than, well, better Monday than last Monday, but I think we expected ourselves to do a bit better than 7-5, to be honest.
I think, yeah, when you have high expectations like BDS, facing a team like ITB, obviously, I think you're trying to have a bigger score line than this. At the same time, I have to praise the way they played. Did you expect them to take you to Cafe? Like we said on broadcast, like they haven't played, they've banned it 26 times this year. I'm not sure you were expecting that map, right?
Yeah, we weren't expecting it, but like we're always ready to play every map, if that makes sense. Like, it's never a chance it can't be Cafe, if that makes sense. But obviously, we were surprised.
Okay. Other than that, I mean, it seems like the entire team is functioning together. Were you surprised at how ITB were also moving together as a singular unit throughout the whole game? Because there were bits where, you know, you saw the sense come out, the glass come out. How are you guys kind of feeling that out as the game was unfolding and as the round was unfolding?
Yeah, the first 2 rounds we struggled a bit, I think you could tell. And then we changed how we were playing for the last 4 attacks. And then on the defense, the Monty was like kind of tearing us a bit. They were playing well with the Monty, to be honest. That's what the biggest problem was.
Yeah, I think in general, that's one of the things that I always struggled against, playing against BDS. Obviously, completely different roster, but that's something that struck through with me, is your ability in the middle of the round to take the right decision, adapting to what the guys are doing. So here, like, they come with a lot of cheesy plays. You say the Monty, there was a sense, there was the glass, taking the basement example where you're defending kitchen. They take VIP area. You guys have the decision to play the garage guy, go up and play with the vertical. Who's making those calls? Is it everybody in the team that's able to shot call and understand that vision? Or is it someone that takes the lead?
It's mainly EFAC who's doing that, but in that situation, I think it was Bride who said, let's play the garage guy and then just leave when like he heard the sense and stuff. But I think we all can do it. We've all got the ability to do it.
I think that's the biggest strength that you guys have. Like, I keep thinking, like, one of the best teams in the world, you have the best player in every role, but everyone is able to recognize an opportunity when they see it and react the right way. You know, lots of teams would panic when they see the sense, the blitz rushing in, the glass covering him. They take the right decision, double pinch on the garage guy, go up. That's what I love to see from you guys. That's the difference maker, I think, in what you guys are and why you're top of Europe right now.
And there's a big difference between this week and next one. Is obviously next week is a super week. There's 3 play days to go through. How are you preparing yourself mentally and as a team also to go through that gauntlet?
I don't think it's that crazy. Like, it's not that crazy for us, obviously. Like, that's what it's like when you're playing like majors and stuff. So it's not really like anything too crazy, but it'll be fun, I think.
All right, there you go. Users, again, congratulations on the win to yourself and to Team BDS against Into the Breach. That was it for us here. We'll take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll set up for match number 2.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining keeper barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
Free go for VP.
Yeah, everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not Resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. No. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets them both. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up.
save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back, everybody, to EU League. Stage 2, Playday number 3 of the 2024 season. We just went through game number 1. Hi, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Alfama, and we have a second matchup for you out of the 4 ready for this Playday. Virtus Pro takes on Team Secret, and we have to go into it starting off with Team Secret. That the logo of the team itself, there's a lot more hidden behind it, Alfama, as we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I had a lot of expectation on this team coming into this stage. I think I was really impressed with them at Manchester especially. First and foremost, they were not expected to be at Manchester Major, but also their run there was amazing. And now they're back. They're back with their great team, with Grabby back again, that was benched and came back, and they've got Virtue. Arguably one of the best backline that you have in Europe right now. So I had a lot of expectation coming into it, and obviously playing an Ants that look a little bit lost. They had a great win against them, and they didn't play day 2. But what I can say is they look like they were having fun. They look like they were thriving in chaos. One thing though, they're facing Virtus Pro, one of the most disciplined team in Europe and in the world. So can you really thrive in chaos against Virtus Pro? I'm not sure, and this is a real test for them right now. And if they need to switch their strategy, if they need to be more methodical, slower, less cheesy plays, bring more Monty, for example, because that seems to work well against Virtus Pro, can they do it? I don't know.
I've got a stat that's going to say that they can. When they played last week against Ent, they had 5 attacking rounds. They planted in all 5 attacking rounds, so 100% plant rate. That's not just the key. The key is, you're saying, can they be dynamic? Can they be fast? And can they be slow? Well, their fastest plant came 50 seconds into the round, and their slowest plant came at 0 seconds left, and then the median, the middle plant, was all around a minute mark. So they've got they're dynamic, and they've got variation in when and how they're planting and how they're attacking. That's just in one game, so small sample size, but that would indicate yes.
And that is that piece, is that both of these teams could only play one game in our previous week. Of course, we run a 9-team league, so when it comes to scheduling, somebody has to sit out a play day here and there, and that was the case for both of them, so the data is extremely restricted. However, with Virtus Pro, Jack, there are many people out there, viewers out there, some that I know personally that have been huffing VP Copian for a couple years, but 2024 has not been the one so far.
They've got such an incredibly storied history within Siege. They've got so many fans, so many people that supported these guys when they were in the Team Empire days, when they were in the Rally Major or various 6 Invitationals. They played SI Grand Final 2022, so not that long ago. But it's not gone well for them in 2024. And I think last week was, I suppose, maybe a signal for things to come. It was very underwhelming. They played up against Wolves. Obviously, they only played 1 game last week, so they sat out the first play day, played up against Wolves. They played Clubhouse, a VP map, and it didn't go so well. And I think the big crutch, the big issue for them was on the defenses. They was to come into Monty quite a lot.
I think it was the biggest testament to their lack of adaptation. One of the things that we've mentioned so many times. But look at the way they react to Monty. They don't react to it. They get pushed into a wall. Exactly like this guy. All the time, every round Monty was played, they had no solutions to it. Look at Always face here. He's facing it, doesn't know what to do, gets pushed back and killed again. That was every single defensive round where they had no answer to it. Losing to Catwalk to Capitao and Monty, losing Jim to Monty pushing it. Look at this guy running around like a headless chicken. He has no idea what to do. And that was the biggest problem with them is they didn't bring the Legion, they didn't bring the Frost, they didn't bring the operator that could counter it. They had no solution for it. And what happens if you ban the Monty? Blitz come in.
Yeah.
You have zero solution. At some point, you have to have a way to face it and problem solve it.
Anyways, you have to deal with the team that you're playing against making fun of you on Twitter when you end up losing. Or, sorry, X, as some would call it. I mean, look at this.
I mean, Wolf's tweet is really funny there, but look at always. I mean, that moment where I don't know if the screen is fine. I hope it's fine. I hope he didn't smash it. And I can feel that way sometimes when I play in ranked. I do feel that way. But they've got to find another solution than frustration facing a Monty.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing for me is that if they ban the Monty, they might well choose to ban the Monty. The Blitz will be open, and they've got to find a way to play against Shields, not just one or the other.
Absolutely. And now our map. And of course, banning certain Shield operators might be or something to think about on this map here, because we're going to Consulate. Virtus.pro in the past, years ago, they're even known Team Empire and the like, you could time them literally. Pro League Finals in Milan, I sat there with Zoronic, bless his heart, and we were timing them entering into every piece of the map. You could do that, but nowadays they have to change it. Secret has the last say on it where they start an attack.
Yeah, so obviously VP, we talk about them not liking the new map. So we see them take away Skyscraper, Lair, we see them take away also Labs, but they ban the Clubhouse. Obviously knowing Secret are a good Clubhouse team and have footage on them. That means that Secret get a pick of Border, which is literally one of Secret's favorite maps, or Consulate, which VP don't like. Interestingly for me, they've gone to go and play Consulate. I think both of them, in my mind, was a win for Secret in the map ban phase.
And that's always going to be the case with Virtus.pro. With such a shallow map pool, with having to force 4 bans every time, they're left with the better maps for Secret or for any of their opponents.
Yep.
And that's the biggest problem I see is by reducing your map pool so much, you better expect that these 5 maps are the best in Europe because you're always going to face the better one on your opponent's side. And looking at Consulate right now, they haven't played it in so long. And yes, when they were Team Empire, I faced them on Consulate and I hated it. Actually lost 7-1 when I was in the stream against these guys. It's not the same map anymore. It's not the same story. It's not the same game at all. So many more cheesy operators than Secret can abuse to force Virtus.pro to fight back and find other solutions than Legion of Frost to Monty.
Then the story is clear from what I hear from both of you. VP have to step up. We wanted them to step up in stage 1. That was not the case. Can they finally do it here at the start of stage 2? We'll have to figure that out and more with the casters, Exotrica and Demo. Take it away.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for joining in, and thank you to our desk for giving us that introduction. Demo, we are heading into match number 2 here tonight, and we are going to be headed over to Consulate.
There we go. Yeah, Consulate to go into our second game. And I think the fellas in the desk kind of summed up quite nicely the kind of storylines for this matchup. Is Secret been on a great run of form in 2024, making, into the major, making it in the top 8 of the major for that team. First time, yeah, quite a big deal. Whereas for VP, they've just kind of lost their magic in 2024 since Invitational.
Yeah, VP, one of those teams that, I don't know, we always sort of question, are they keeping up with the times? Do they need to change? Do they need to keep up with the times? It's one of those maps, isn't it? One of those teams where you just think, are they okay? Are they not okay? Who really knows? Who are we to judge what they do? Secret on the flip side, a team that is well and truly still finding themselves as a team. Of course, bringing in none other than Virtue, previously on G2. He has been brought into the roster, and I've got no doubt that he is going to bring a wealth of experience and knowledge. One of the older players in our scene at the moment. And especially when they've got some young gunners on there, that can always be a nice balance to have those older, wiser heads and keep the youngsters in some sort of a check. The bans, we've got a Monty, Dokkaebi, a Zami, and a Valkyrie. All have been removed here. And we're going to be headed into round number 1 right away.
Here we go. I mean, VP kicking things off in the defense. You would expect that'll be good for them. Consulate pretty defender-sided from what we've seen, but still think the attackers can have some really good attacks, especially in the basement. You know, as long as you can just, as long as you're a team who has a good sense of how to clear out roamers, I think basement's quite easy, because once you get control of all that vertical destruction, it's quite difficult, I think, for the defense to really stop the plant going down and being able to retake. So yeah, you kind of have to roam. I think you have to roam with your VP here. You need to try and kick things off on a very aggressive standpoint. Don't allow Secret to get that early control. You know, Secret, you know, the players on their side can really put up numbers. I'm looking at Jum specifically. I think this guy, everyone knows that on any given day, he can be an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially in the defense. Wait till you see whenever he can start to rat around. But obviously Grubby coming back was benched. The options that they had, they ended up, you know what, Grubby's actually better than what we've trialed, what we've came up with. So it's one of those situations for Secret where there wasn't anything out there that was better than Grubby in their eyes.
I always think it's a strange dynamic that when you get dropped from a team, there's no replacement found, and then you get brought back. I
think it's just awkward, isn't it? It's dead awkward.
Socially, it could be, I imagine it could be very awkward. Now, obviously, you're getting paid, you're a professional, you're doing a job, but at the end of the day, we always talk so much about teamwork, synergy, and friendship is a really big thing in and amongst all of that. And I just think that, I'm not saying that these guys aren't friends, but you've got to have that trust and that respect between yourselves. So you look at it from a couple of different ways.
I have a quote from Savage.
Quote me.
Yeah, he said whenever, you know, we heard, oh, Grubby's back in, he told us, this is what he typed in. He put, a beloved son always returns home.
Well, there you go. It sounds like it's pretty wholesome. From Grubby's point of view, he's sat there and he's probably thinking, I might be playing for my spot here. I've got to put up the numbers. I've got to do a good job to maintain that. Already, things are going very well for Secret as we're flapping our gums. Secret have picked up 3 kills here on the entry, and VP, they haven't responded a single time. Virtue's had 3 on his own. He's taken Joystick's head clean off. He's playing on the thermite. He's not even bothered with an exothermic yet. He's been too busy clearing up shop.
Oh my word. VP absolutely demolished on their own game. I mean, Secret just set up their crossfires. You know, a player over towards Visa, a player coming in for main door. You then have, you know, the players then moving in from bench. You're just trying to hit that mid floor just at every angle that you can and hope that then VP will just follow the crossfires. That's exactly what happened. So VP are going to kick things off with probably should be a flawless defeat here unless somebody gives himself up, as long as they hold their positions, and we'll see who wants to try and go for the kill and get a little bit kill hungry. They have no idea where he is. Bit of info, but Virtue, a quad on the thermite to kick things off. Oh my, oh my. When's the last time we've seen one of those?
Not been for a while, has it? I think he's probably fighting back against all these age-related allegations. I remember I was watching last week.
He's 45 years of age, of course. You know,
I think he's 28 or 29 because I was watching back last. Yeah, 29. I was watching last week, and we had Des and Ace, and they were going on, and poor old Ace was getting targeted a little bit by Des, you know, on the old age topic.
Yeah.
But compared to the average stamp, it's up there. But it just doesn't matter when you can stick 4 kills on a thermite, get the job done, and Secret. I mean, if that round's anything to go by, they're going to breeze through this. Obviously, VP are going to wake up. It was a very slow start, and a couple of things went wrong for them quite quickly there at the start of that previous round. But it's a big confidence boost here for Secret on Cafe. It has done something, though. It has stopped VP going to that same bomb site.
10 seconds left before
I'm going to switch things up a little bit.
I do worry about VP this season, because you would have thought that, you know, the thing with VP is if they play bad on one stage, they usually like respond and play really well the next time. You know, we see that, you know, throughout history with this side, but I don't know, I just think the consistency, I mean, they're as consistent as like the price of diesel these days. It's either going up or down, you don't know. And that's the issue with VP. They're such an up and down side, but at the moment, it just seems to just keep going down. You know, you look at them, how they done EWC, not great, and you know, obviously stage 1 didn't work out for them. So I just think right now for VP, They need to reinvent themselves almost. You know, what the guy said on the desk was they just can't adapt. And if you can't adapt in this current climate with the operators on display, the meta that it is, you are going to be cooked.
Joystick, Pasha, they're both going to get kills here to open things up, and they're not going to be done there. Joystick gets 2, and Pasha taken down. Still on a tear, though. Joystick has the potential to pick up 3 here, and will do just that. Warden with the glasses activated. Doesn't really matter what you throw at him. He's going to send you over. I think it was a Ying there that he was coming up against. A very quick, sharp execute. And VP, answer the critics, Demo. They answer you.
Oh, I mean, I
got distracted in that because you mentioned the price of diesel, and I was driving the other day and I was like, oh, diesel's not too bad at the minute. Like, I remember when it was, you know, going really mental.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago.
And I was like, oh, it's just funny how it's stabilized, isn't it? And I'd got onto like a whole like tin hat thing as I was mooching along. We won't get into it, but round number 3, 1 round apiece here. Fairly convincing rounds from either side, to be honest. We've not seen much trading. We've not seen much, you know, back and forth. It's either been Secret steamroll round 1 or VP steamroll round 2.
It was a classic kind of Secret rush, wasn't it? They're a fan of the old rushes. They certainly were last stage. You know, they really developed that into a great sense of play style where they can catch you out with a various multitude of rush strategies. But that, for Secret, that attack, the only reason that they lost that is probably they didn't really bring in a blitz, which you kind of need to clear away yellows if you don't have the multi, which has been banned from VP. Thankfully, they listened to the boys in the desk about that. So yeah, I think you needed to bring in the blitz there just to try and get in towards connector. That's the main reason why you bring the shield. And if you just allow a Warden to sit inside a connector, which he did, with the goggles on, flashes and smokes ain't gonna help you. He's you know, he's just gonna cause mayhem, and that's exactly what he did.
Dan, and that Boss G that we're seeing so often.
Changing bags.
Boss G really being favored at the moment, and it's not even a region thing. It's sort of leaking into all regions now. Some good info available on the drone as well. Joystick just trying to make sure that he's not being found out up there on that top floor, but only a matter of time until a piece of utility is spotted or he's spotted on a drone, and he'll be a target for that Deimos. I am sure of it.
VP, looking at how they want to set up, it does kind of lean into perhaps a bit of a heavier roam game, of course, with the Vigil being brought in. You see the top floor roam as well. Fenrir's upstairs and about. Wonder if there's some gadgets upstairs maybe help, but so most of them are going to be situated downstairs. I mean, Secret are able to deal with a roam game with ease during the first round, but there's the Boss G, which this current meta with this gun has just been unbearable for all the attackers. You're going up against the gun, which more or less just one-shots you at any shot to the chest and above. And it's a big issue. Oh, a great gunfight from Joystick. Wins it out against Savage, who was trying to get his team back on course, but now they're even more so away from where they want to be. Grubby's there with the trade, but still, down a man is where Secret lie, and don't have a lot of map control either. Really, that's the issue. They've wasted a lot of time, a lot of manpower for very little, let's be real.
Yeah, there's a minute on the clock, and what really can they do with it? They do have some ability. They've got Selma. They've got a bit of hard breach. They've no soft destruction. So much of Consular is destructible. It can be very handy to have things like Skeleton Key or Sledgehammer at your disposal. They brought the Skeleton Key, but they've lost it already. We might honestly be looking at Virtue to make a big play here like he did in round number 1. Shots exchanged. Dan takes a lick of damage. Seemed very close to being a headshot there, but Virtue is going to confirm it on the swing. That could be the start of something. 20 seconds left to go, and Jeem's going to join in on the action. Virtue is going to find himself down. As always, is there to pick him up. 2 versus 2, and that's the diffuser cold. C4 in the hands of Shepard, so he does have the potential to try and deny this, but it's going to be always on first contact. There is going to be a bit of information here. Is the C4 going to land from below? It looks off to me. It's going to do some damage, but it won't stop the plant. Now they know that there's one player below, and there's likely one on the same level, so they can act accordingly, but Jeem turns his back, gives himself up, and always is there, ready to take him. Nade comes in now to try and cause a little bit of mayhem, but it's going to be always 3 on the round. Shepard up there to assist, to cause a little bit of distraction. Plenty of time to disable that planted diffuser. That's a better round of Siege from both teams.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, it comes down obviously to the post plant always stepping up with the SMG. No info on him. That was the main thing. Secret just didn't have that. I'm surprised that the C4 missed. There's a bulletproof camera inside the site. Just blatant pings going out, and he just misses it. Could have been very costly, but
he pinged on a someone yellow pinged it, didn't he? He C4'd on the yellow ping, but there was like an old red ping over in the corner.
Yeah.
Not sure maybe if the camera got shot and they thought that they'd repositioned or...
No, it was up. It was definitely up whenever he went up to the plant. Pretty sure it was anyway. Should be able to see it in the replay. I hope so.
This is a great kill from Virtue.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what was up or
early. Not sure. Either way, the C4 could have sealed the deal, but it didn't. VP chose the hard way to get it done. But the important thing is that they got the round up there. They're going to take the lead ever so briefly here in round number 4.
10 seconds to go.
I'm glad it's turned into, well, not turned into, we're only on round number 4, but it's back and forth. With the way that I saw Secret playing in round number 1, I was like, oh dear, this could be a very quick game. And then you see the way VP playing round 2, and you're like, well, it still could be a quick game, but for the opposite reasons. Now it's in a very back and forth round. We got a plank go down. It came down to a 2v2. You're thinking, yeah, we've probably got a bit of a game on our hands here.
Yeah, well, we go back to the garage, and this was a great round from Secret, obviously, and I thought their roam clear was top-notch. Didn't work out well for them last round, though, has to be said. That's where Secret started to fall. The roamers from VP were doing a lot of work.
Bomb located by attackers.
Adrian favoring the shotgun and the pistol combination. That may be just for that very reason, to make himself a rotate to get into the building. I don't know. He has the shotgun nonetheless. Maybe that's going to be their way of doing the soft destruction. Oh, June. Great little peek. I mean, he's thrown that out. He knows that somebody's probably upstairs with that hole specifically for this reason. Places the Habana pellets, baits them in, swings, gets the kill. Smart play from June.
Really good job. Nice and self-sufficient as well. He didn't really take too much from the rest of his team to get that job done, and it's already taken down Pasha. There is still a force out there on the roam, though, that does need to be dealt with. Joystick, just gonna get wall banged. Hello, Savage. Bit of info there, I'm sure. Just as the goo mine activates as well in his pocket, and he has the ability to throw another, he is taken down. Further clear of this top floor is going to likely call it as clear. Shepard, though, does have a chance, but Doom, he's all over it. Nothing happening here for VP, and they're really giving themselves up one at a time right now.
Yeah, no trades. No trades at all from VP. The roamers were just situated so far apart from one another. You had one player in towards tellers, one player top floor, another player in towards piano. Not the tightest of roams that we've ever seen. I think Seeker have been able to take advantage of that, and it just seems to be a similar story to what the first round was, and VP in the mud. Secret up in the air, flying high. Just a matter of time before they can get themselves into the bomb site, get that diffuser down, and it'll be all she wrote.
It should be that straightforward, but sometimes you get the feeling it might not just be that easy.
Got that feeling?
Dan has a nice angle here, and he's going to stop people from flooding through. There needs to be a distraction. There needs to be something. But Grubby, he's just going to put his face in the way and really give himself up there. 18 seconds left. Now we're seeing a bit of a rotation come out. Doom, he's trying to get himself into a position, but Dan isn't done there. Finds one more before being taken out eventually by Virtue. The plant still needing to go down now, as the death mark is going to be activated on Always. So he's going to know exactly where the Deimos is, but only the Deimos, as the plant will be confirmed. A difficult position to find himself in here. Secret, know roughly where he's going to be coming from and get a glimpse to confirm it right there. He's going to be getting bared down on now as Secret. Not looking to try and play this too aggressively, but June will give himself away. Having said that, he would have been much better off just tucking himself in. We can now see a player making that rotation upstairs, trying to create a little bit of hurt. and leaving Virtue very briefly in a 1 versus 1, which he of course wins because he is firing today.
Oh my. He's looking good. Virtue, especially on the support role. It's not very often you really see the supports pop off. Usually you'd expect, you know, some of the BDS fellas would have one, or Kendry the odd time would have a big pop-off day. But certainly Virtue, you know, new team. You know, it feels really strange. Anyone else feel weird that this guy isn't on G2? Anyway, he's the longest standing member on that side. He's been there since, what, 2020, I believe? We're now in 2024 and he's in new colors. It's going to get some getting used to. And obviously his now transition into... I mean, it is.
It's still a primarily dark jersey.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not talking about the color of the jersey. Like, what are you doing, you nerd? What are you doing?
It's not like he's gone from red to blue.
But Virtue's transitioned to straight hard support on this side. He wasn't the hard support on G2. He was more of that kind of flex support. He is getting the diffuser down. That's the role he's playing. And it's obviously going to be a new experience for him. Don't forget, this guy, back in the Fnatic days, before he was in G2, was an Ashe main. He was an entry. But as we know, every entry player eventually does transition to Thermite. Kendry was the same. Leon Gibbs was the same. They all start off as Ashe mains, but eventually Thermite will find you.
I just think it depends on what economy we're in. If we're in an entry economy, we need entry players. If we're in a support main economy, we need support players. People just join teams and play whatever they get told. Because you look at what Secret did with Adrian. They brought him in and had him on the Thermite.
Yeah, they had him on the Monty as well.
Yeah, had him on the Monty. He's not a Monty or Thermite player. He should be an entry or a flex. And it's like the same's happening here. It's like to get onto Secret, you've got to do your 6 months on the Therm. And then they'll take another look at your position and you maybe get a promotion.
I think it's a good role for Virtue. I think it is. I think it's doing well. Some quite well now. You know, he's got a lot of experience, obviously more than some of the Secret players would have, as we know. And I think that leadership, you're going to put the leader on hard support. Let's be real. Come on. We are. But I mean, obviously Savage does primarily the IGLing for this side, but I'm sure Virtue will probably have a bit of shotgun here and there.
And it's going to be, you know, it's shot calling that you're going to listen to, isn't it? It's whether he's an official shot caller or not, you're going to pay attention, you know, just through that sheer wealth of experience. You'd be daft not to really take that in. That's one of the things that you're picking up as well as a talented gunner. You are picking up all of that experience as well. 2-2 as we sit then. Secret still looking to try and find an edge here on the attack, and Virtus Pro still looking to find an edge on their defenses. Neither one streaking away right now. We've seen good roams. We've seen roams that have been very quickly dealt with. It's been pretty 50-50, to be honest with you. It very much depends on how this opening engagement goes. VP, they've not shown a great deal of wanting to try and trade things off right now. They are playing quite solo. At least that's the way the previous couple of rounds have gone. You look at June's positioning right now. He's in a great spot to try and cut off players if they do try and make a rotation. He also has the opportunity to put himself upstairs a little bit as well.
Okay. Probably just going to waste an air jab as he threw it right into a nade. No bueno, but we move. There is still one player above that we can see anyway, starting to crawl their way in towards meeting. Probably needs to be ready for that, but for Secret, it looks to be their primary plan is going to be in towards the B bomb site. So the players in Piano you would expect will be fairly safe for now, but speaking of the player in sight, will get pinched now as Savage and co start to aggress and Grubby will nail that player upstairs. And oh, Pasha, look where you are, locked out. That door being barricaded does him no favors. Shepard below is able to deny the plant for the meantime, but still enough in the bank for Secret to pick it up and go for that defuse once more. Doom will pick it up and be that man going for the plant. Is the cover good enough? But down in the middle of the site. Diffuser planted now into the post plant is where we head. A 2v3. Pasha and Shepard have to retake. 3 players still up for Secret. But is there info? It doesn't look as though there is. Shepard checking his back. Doesn't know where to look. There's going to be a player above. Pasha wins his engagement against Doom, but the diffuser still in the midst of these Secret players. Adrian all by himself as his teammate is moved into the upstairs position. He's up against it, being pressure from both sides. Pistol comes in. Gonna try and go for the swing. A couple of shots here and there. Virtue with a cover above, and he knows exactly where the last player is going to come from. All they have to do is hold on it. Maybe time is going to be the biggest enemy of Pasha. He's able to get the tougher kill onto the player above, but not enough to eliminate Adrian. And Even Adrian's thinking, how am I the one that's alive? How have I survived?
I don't think Adrian could have played that any better if he'd have tried. Positioning was fantastic. Maybe could have reloaded the primary in hindsight, but you're not to know in the moment. You know that player's going to push through that door at the least opportune moment for you. Did a fantastic job there. Virtue again on that rotation, just sensing that things could have been going a little bit too far south. Just going, you know what? I'm just going to put myself a difficult shot away. Pasha somehow hits it. Credit where credit's due. But again, it just wasn't going to be enough. That opening pick for Savage really unlocked the round, and there was an explosion of frags immediately after. I think had Pasha even got the kill on True Adrian, it would have been touch and go as to whether there was enough time left, depending on if he knows exactly where the diffuser is planted or not. But Secret, another good round, another good execute. Showing some real willingness to get this plant down and play that post. That seems to be their win condition at the moment on the attack. More than happy to open things up, get a couple of picks, and then immediately get that diffuser down.
Yeah, plant oriented again. The desk really done their work, didn't they? They've really called this game in terms of what was going to happen. You know, VP, multi-ban, immediately. Secret, plant orientated. That has been the name of the game.
It's almost like it's the job, you know?
It is. Yeah, it's great to see them working for a change, isn't it?
I think the desk always does a good job, to be fair. Very difficult to always get it right, but they've certainly done a number on this one. You know what Fresh is like, though? He'll have been in Twister's DMs. He'll have been saying, right, give me some info.
Yeah, would have been all in there, finding out the gossip. Look, I think for Secret, I think it's still a good half. I think 3 attacks on Consulate, great job. For VP, I think they need this one. I think they need to get that even split 4-2 then. VP, you know, they don't have a Monty either to rely on, for example, as well. It could be difficult. So Secret, certainly doing a great job at getting these rounds onto the board, but VP, again, their own game. I just want to see them play a little bit more compact, a little bit more together. You know, you mentioned it as well for Secret. They've also been very loose. You know, Secret haven't been in positions where they're all together. It's usually been Jim over here, Virtue over there by themselves. You just want to see VP work together and go for these 2v1 engagements.
It's the last round of the attack for Secret right now. They do have a chance to take the lead here a little bit further. Get that 4-2 split. There's going to be a death mark active on always right now. Doom going to be trying to work that angle from below. Flash comes in, but we know it's a Warden. Could this EMP disable the glasses? Are they going to look to try and get a bit of a hop in? We do see the repel immediately go, and Virtue just going to bait out the utility for the time being. The advantage of starting this earlier rather than later is that you can do that. You can just jump yourself out as soon as the Toxic Babe goes, but 50 seconds left and 2 Toxic Babes in pocket. Something else is going to be required here. And it could be the skeleton key from below. The EMP goes out yet again. The smoke lands, and this time it's Grubby. He's going to hop himself out.
Completely fine.
There's another smoke canister here, and they're going to start running out of time if they're not careful, Demo.
I think they're okay. I think 30 seconds left. 1 smoke to go through. Grubby, and again, has more than enough HP to tank. Some of it does land. Grubby will go, and there's the final smoke burned out. Secret, they have used this time so well. They know that's VP's win condition, is trying to play with the smoke, trying to play with the Goyos. Now all it takes is just the last swing in. Hopefully this will be the last one, but what a dash! Look at that from Shepard. He says, Soda, I don't need the smoke because I have a shotgun. And that'll be all she wrote. Has to be. Never mind. Shepard has been eliminated by Adrian. Virtue trying to stick the plant, but no, from below the holes that were open downstairs. What has happened? Secret, it looks so good and then oh so bad.
It was great from Secret. They did a really good job of baiting out that utility. The time, it was a bit touch and go, but it worked. And then all of a sudden, Shepard is allowed to cross. Grubby in that situation, you can't fault him. He's got to get in and he's got to start getting that plant down as soon as possible. And he has to rely on the cover coming in from the window. And I can't remember who it was in the window. I think it might have been Virtue. Just seemed a little bit too far back, too far up on that window, and they weren't really holding the angle. VP showing a real keen eye for detail there and knowing that if we just push in at the right moment, we're going to be able to get this done. It got a little bit scrappy.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. 5 seconds left.
See it there, just coming in. Virtue trying to get it done there as he had let the cover slip. But it wasn't going to be. VP a little bit too loose there. They were able to get themselves downstairs as well and take advantage of that vert. And look at that. 3-3 half here for both of these teams. Doing a really good job of keeping things close, and we've got a nice competitive game right now.
Attackers are moving.
I'm still stunned at that last round. My word. I mean, this is why we do it. Love the game. This is it. This is Siege. Anywho,
do you want another interesting stat?
Oh,
it's hardly it's not an interesting stat. I'm not even going to say it.
Okay, so you've just lied to me. That's fine.
Yeah. What do you think about the old IQ coming in here? We've got Dan. Does favour that IQ quite often. You're going to be trying to find out some of those electronics, but of course with the Valkyrie band, you kind of draw into question the IQ pickup somewhat.
I think IQ more than anything is a comfort operator more than anything. I think players like the gun specifically. That's probably a big reason why. Because like you mentioned, there ain't going to be a lot of value that you're really going to get with the scanner per se, but obviously brings in nades as well, which can always be helpful. And like I said, if Dan preferences the commando, then you know let him have it. Let him have the commando if he wants to go for that. It is certainly something that happens a lot with players where they will just get themselves into an operator that they feel as though they can do a lot of damage on. But at the moment for VP, things are certainly slow on their end. They've only just gotten themselves in towards that top floor. And they're now starting to rip open the floor. Only got 1 kill for their troubles, but also have lost 1 as well. I wonder how Secret are going to defend this, because looking at their lineup, it's not as though they have like a whole kind of denial pipeline that they're ready for. They have 1 C4 and that's it. A lot of the operators that they've brought in are more for, you know, the util on site. You look at the castle, you look at the Melusi. Those operators don't have C4s. Only the bandit who gets that. So for VP, I think that bodes well for them. As long as they can bait out just the 1 C4, I don't think planting is going to be too difficult for them.
It shouldn't be. The thing that's going to cause VP problems is likely going to be the clock. 40 seconds is all that is left. And I'm going to say all, because if you look at the positioning of these players right now, it isn't looking too promising. This is shaping up to be a 3-man drop through a hatch.
Bottom floor attack.
It's going to be announced there as players start to flood on down into servers. Now there's a chance to get this plant down, but everyone has to win the gunfights. Fortunately for VP, that's exactly what they've done. Shepard, he's able to get that diffuser planted, likely without fuss, as his teammate will fall in the meantime. Joystick, but he's already done the hard work. Now it's all about just holding on, and holding on they will. Shepard and Dan clean up, and the hatch drop works. It pays off.
Yeah, great play from VP. Great decision making. Let's just try and hit the bottom floor. We don't have to worry about getting C4'd from below. They probably looked at it as we have no control towards the, you know, the kind of mid floor. You know, we have nothing in towards piano or lounge or anything like that. All of it has to be, you know, kind of forced in towards that basement side, because they were able to open up, you know, the hatches, being able to get themselves in towards the single wall, the exterior breach, the secret wall. I think great decision making from VP. For Secret, were they expecting that? Maybe not. Didn't look as though they were. It's just one of those. I think Secret were more geared up, hoping that, hey, they're going to take the bait, they're going to try and go in. We've got bulletproofs on site. We still have players in towards mid floor. You know, we'll be able to retake that mid floor site, but no, wasn't the case for them that round.
Good adaptation there from Virtus Pro, and especially to see that opportunity and take it. It didn't have very many fail safes though. If a couple of those gunfights go the other way, Shepard's got no cover to get that plant down, and the round crumbles. And Secret will be aware of that, so I don't think they'll feel too hard done to, or like they messed up too badly. This time though, they've gone for a lot more denial. Virtue switched off the Melusi. He's going to be on the smoke instead. We've got 2 C4s being brought as well. So it does feel as though the a little bit more cognizant of that potential push and that potential plant. But something that VP do incredibly well is they almost bore you to move. Because they can be very slow on these attacking rounds, you do just get the feeling that sometimes defenders just get itchy feet and they just want to try and make something happen.
Doom and the Solus. That'll be again hit with another little change coming in, of course, tomorrow. Big patch day tomorrow. But for the meantime, Solus still working as is at the moment, being able to scan all of that utility with ease. A little bit more difficult whenever the patch comes in. And for VP, it's about information, really. That's what they're kind of after. They're looking to see where the weak points are. Being able to use the operators like the Deimos, the Grim, the Capitao, just to kind of blitz into those positions. That is what it's all about for them. For Secret, it's all about trying to almost form the layers where you're trying to hold in towards admin, then you fall back, you then hold the big long corridor. That doesn't work, then you just try and hold on the site. That's the game plan here for Secret. Burn away that utility as best as you can, and more importantly, the time.
We're doing a good job of that. Time is continuing to tick as it always does. Halfway through the round now and all 10 players still alive. Doom, seeing if he can gather any info on that Solace. He knows there's going to be players inside of admin. He just doesn't necessarily know where. Maybe looking to feed that information across. Of course, if he knows where they are, then we've got a good idea of where they aren't at the same time. Doom is going to go good on some of that info and be able to take Dan out of the equation. That's the IQ gone, so his only direct counter really is the Solace has been taken out, and he can now tuck himself in such a powerful position in behind that vending machine. And if it isn't droned, it can be devastating.
If it's drones, that is the issue right now for VP. They only have 3 of them left. Most of them were eliminated by said player in behind the vending machine. Pasha able to find Savage, who took a walk downstairs, it looked like. Trying to flank Pasha as he now makes his way in towards the corridor. Solus now going to be scanned, naded out, everything being tossed towards him. Great clear out from VP, but now the clock becomes their enemy. 20 seconds to go. They've got control of the corridor, and now Secret just have to hold on to the site, and they have the means to do so. They have the smoke clogging things up. We see the dash come in, but always with the LMG. Able to give the cover. VP looking to be successful here on round number 8, and always lets it sing. Secret falling at the final hurdle almost. It looked as though it was going to be there for them. They played the time to a T, but it still wasn't enough.
That LMG is like a red button. You say don't press it, and what do people do? They just put the head in front of it. Don't peek the LMG. Peek. Don't peek the LMG. Same angle. Peek. Don't peek the LMG. Peeks. Always really doing a great job of landing his shots there. I don't think it's too much surprise to see a tactical timeout called.
Yeah.
There were some fundamental problems there from Secret. It's very difficult when VP are on the attack and any team is on the defense to say that the defensive team have wasted the time, because VP spend so much, and I'm not going to say waste, VP spend so much time on their attacks that it's almost sometimes difficult to say that the defenders really did anything for that, because they do it every single time. They do it nearly every single round that they attack. And the way that they dealt with the Solace was fantastic. He commented there was no drones, and they look down the, you look down the list of what they've got. Right, what's the most ideal thing? A drone. It's the quickest and easiest. What's the next thing? Probably a Deimos. Bang, hit with the Deimos, stuns, nades, everything. Put him in a position where he's got to swing or he's going to die from the nade anyway. This was always, don't peek the LMG, I just died from that angle. Oh, okay, peeks the LMG. Next kill. And, well, yeah, kind of got to peek the LMG because I'm 1 versus 3, but same rules apply. Big round from always.
Secret, obviously a little bit rattled, calling the timeout. A great time to do so. You've lost those 2 rounds. I mean, even, the round prior to them switching over to the defense. Their final attacking round, again, probably should have thought we should have won that. A lot of rounds just not being able to be capitalized here by Secret today. That's what's costing them. VP VP are just hanging in there, aren't they? A lot of the rounds they haven't looked too confident either, but it's Jurassic Park. Life finds a way, VP find a way.
It's just coming down to mistakes at the end of the day, isn't it? VP are making fewer mistakes right now, and they're conversely winning more gunfights. We haven't really highlighted anyone apart from Virtue and talked about kills. Virtue obviously had a standout first couple of rounds and continued to do relatively well, but Savage 2 and 7, Adrian 5 and 4, Grubby 3 and 7.
Yeah,
these are just gunfights that aren't being won.
I mean, even Jim's negative, like 6 and 7. It's not great, is it?
Not ideal at all.
Oh, look at this from Dan. This is sneaky. Silencer on the shotgun. Also, what makes a difference? You're still going to hear the shot. Up he comes. He's going to blast anyone who could be playing close on the other side of that wall, and obviously looking to get in towards the connector. One thing I do like about VP is that they're bringing in the Blitz. Mentioned before, Blitz is great at taking control of top floor. Just get yourself straight in towards the connector. That is the ideal position that you want to be in. There's a Banshee, though. Which will help Adrian here just to give that advantage in the engagement. If it goes off, somebody's going to be up right on him. Look at this. Be careful if somebody's over the flank, but no! He bottles the shot, Virtue. I mean, he just blatantly eats the shot right to the body, but still ends up winning the engagement. My oh my, I mean, Dan's gonna be just absolutely fuming that he's not died.
Shouldn't have had the silencer on. Should have let the full power rip through. I don't think it would have made a difference at that sort of range.
No, not anymore.
Virtue did a good job there. That's something that you need to go in your favor, really. You need maybe a little bit of luck at this point just to keep you in it. A couple of shots going to get sent in onto Shepard there as well. There's not a lot that a Blitz can do about a player above. There is no roof to that shield. It is just a little tiny shield. I say tiny, smaller than Monty's, but not a great deal you can do if someone's going to be pressuring you from Vert. So a rotation is going to be required, and this is going to further eat into this time. 35 seconds is all that remains right now. It's going to be a bit of a hop in. A little bit of smoke to cover, drone to go in and to gather that information. Those Banshees even, they're going to do their part right now as they will slow down this push ever so slightly. That could be all that Secret need to hold on.
Oh my word, joystick threads the needle. Shepard is in, going for the plant. Is nobody home for Secret? Is nobody there? Not another blunder from Secret, it can't be. Savage just drop it. Is it too little too late? Up against the Blitz. You're Warden. You have goggles. You are immune, Savage. Pasha eliminates him as he's running blind through the site. Always now in the 1v2. He's above. He should have a clear line of sight onto the diffuser, but maybe not. He should do. The floor's been opened up above him. Doom has missed his C4. Will it be a retake from above while one player tries to stick it? It could be. Has he got eyes on this? I don't know. Always has to make a move. Grubby knows where he is. Surely not always. Can he see it? No.
What a calamity of a round.
Get me
What
have
we just seen? Anything that could have gone wrong went wrong for both sides. You can see the look on the players' faces. Even they know that that was just an absolute cluster.
It's a bad round. Bleach. I need bleach. Get my eyes bleached.
I think it all starts with that kill onto Dan, doesn't it? Virtue sets the tone. He gets the kill onto Dan, point blank shotgun, and lives on 10 HP. And then from there on out, it's just small little things that are happening, like Shepard being allowed to slip into sight. This was where it all started. I mean, how is that not a kill? I'd be screaming, how is that not a kill? That shot from Joystick as well, an incredible shot.
I mean, Savage,
he had the beams, he had a horrible angle. Savage blundered, I'll give you that. And then this was just heartbreaking.
Attacker's objective is
I'm sure it could have gone to different Vert though. They knew where the plant
was any open for him. I don't think there was. I think that was it.
Because when the C4 went up, I was like, why have you done this? Why have you given him a hole? You've given him a line of sight.
That was what he was swinging from, was the C4 hole. There wasn't actually, you know, one on top of the diffuser. All he could see was a foot. That was it. I don't know where we go. I don't know where we go now. My head's out the window. Basement time.
He needs to get it back in the game.
Trying to.
Round 10. Important round.
Honestly, Troy Bolton's going for my head. Got to get my head in the game.
Stay clear.
Well, the wall's going to get open without a hitch. Shepard making very quick work of that, getting that done in the first 50 or so seconds.
No
There's going to be little yokai available this time. And it's a shame for VP because it's one of the few rounds where Dan hasn't actually played the IQ.
I mean, this is always camera. Always hacked the Echo Cam.
Oh, he's hacked it. I see.
Oh,
I'm still getting used to the new UI, I'll be honest with you.
He's found the Legion. And Legion has no idea that there's an Echo Cam giving out just plain as day information. He doesn't even know that he doesn't know that it's always has hacked the camera. He has no idea. Oh, Grubby. Into the meat mincer he goes. Virtue, though, able to get the trade with a C4. So it's not all bad, but look at Savage upstairs. 5 HP to his name. He got into an engagement. Very lucky to be alive right now. But VP, the time again. Where is the 2 minutes gone? Where has it gone? What has happened in these 2 minutes? An Echo Cam's been hacked and that's it?
They must be having so much fun because time is flying. Pasha gonna find himself yet another right now. There's a kill over onto Virtue. He's been one of the star players so far in this fixture. Dan sees to it that Savage is also sent to the cameras. It's death by 1,000 cuts, really, isn't it? We've not seen much focus on the site. We saw the wall get open, but that's about it. And now the plant's starting to go down. Shepard in position to get that down, always with the cover, and Pasha from above. Didn't even leave the room that he started it all in. VP, map point.
It just feels so secret the wheels have come off. I mean, that was just a lifeless round, it felt like. Very solo again. Nobody there trading each other. I mean, Virtue got a C4 trade, but is that, you know, the trade that we want to see where, you know, players are together with each other? Obviously, Grubby, unfortunate to walk into the Echo Cam that was hacked. And he got absolutely ripped apart. Even, you know, Savage upstairs on a solo roam by himself. Didn't have any impact. Savage is obviously having a really bad game. He was 3 and 9 as it stands, Ollie. He's really been struggling against VP. Just feels like maybe a secret if they gave up.
I'm not sure if they've given up, but they just seem to be really struggling to stay present in this fixture. There's small things that are happening that you just sort of looking at it and going, that probably shouldn't be going down that way. They weren't successful defending here either.
You don't think gunfights, VP have just been on top of it for a lot of the rounds?
Well, I mean, there's only one player that's positive on the side of Secret, and it's Virtue. So, yeah, absolutely. I think Pasha's had a fantastic game. Joystick's hit a few nice shots. I don't know that he's been, like, standout. I would definitely give it to Pasha so far. Can't see the KD at the moment. It is hidden. And unfortunately, I can't keep track of all 10 players, but there it is, Pasha. 11-7 right now. Always 12-4 as well, so it's actually always, really. I think he's maybe had a couple of multi-kills, and that's what's giving him that little bit of an edge. And you can hear the LMG raining down again this round. This was the LMG round from a couple ago.
And goes the Deimos. Good pick to get. Obviously, that was an issue for them. The last time they were up there, it was able to just ping out, you know, that Solus who'd gone missing. Destroyed all the drones, still had a way of finding them, though. So 4v5 is how it stands for VP. They've lost that opening pick. I mean, just looking at the way that even Savage on the Solus now, and the way that he's been playing, he's looking to get aggressive at who feels like Savage just wants to try and get some kills, and Jum has went for a swing. It's paid off because he got his one before being traded back, and look, hey, he's a Goyo. He's already placed his utility. It's fine as long as he gets that kill. It just muds VP even more so because that's a great operator to eliminate the Grim. Utility gone. Again, for VP, things are going from bad to worse, and really all the operators, probably bar, you know, the IQ, you would want to stay alive. So any more picks that they suffer, it's not going to be great for them. The LMG, once again, raining on through, but for VP, not a lot to really play off. I would say that VP, the way that they have attacked today has been very minimalistic. They haven't looked to gain control of like the entire map, just small parts of it.
They're just doing a really good job of bullying small spaces, aren't they? But not in this round, at least not at the moment. They are down by a man, but that by no means paints the picture as to how this round should or could end. Dan, he's got a nice angle there onto long desk. Shepard gonna come and join him now as well, and a lot relies on Secret right now, and little peaks like that are gonna cost them because eventually some of those shots are gonna start landing. Let's see if Flores drone is gonna get sent in, but it will be shot out despite the efforts from the Capitao to keep that safe. Toxic Babes can now come in to try and stem the flow of these attackers, and they should be able to cut out the remainder of the round here. 30 seconds left, and one Toxic Babe canister in pocket. The second one there getting used quite early, but a bit of a rotation into this behind the vending machine spot. Can Adrian bait? Well, he can also get a kill over onto Shepard. That furthers Secret's advantage here. 10 seconds left, and we see Dan downed on Spiral. It's all down to Always. He was the big man, big player in the previous round, but not this time.
Yeah, much better from Secret. I mean, obviously the opening pick helps them a lot, gives them a little bit more of a confidence boost. You know, June, again, sees that opening pick. He thinks, right, maybe I can add on to this, gets his kill, and then 3 players left against 4. Losing the Grim, yeah, really difficult for VP to see a win coming out of that, but still have the chance to secure all of the points. Still on that match point. Secret of the team battling back, seeing if they can take it into OT. But what's the site going to be? This is the tricky part now for Secret. Where do they go? Do they go basement again? There's no way they go basement again. Oh, well, it is basement, but it's the split bomb site.
Kind of right. It's the split, isn't it? This, to be fair, this was the round that kind of defined VP's start on the attack, because it was the round that 3 of them dropped the hatch inside of Tellers, inside of Visas, and basically won the round through sheer gunfights, which has been the theme of the game so far. Although it's a close map at 6-5, gunfights have definitely been favoring VP right now, and they were able to brute force their way onto the site and cover Shepard while that plant was going down. So you'd maybe argue that that isn't something that's too repeatable, and Secret are going to feel like they've got a bit of a chance at this site.
See a setup from Secret. Again, that roam game kind of extending kind of vertically and horizontally. You've got the presence upstairs towards the top floor, and then also in towards lounge, in towards piano, for example, as well. They're just making sure that everything's going to be covered. They're trying to make VP work for this as much as they can. So a great deal off the map will be in control of Secret. It's up to VP to see how they want to deal with that, but knowing VP the way that they have attacked for all of these rounds, they will just pick probably 1/4 of the map and then go from there. So they'll send some players above, then they'll look to rotate in towards the mid floor, kind of their half, the Visa half, and then in towards that basement, coming in through that secret wall. That is how VP like to attack.
Let's see if that's how they approach it. They have the ram, so they're going to be looking at some sort of vert. This top floor is seeming quite clear at the moment from the drone that we've got. Pasha is going to continue to just drone on a little bit. Virtue will be a bit deeper though. Just on the transition between CEO and meeting. If he's unaccounted for, could be very dangerous right now. Although saying that, he's getting wall bang there from bathroom. The hop in was good. The camera has been hacked. If anyone's on it, they might be able to call out that Savage is also on the flank here and coming up to assist Virtue. Dan, he's going to kick things off with the kill over onto June, but Savage has been successful for a brief time.
Why are we sweating?
Alleviating some of that pressure, but Dan is going to take him out from the skylight.
Savage does so well to win that against Joystick, who was in a bit of a tricky position, you know, an area that they didn't really know if he's there or not there, and then Savage just swings skylight and just gives the man advantage right back in favor of VP. Virtue upstairs fighting for his life, wins that against Pasha. There has been a down as well in the bomb site. Always is bleeding out. Shepard though was snuck in by himself. to get that diffuser down, and it's only down to Shepard as Grubby has picked up 2 kills. Shepard, where does he want to go? It looks as though he's just gonna lock down Secret, back up against the wall. There's no way out. As soon as they know that he's there, there's only one place that he can swing from. See the cardiac scanner, trying to spot him out. It looked as though they missed, though. Do they know where he's planted? Maybe is that the issue? They should spot it now. There's a player right beside it. 12 seconds to go.
Have eyes on the diffuser.
Virtue has to try and cover. They should know where he is. Grubby will begin the defuse. Shepard, Ronin, refiring, misses his shots, and we're going to overtime.
Another round that you just look at and go, what in the world has happened right now? We had it in round number 8. We've got it here again as we send ourselves into an overtime. I honestly couldn't tell. I could not tell which way that round was going. Usually you get a good idea. You can see, yeah, this is locked in. Yeah, this is sewn up. No. For Shepard to blunder at the final hurdle, for Virtue not to be able to hit his shots, and Grubby's just on the diffuser going, please, this is for my spot on the team. If I get this diffuse, it's going to be all good. They need me here.
Look, I'm 25 years of age, relatively young, especially compared to yourself, for example.
Rude.
Do I have to worry about high blood pressure at 25? Do I?
No, but you have to worry about going grey. Early grey is apparently a bit of a thing at the minute.
It's chat. I'm going grey. I've seen it last night. I'm just disappointed in myself. I'm disappointed in my jeans.
No, but you go Silver Fox at that point.
No, we can't do it.
Why not? So it's like Paul Hollywood, Silver Fox style. Silver Surfer.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
It's a sad
the
day.
bomb.
Sad day to go grey, but look, I'm going more grey. Oh, I think Siege is the reason, by the way. Has to be. It's the only stressful thing in my life.
We head into an overtime now, and VP are going to stay on the attack, so they get to continue what momentum they did have. And Team Secret, they get to continue what momentum they had as well as they stay on the defense. An Amaru Blitz and a Ying combination here, so we might be looking at something, I'm not going to say quick, but once it starts, it might be fairly concise. And could be, well, it's almost certainly going to be fairly direct.
I think it's fun. That's probably what you'd like to call it. A fun lineup.
It's a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah. But, like you said, can just be... It's go big or go home, isn't it? That's what Rush is. Either works or it doesn't. You know, there's no in between. Either looks incredible and we're sitting here singing your praises, or we're sitting there thinking, yeah, what are you guys doing?
Something that neither team has taken advantage of is the fact that Ying's available.
I mean, we've seen Ying in the early start of the game, but look, Warden is up, which I think is probably the reason why. I mean, Warden's a perfect counter.
Yeah, but it's Savage on the Warden. He doesn't realize he's got goggles.
That's true. That's very true.
Quick hop in there. Look at that for aggression. How does he lose that? Grubby saves the life of his teammate Doom, taking down that blitz. Savage, he's not done there. He's activated his goggles this time. He's found the right button. A hop in from Pasha is going to shut Grubby down, but that early exchange goes firmly in the favor of Secret. They were very, very good at getting that job done there. Dan is going to find one on Virtue as a response, but Savage gives himself up for free. Turns his back there to the yellow stairs. And as quick as he was there, he has gone. Adrian trying to see if he can salvage something. He's got the shot. He's going to hop himself over the top rope and take Pasha down.
What is going on? 2v2 or 1v2. Doom has got a kill with a shotgun from above, and Dan also has a shotgun. All of these operators have a shotgun and SMG, by the way. Every single one of them. But who's better? Who's the better combination? And what is Dan going for here? 30 seconds, makes himself a rotate, plants, jumps for the rotate. See if he can bait a kill onto the vertical holes. This is a blind spot, keep in mind. But they'll know where he is. Doom can give out that information. He's gonna stick it. Dan, gonna be there, and oh, barely gets out of there. And now Dan in the post plant in the 1v2, but both players are gonna be full HP. This is difficult. Needs to hit the headshots. Oh my word, Doom just drops into the open space. Dan, there's no way. You're not allowed to win that! But he does! My oh my! What is this game? What on earth is this? Look, the Aussies were on earlier, Ollie, and I was watching some of their games. They were manic. I think we're giving them a run for their money.
It's not far off, is it? It's one of the crazier games of Siege that I can remember watching for a long time. Dan in the clutch. Played it to perfection.
Why is it always us, by the way, that gets these games?
I think you just feel it more because you live in it.
It's always me. Why always me?
This was the play that I was like, oh my goodness. How the heck has he lost that? And then all of a sudden you see that and you just think, yeah, well, that's how, isn't it? Like, VP are just getting lucky today. And it all comes down to this final shot.
How does he win this? He should never win that. 2
headshots, to be fair to him. He's done a great job. Doom really jumped the gun there. Such an early drop, especially considering they obviously had no information.
I mean, you have to give credit to Dan, though. He was really smart the way he played that. Made himself a rotate. Knowing that you plant in the position that really you're not going to get kills from. Bit of a blind spot. You then have to get out of there. You're not just going to run across an open bomb site. You will die. So it makes himself to rotate right beside him to get out in towards finish. You have to give credit to Dan. Big brain play. Phenomenal work from him. Keeps his team in it now. And they lead once again, 7-6.
Could be the defining play for the game as well. We'll have to see. It's been a long time since Secret have been on the attack, and equally a long time since VP have been on the defense. Secret, they like to play things fairly quickly sometimes. We've seen them have very clear and concise roam games. Then on the flip side, we've seen them really struggle. The trades were really not happening in the first half of the game. It's gotten a little bit better as the fixtures moved on. But ultimately, we're going to be looking at this first engagement quite keenly to judge the pace of this round number 14. Deimos getting sent out there. It's going to be out on the track. Dan will be the target on that mute, but strange to target a mute because he knows where all his jammers are, so he can just run into one.
Savage. Creeping around. In towards yellow. You would expect that somebody will be inside a connector waiting for him. Should be aware of that, and well, the drone that was going to scout it out does get shot. As we can see from the outline, somebody is in there, flashbang. Gonna go out, and Savage challenging against the Warden again, and what's going on here? Adrian finally gets the kill on the joystick. Secret. The old smash and grab again has worked out for them. They went for the 3-2-1. They've all jumped in windows. They've all won engagements, and VP in the 2 versus 4. Smoke canisters to try and give Shepard a bit breathing space now. Dan is going to be Deimos scanned again. They know exactly where he is, but look at this, Ollie. Secret, they've got their kills and they've slowed the pace right on down to their level and where they want it to be.
A brilliant call as well, especially with how much time's left. This is what they're really able to do now and work this clock. These engagements that we've been seeing when VP have been attacking have been happening in the final 20-30 seconds. Now you look at it and you think, well, one Toxic Babe canister left. Dan is going to find Doom on that rotate, trying to backstab. That's likely what Secret were waiting for there, to get him into position to then cause a little bit more chaos. And they're going to have to wait for a different trigger. Toxic Babe canister does go in. A hop out is successful. Virtue juggling the diffuser over to Grubby this time. But a rotation downstairs. Dan, is he going to be able to find the Vert? Has he got the time to make the run over? All questions that we'll find the answer to. Shepard left on a 1 versus 3 on the site right now. But honestly, Dan could single-handedly win this. A down comes in, the shotgun at close range. It isn't successful. Grubby, he finds one onto Shepard. The diffuser, though, is cold. And Virtue has no choice but to get the plant down. Is there any information here for Dan to work with? There's a yellow ping. He's going to disregard the body on the floor. Instead, finishes him off on the way through. He's got an important engagement to win now. The stun goes out, but Virtue flashes himself. There's live ping information right now. And the shots are found. Dan, how's he managed to get it through round that reinforcement? A fantastic pick. Fully deserved of the glory moment here. He's played fantastically all night long. VP, they take the win over on Consulate.
What a game. What a map of Consulate we've just witnessed. Incredible, incredible. Look, it wasn't the cleanest and picturesque map of Consulate you ever see. It was scrappy. There's moments where it was awful. Let's not be two ways about it. But what the entertainment factor though, right at the very top. What a game. I've thoroughly enjoyed that one. Look, VP, you mentioned before, they're the team that made fewer mistakes. That's what it boils down to. Both teams had a lot of mistakes. They just made less of them. Secret choking a 2v4. Like, that should not be happening. Secret really have let a lot of rounds slip today. I feel as though there were so many times this game where it just looked as though, yeah, they're set up really nicely. They're in good positions. They've played the kind of first half, the first opening really well. And it boils down to that final minute and everything goes out the window.
Yeah, well, VP are fantastic under the clock, and we know that is one of their strengths and one of the reasons why they can continue to play the way that they do. Not only did they make fewer mistakes, I feel like they also had big clutch plays, and they had more of them as well. There were players that stood out there to me. You look at players like Dan, you look at players like Always, real big highlight moments. And Secret, on the flip side, they had some of those moments, but overall, just a little bit quieter. We're going to send this one over to our desk, and they're going to break it down.
Well, this game was anything but quiet, and definitely our casters were not. Enjoyed listening to it. Also enjoyed watching it, because the entire time we're thinking, God damn, this is really damn close.
It really was, and it was one of the most enjoyable consulates I think I've ever watched. Like Demo said, I don't think it was spectacularly good from a strategic aspect, but from a pure entertainment aspect of every single round coming so goddamn close, it was incredible. Now, this roster is not their first time on Virtus Pro's side. The core of this roster has been involved in an entertaining consulate. Way back when at the Mexico Major in 2021, I want to say it was.
Yep.
Team Empire, which was this roster, played out one of the most incredible consulates ever with BDS in that semi-final.
Yep.
These guys know how to put a spectacle on this map. And even here you see in a Bravo stealing an Echo Cam and using it to kill a Legion. It had absolutely everything. But the tail of the tape for me, the big story, the big underlying factor is that whoever had basically the nous to win the late round, to hold that composure, to win it in the final seconds, was the team that was going to come out on top, and that was Virtus Pro.
I mean, if you want to play the composure game, the experience game, the nerves game, you're not going to want to do it against Virtus Pro. These guys have some of the biggest amount of experience in the EU League, if not the biggest. They've been together for so long. The amount of times where they brought back rounds that they should never have won. And on the other side, Secret as well. It was such a crazy, crazy match where, for many reasons, they had these huge individual moments. Look on VP's side. Dan, 14-6. Always 14-8. 13-11. They had these crazy moments. Also on the other side. But yet you still see, in terms of domination, it still felt like VP was more in control of the game. In general, I think strategically they were winning. And the reason for this is something that I found very surprising is Secret tried to play the Virtus Pro game. They played discipline, step by step, not the chaotic playstyle I saw them having. It's great that they show that they're able to play it. Is it really the way you want to play against Virtus Pro? I'm not sure, because you're trying to beat them at their own game, and they've been doing it for 5 years. So maybe trying to be more chaotic and bring more cheesy operators would have worked better. But in general, Virtus Pro, stellar with the experience. Even with their lost rounds, they brought it back every single time. It was a crazy moment, crazy match.
We should be sat here talking about Secret winning this 8-6. The 2 rounds in overtime that VP got it done literally in the post plants was phenomenal.
It absolutely was. And if you're just watching the first half, you're like, okay, 3-3, we're going to have a good time. But then things started to slip away, and then they slipped back in. And then when we went to overtime, there was a lot of back and forth. And I think all of our hearts were suffering because of that,
yeah, definitely. I think in the end, it's exactly what you said. It was all about nerves at that moment. I think there was a tipping point. In that round, what I see here is probably one of the biggest tipping points. Is that moment where he misses the shot, that toe shot on the diffuser on round 9. And there is a second one here where he's actually missing here because of the desk. 2 rounds they should have won. In post-plant, you argue they should be winning this. And again, crazy moment. Sends the whole magazine into the desk and they lose it. Every single time you think they could not get away with it. And every single time, here this time on Virtus Pro's side, 1v2 from Dan. Double kill after post-plant. Once again here, this was a 2v4. And again, they somehow bring it back with a 1v2 and then the 1v1 won from Virtus Pro. Crazy nerves, crazy discipline, crazy moment from crazy players. a lot of experience on this side that really showed why they won this.
Absolutely the case, and what a game that we had to enjoy. Thank you very much for breaking things down here, Alfama. But we're here to ask some questions, and as relevant as they get, we have Joystick joining us. Joystick, how have you been? Congrats on the win. How you feeling?
I'm feeling not good because I'm playing individually bad, but anyway, we won, so it was a crazy game, crazy comebacks from them, crazy rounds. I don't know, like, we can end this a lot earlier, but sometimes, you know, luck not on your side, so sometimes it is. In this game it was like both ways, so it was a crazy game.
Do you think it was luck, Joystick, or do you think it was that your team maybe has a little bit more composure in the late rounds? Because, you know, I suppose your style of Siege is quite well known. You're used to playing those late rounds and those clutch moments.
Yeah, sometimes, like right now there's like a more chaotic meta in my opinion, and sometimes you just need to use these like specific operators to just use the 1, 2, 3 push meta. I don't know, like it's really crazy working right now. Some people playing like Blitz, Yink and some stuff, and they just like rush every round and it works. I don't know how, but you actually wait them, you know that they will push and they actually push every time and it works. I don't know how, but like it's crazy.
So speaking about the Blitz that you just spoke about, you banned that last week, and obviously Wolves played the Montaigne against you. You banned the Montaigne today. Are you guys just not a fan of shields whatsoever?
Yeah, we are not a fan of shields like at all. We try to play it like as well as in last game and at Clubhouse. I try to play Monty and it works for us sometimes, but like Wolves are abusing it so much. I'm like, it's not aggressive to Wolves. They just this operator, in our opinion, is so OP. Like you can't do anything to him like in close distance because he pushed you. He have a lot of info. Like he's like the door that have every info on your operators when he is pushing on side. So like for us it's so hard to play versus this operator, and we want to ban Blitz because we think that Wolves is more aggressive team. They likes to push on side in early timings, and we didn't ban Monty as we're doing on like some maps on Club, and it was our mistake. They just won so many rounds because of it.
Now, Joystick, something that both our wonderful analysts were mentioning is that today it seemed like Team Secret played very strategic. They played the Virtus Pro game, which is slow and low and keep it going that way. Do you think that's what helped you today? And in the future, should that change against a different opponent, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to flex around it? Because a big criticism from everybody going around is that Virtus Pro don't seem to be a very flexible team and strategy.
Actually, for me, like sometimes on scrims, everyone running around, like every single person. But on official games, they like struggling to do it, and they go back on site on more earlier than on scrims, for example. So maybe it was the way. Maybe they have the strategy that they need to go back earlier. But for my opinion, yeah, we expected from them like more aggressive plays than it was today. So I don't know what happened. Maybe it was their plan, but maybe they know that we are a slow team and we will redrone everything. We have low timings and stuff. I don't know actually, but I think it helps us because we know that they are everyone on site. When you hear the like guns, for example, Legion shooting from the basement, you understand that they are not roaming, so you can go on the map easily.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Virtus Pro adapts and reacts to different teams in the future. But Joystick, thank you very much for joining us today on the interview. Congratulations again on the victory. VP with 2 points at the end of their game versus Team Secret. Jack, that was a hell of a game. I think we're going to need a moment to rest up.
Yeah, we just need to cool them nerves down.
And I think there is no better way to cool things off than to debut, as we like to say, a brand new segment in our show. It's basically a halftime piece, but it's the last week with a Fluke and Fresh. That'll be right after this break.
Welcome to Manchester. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys? SSG sent home.
Scars came so close. Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Is our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
From the bees, it goes in, shotgun in hands. Oh my god! Oh my god! And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stuck behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just going to keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solis, the fate of the intel. Breeday, holding up for the blood.
If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go!
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Night Haven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that kill Yahata. Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Hello everyone and welcome to the week of Siege with Fluke and Fresh. We're here to break down everything that's happened in EU Siege on the first play day of every single week. I am in a very warm room somewhere miscellaneous, whilst Fresh is enjoying the heat of Copenhagen. Aren't you, Fresh?
I can confirm, outside in Copenhagen it's raining, but in this studio it is very hot, Emmy.
I can tell for the many dabbings you've had to do, but we won't waste too much time. So the first thing we're going to do is actually talk about every single team. Now, I don't know anything about Siege. I just talk really fast. But Fresh is our expert. So he is going to go down and say one thing about every single team. The thing is, though, he didn't have time. He's too busy. So I've had to write in the things that he's going to say. Isn't that right?
That is exactly right. I am merely the messenger for these things, but we are going to recap every single team and how their first week in EUL went. And if we start with Wolves, they opened with 2 wins, putting them top of the board, and it truly is a demonstration of just how great they are, at giving the fans the false hope for when they inevitably make the major, but then get grouped again. Moving through to BDS, our EU finalists, they beat G2, but they got pushed to an overtime with Wild. Right. Are we sure that's Wild? And I believe Reddit when they say this. If BDS didn't win 7-2, then they are washed. Don't at me.
I can't believe you're saying all these things off the cuff. Like, you've changed.
I know, I might have changed. I definitely wrote all of these statements myself, Emmy. Speaking of Wild anyway, though, on the other side, Wild, whoa, you look decent, eh? Haven't seen a ragtag group of misfits glow up this much since I saw Suicide Squad.
Wow, they're really misfits. You say that?
Oh, no. Team Secret, anyway, they won their first game against Dents with Virtue showing up and topping, which surprisingly, I've seen a lot of the Reddit dreaming about this week. Oh, no. G2, 1 win, 1 loss. 1 against the team having as many ups and downs as whoever at G2 has to review their social media posts. Moving through anyway, ITB, they gave us our first demonstration of Lair last week on Pro Play, which taught us 2 things. They can play Lair, and Kendra can play the game without crutching a shield. He went violent last week.
He did. He had a very good game, actually. Very true. That's the truest thing you've said so far.
Thank you, Emmy. Virtus Pro struggled in their opening game, but we always thought they might win. They might win. A third of their map pool was swapped out this split. Obviously, Oregon was one of the 3 they could play last split, and that's gone. Oh, and then what about Ents? 1 round against Wild and 4 against Team Secret leaves us thinking about the French roster struggling, but thankfully they have one saving grace. People seem to be madder at Fnatic for some reason, so they're getting a free pass.
For now?
For now. And then let's talk about Fnatic. Losses against G2, losses against ITB, leaving Fnatic for hoping for, well, literally anything. Somebody please help them out. I might even have to get the keyboard and mouse out just to help these guys out.
And there you have it. All of that was straight from the heart from Fresh. He is 100% backing every single thing. Now, actually, Fresh, talking on, we're going to roll to an idea of yours, and it's how back is EU Siege? In the build-up to the major, we're looking forward. If you were to put it on a percentage scale, Fresh, how back are we?
Oh, if I was to put it on a percentage, I would say about 40%. Emmy, I think EU is back, but we're slowly bubbling away. We know, of course, that we've got the best team in the world right now. We've got BDS playing for EU. They'll go over to Montreal, presumably, and they'll do really well. But where's the rest of EU Siege at? So my challenge is I want that are we back meter to be at 100% because I want the other teams to step up and give us a real faith that we can do well going into Montreal and going into SI.
Now, one last test, and this is going to be one that you can actually play along with, you stat nerds at home. Is it a simple game of higher or lower? Do you think their SiegeGG stat and rating was higher or lower than the person I have mentioned before? We're going to start with Asa, who had a 0.99. Now, do you think Creed's was higher or lower?
Oh, I'm going to get crucified if I get this wrong. I think Creed's was lower.
You are right. Creed's is lower. He hit himself at a 0.87 or a 0.82 even. From Creed's to Sunny Island, Packbull.
Packbull was higher. Packbull had a really, really good second game.
That's right. That one was a little bit easier, but they get harder as they go on. And from Sunny Island to somewhere in Europe, Deepak.
What was Packbull's rating?
Oh, 1.03.
I'm going to go Deepak is higher. And the reason I'm going to say this is he was farming exit frags in both of the games. Like, impactless frags, but he was farming them.
Well, the Dutch, unfortunate disappointment, 0.94 for Deepak. A great performance, but unfortunately not quite there. And finally, from a 0.94, where do you think Likefek is?
I think Likefek is lower. And the reason that I think this is because I know that Shaiko's having a great stage, and I want to say Brede. There's two players on BDS that are having unreal stages, which means when they're having unreal stages, the rest are a bit lower. So I'm going to go lower on that one.
You're wrong. 0.95, though. Couldn't have been closer. How many do you will get at home? To be honest, I don't really care. We're running to our time limit anyway. Thank you, Fresh. So that's goodbye from me and from Fresh.
Goodbye.
Five seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders have a
Who does not like a bit of Boss G action to kick it off, especially there on Lair? What a segment that we have had, Fresh. I didn't know that you had such harsh statements to say about some teams and some players. Honestly, you surprised me. It's like you weren't even yourself in that segment.
I was merely just the vehicle to deliver Emmy's messages.
I don't believe that, and I think Emmy will 100% back me up in saying that those were incredibly Fresh's words on his own with no other filter whatsoever. Speaking of no filters, Alfama is with us today, of course. We'll have a chat of our next two teams. G2 take on ENCE, and we'll start off with ENCE. First up, easy for ENCE. Well, it has not been easy, actually, at all in this case. Right, Jack?
No, it hasn't. And I think, one of the statements that was in that halftime show was absolutely correct. ENCE are actually not taking as much heat as they should be right now because Fnatic are simply being worse. ENCE have not started the league very well at all. And I think for me, it comes down to 2 or 3 things, predominantly on their attacks, that are failing. And I think the first thing is realistically, they are quite slow. They are quite readable. And they're not creating any kind of phantom pressure. Every team they're going up against seems to know, other than I think maybe the very first round that we saw of ENCE in this entire competition, they know exactly what ENCE are going to do. And when that happens, if you give teams time to set up against you, it doesn't matter if you make the best mini play in the world. If they're ready for it, they're going to punish you. And I think we've seen that with ENCE.
The difference in playstyle shows a lack of stability, I think, for me. Because the first playdate, they were not that predictable, actually. They had Knock running around, they were lurking around, they were trying cheesy plays. And then playday 2, they changed everything and were much more traditional. Problem is, both of them didn't work. And it seems that even when they had a 6-man roster and a different vision for the team, they seem to have more cohesion, which is crazy. They've added more stability. They've brought LMs, someone that's widely experienced, that has reached the tops with many different teams. They have now stuck to a 5-man roster. They should be more complete and they should have better chemistry. But weirdly enough, whenever they go slow and methodical, they're way too slow and way too predictable. And I just don't understand what is not functioning anymore. They're just, it doesn't seem to click. That's it.
You're comparing that stability between stage 1 and 2, but is there anything else we can compare between those two stages?
Yeah, I think if you look at the stats from Skies, for example, I think he was one of the most important in-game leader in EU last stage. And then you look at him right now, the difference is crazy. It's almost divided by 2. On almost every stat, he went from 3rd best in Europe to 2nd worst. Now, let's be real here. It's only 2 playdays, and I'm not doing this to say that Skies is anywhere near as wrong as he was, as good as he was in last stage. I don't think he's a bad player in any case. I don't think he got worse. I just think that the team is working less together. He had such an important role before. He was the voice of the team and he could play around it. I don't think it's necessarily the case anymore. At least it doesn't seem to click the way it did before and it just doesn't suit him anymore.
From what I understand, Naqo is the IGL of the team now as well, so it might be that Skies is in a bit of an identity crisis and maybe lost himself a little bit as to what his role is in the team, because we know him as this kind of star IGL that can do everything within the team. And then he's taken off that role, and now we're seeing a player that looks a bit devoid of confidence.
And Naqo now is really down bad in terms of stat as well. So, effectively, you've dropped 2 players that were strong before, and now they're really struggling.
There's a lot to say about ENCE and attempting their recovery on playday number 3. G2, though, is on the other side of this matchup. And, of course, they've had their own massive changes with Loira and Blaz on the squad. Jack, how are they fared in week 1?
Yeah, and I think G2 have kind of fared about as expected. I think you would have expected them to dispatch Fnatic. They did that with ease, and then struggle against BDS, which they did. They were competitive, but ultimately lost the game. And I think G2 are still finding their feet. I think looking at this screen for me tells a big picture. The 2 new guys, 75 EPS and 82 EPS. That's obviously expected player score, and 100 is what the bench line is. So they're both performing below what an expected player in the league is, yet the 3 remaining players are doing well. We've seen Alamau move towards the front line, so he's kind of IGLing and playing quite an aggressive entry in most situations, and I think he's benefited from that. But I think I'm still in the process of really figuring out where G2 are at the minute.
And I think they're doing the same thing. I think they're still looking for that identity themselves. I think they're playing in a way Alimau wants, and he's playing around it really well, and that's why he's fragging really well. But the 2 other players, the newer ones, are still struggling with that. And I think overall, you can see there is a theme, a pattern of being aggressive, of looking for these frags because they know that their strength. The problem is, in the end, against a team like BDS, for example, that can both play the frag style and at the same time the slow and methodical siege, it just won't work. You need to be able to change pacing and to change play style. And right now, they only know how to play in one way.
G2 seems to sit in this niche that's like below the top teams because they can't just outfrag them, they have to be strategically better, but above the bottom teams because they can just outfrag them and don't need to be strategically better. So I think that's the improvement we're looking from G2.
If anything, that team cohesion seems to be on the up and up, at least between Loira and Alamau, as both team have taken up residence together, going to the gym together, doing daily activities together, just hanging out with the bros as it is, and that's something that will help out as you've experienced it yourself in the past, Alfama, in your competitive experience. However, we have our map bans ready. There's a lot of them. There's actually 8 that'll take us to our pick. We'll go to Skyscraper. G2 had banned out Cafe Jack.
No, just before going to the decider there, I think what's really funny is the way the maps are playing here. ENCE is banning the 3 best G2 maps here. In Bank, Consulate, Chalet, no big problem here, and then they're banning Lair. Maybe they're not feeling ready for it. Maybe they're just struggling already on traditional maps. Maybe they're not comfortable going on the new one. Okay, fine. Now you look at G2. The first 3 bans are fine. Night, Club, Border, some of their worst map. But it's at the end here. They had a choice between Cafe and Sky. And for some reason, they went to ban Cafe. And that I still don't understand. Because Cafe, they have an 8-map with string on it. They're amazing on it. And I wouldn't say that ENCE are particularly good on it. And then Sky on the opposite end. Last time they played it, they lost to Fear X at the Manchester Major.
Whoa.
It's not a map that they play very often. And again, we're seeing a perma ban here because ENCE has not played Sky in a long time. They banned it 20 times in 2024. Another perma ban that is out of the hat and again being played.
That's probably the reason, is that Skyscraper is ENCE's permaban, and therefore G2 will go for that. One thing I will say about G2, they're going to start attack. Old G2 on this map, on Skyscraper, love to abuse the power operators that allow a fast playstyle. So Yings, Dokkaebi, Grims, Shields, anything like that. They would always play 2-3 of those operators every single round to initiate entry into the building. So I would expect them to do the same again today.
We'll see if ENCE has done their homework against G2 and prepared something to pull out that hat and get ready for our game. Speaking of which, our players are ready, and so are our casters. It's a G2 game, and Demos casting, and XR Troika is by his side. I can't wait to see this one.
Josh, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be taking this game, as been taking all the other games here tonight. Demo, we've got G2, one of your absolute all-time favorites right now, coming up against ENCE. G2 didn't get off to the blinding start that G2 fans are used to seeing, or at least hoping to see, but obviously they have made a couple of roster changes, so that is to be expected. ENCE, they made their share of changes as well, but really did underperform, and as the desk said, maybe only didn't get as much heat as they deserved because of Fnatic's performance as well. So a bit of a point to prove tonight, it feels like, for maybe both these sides. Demo.
Yeah, look, both these teams, it's a kind of season for both of them. We're obviously G2. It's what can we do, guys? Because it's not been very good as of recency. For ENCE, still a very young team, very new team. You know, you've got a player there like Alems, who we know is a very long veteran player of the game. He's been here since year one. It's all about how would they improve from where they were last stage. And I think, obviously looking at last stage, they have a lot to improve on. We know that. And I think for ENCE, it's just them going in here and seeing if they can make a name for themselves. But, as we know, they haven't really done that as of yet. They've played 2 games, and they've lost 2 games.
Yeah, not the best start at all, and you're expecting a little bit more, but again, ENCE were the new kids on the block last stage, and you know it took them a while to really warm up into things, and you can only imagine that that's going to be the same, if not similar, again. Obviously, they've brought Alems onto the sides. They have brought a little bit of that experience and some of that sort of longevity that Alems had over on BDS. That's going to get brought across, and they're going to get a little bit more used to things. But going up against a Titan like G2, it is never going to be straightforward. Skyscraper is the map. G2 starting off on the attack, ENCE starting off on the defense here. Not the easiest map to be playing here, but these are, of course, best of ones, and teams are going to be fighting to get onto maps that they prefer.
Yeah, but look, I think G2 will be happy enough to go onto the attack. The desk mentioned before, G2 have always historically liked this map. They've always wanted to play here. ENCE, not so much. You can understand why G2 have wanted to go for it. Doesn't suit ENCE, suits G2 right down to a T. And as much as what the changes that have obviously happened to G2, where you've got Loira and Blaz in, look, you've still got a core. You've still got 3 very, very experienced players who have all, you know, had very historic careers. We know that. So you always have to give G2 that credit. You know, it's still going to be the same team, but just different faces. Which, it has to be said, is kind of the issue with G2 at the moment, Ollie. Quite a revolving door team as it stands.
Absolutely. It's, you know, there's no better way of putting it. Made a lot of changes. Still trying to find that winning formula. Uno. He's going to be able to take out Alems there. Alems really getting caught out of position there inside of Geisha. Knew that wall was getting open. Maybe didn't anticipate that Uno was going to be hanging around just outside of the breach. That's a nice early pick here for G2.
Well, Azox has gotten into the position that Alems was hoping to get in towards, and that is just tucked in behind the box inside of Geisha. Got a few ADSs as well to try and help him out. As though he's maybe being pinged though, and now he will be Deimos, and this is where the utility from G2 is going to be really terrifying to play against. And look at that from Blaz downstairs, using the revolver, shredding through the floor. Takes a bit of damage, but he doesn't know where exactly he's getting shot from. Up the main stairs is where Lawyer is trying to push, but will be stopped just by that little bit of barbed wire. And now the Legion, who is trying to, I think, hold on to... Well, the staircase is going to be forced back now, and obviously has to be very careful because, as we know, it's all about that Deimos below, Ollie. This is where Deimos is going to have so much fun, and a bomb site that has a lot of soft, destructible flooring.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can be going at here on Skyscraper. Lyra going to find a kill over onto Rykos there, and Naku caught out on the drone. Stun coming around the corner, and a Doki in a Ferrari there on a peak. Blink and you miss him. Good round from G2. Dominated start through finish. Picked up a very good opening kill and then finished strong. A convincing round one. And we know that attacks aren't always the easiest to come by over on Skyscraper. And it's going to have to really sharpen things up a little bit.
Boy, oh boy, what a way to kick things off for G2. Really great round. Using the utility extremely well. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Open up the wall in towards Geisha. You know, that creates that kind of beachhead for them. If anyone's inside of Geisha, you're going to get rooted out. As simple as that, using the Deimos. And once you get control of Geisha, we know how difficult it is for the defenders then to really fight back. Geisha opens up a lot of sight angles into both sides, long corridor, everything you get from Geisha. If the attackers are in there, there's no real position that you can rotate in towards. You're kind of stuck in wherever you are. And like I mentioned before, again, if you're stuck inside a T, if you're stuck inside a karaoke, if you're pinged, the Deimos, again, will just go downstairs and rip you apart from below. I think it's a really good strategy.
The Deimos not being brought this time, but essentially not required. We are going to be moving sites. There's still value for a Deimos to be found here, just through the sheer destructibility of Skyscraper. Over into Office and Exhibition. Going to be a slightly different approach required. That outside wall is going to be a real key fighting point. The drone going in, discovering that there is, in fact, a player behind the bar, as is the norm. Just trying to time that Selma right. The call comes in as well. The synergy is here. With that breach getting opened and a kill being found through it, Skies, he's going to fall, and, well, Lyra is going to waste no time, immediately gets himself in. He's got a live ping information. He knows exactly where he's going, and he's opened the round right up.
However, Blaz has tried to kind of jump in under the cover of the chaos that Laura had made, but he himself gets found out. What a swing from Naku. Eliminates Stokey, gets caught on the goo mine. I don't think the goo mine mattered, but Uno one taps the Lems, it feels like, and a double for Uno. My oh my, what a quick round for G2 again, but it was clinical, Ollie. Just Lyra, season opening, goes for it, and Uno cleans up shop.
It's not an easy style of Siege to play, the style that G2 like, where they are very opportunistic. They see those gaps and they take them. But clearly being given that flexibility to say, yeah, we trust your decision-making, Lyra. If you see that gap, go and take it. I wish we could see the old chat there. Got Blaz chuckling. Doki was typing something.
A lot of people have really wanted the old chat, especially from NA anyway. They've been wanting to see the chat, but...
Release the logs.
Maybe another time. Maybe another time.
It's one of those things that maybe we... maybe they get declassified after so many years.
Yeah, after like a 2-year breach, it comes to an end.
2 years, gets declassified. Tactical timeout being taken here for Ents.
Very early this, isn't it? Usually the third round, whenever
that's crazy.
They're just getting stumped. But after round 2, after getting stumped for the past 2, I mean, it's extremely early, but probably realizing that, hang on a minute, we are on Skyscraper defense. And we're a team which has not been good at attacking. Don't forget that Ents are probably worried about their attacks going into this playday because last week just was not good enough.
Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it? Naku had his moment. He picked himself free, but it never felt like it was going to be anywhere near enough. pick up 3 kills after you've only lost one body, and you know, all of a sudden it's game on.
The thing with G2 is I'm really happy to see them playing that style of siege, because that's the style of siege that we know works for them. That's what suits them down to a T. And whenever
at this point, who are we saying is them? By them, we're literally saying Alamau and Doki.
No. Here's the thing. I think they realize what style of player they wanted to bring in. I think Loira, in many cases, is the style of player that they wanted. Another Brazilian to play that style of siege. Blaz himself's a rat. I just think a good player to get in because he's a rat. And I mean, it is a case of you don't want to play against Blaz, so you take him in case somebody else takes him. Could have been, you know, a case of that. But I think the Loira pickup, I think it's the style of player that they wanted. I think the scouting department's done really well. I don't know if they have a scout. They might. Is Alamau the scout? Probably. But I think that's the player that you need to get, is more the Brazilian flair, because it complements Alamau. Alamau, obviously, like you mentioned, is the one who we know to play that style of siege, and that's what's worked out so successful for them. You bring in another one who can do the same, it just adds another arrow to your quiver.
Loira is going to be below on the book right now. Going to be looking to remove that electrification on the geisha exterior wall. He's just taking his time about things at the minute. Doesn't want to get into anything too hasty. We've got Blaz going to be able to provide some nice cover as well. That wall can get opened. Not only opened, but watched as well. Loira's really giving Uno the full treatment there as that wall gets opened. Making sure that no one can come in and place a bandit battery down. There's a long line of sight open to the bottom of those black stairs. Loira could do a lot worse than just sit here for the foreseeable future until he finds something, because there is a player on that stair, and well, they've got the FO12s, they've got the shotgun, not the gun that you want to be taking that kind of a range of engagement with. You're gonna have to draw to the pistol if they want to try and challenge Loira on that angle.
And they're hunting for Alems right now. They know where he is, and he will start to take a bit of damage from the skeleton key. Also, he's going to be Grim, he's going to be B, he's going to be everything. Somehow gets out of it. Loira takes a bit of damage in return. Minute left, and G2 are really relying on finding the pick, but it's not going to work out for them. Alems is just running around the top floor. Finds Loira as that barbed wire again. Slows his approach, and Alems in a nice position, but looks away at the wrong time. Allows Blaz to get that kill. He gets engaged, though, from below as the flankers came in, but Enter picking up kills left, right, and center. A 2v4. Doki has to go up against this FO12, but the pistol isn't going to be enough. Thanks to Elamine before moving back. Sky's locked onto the head of Doki. And Alamau has a big old clutch he has to try and go for here. Starts things off with 1 kill, but 3 more to find. And under 20 seconds, it's going to be quite the ordeal for him.
15 seconds to
Let's see if the Grim canisters can spot something else. He's just going to run head first into the lines of sight from NAQ. And Ents respond with their first round. The timeout, Ollie, being successful.
Timeout's worked really well from there, hasn't it? I feel like they've just dug into some positions a little bit harder and made themselves more difficult to root out. G2 had taken the tools that they needed to try and do that. Had things like the Grim, had things like the book. They were able to remove flooring and make players uncomfortable, B players out and make them known and red pinged. A couple of unfortunate timings on these main stairs. Alems obviously finding success onto Loira, and then Alems himself falling. Both players just looking the wrong way at the wrong moment. You think those stairs are a narrow corridor, but when these players are so locked in or even aimed down sights, it can be very difficult to fully scan the stair, and you're always going to have to just give something up. Good round for Ends. The timeout was successful. Is it going to be good for 2? That's the question.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
Obviously going back to another site that they did lose. Over towards the office now, and the lineup from G2. Again, explosive, bringing in that Ying. You would expect that G2 will probably try and go direct like they did previously. But I suppose wherever that wall's going to be kind of reinforced up and bandited from the office perspective, you're going to have to put a lot of time and effort into kind of getting through the bandit charges, getting through the cave claws. Yes, you have the Maverick Baz, who know Ollie Maverick, and in this day and age, with the arc lineups, no, not today. No, thank you.
Yeah. No returns. Anyone that bought the Maverick, by the way. There's a no refunds accepted, I'm afraid. We aren't
Have you
Maverick
bought any
salesmen anymore.
esport bundles? Sorry, no can do. I think Elevate had one, Fnatic had one. No refunds.
But it doesn't matter if lineups are a thing. Headshots have always been a thing, and Blaz is going to fall to a headshot there. Azox finding that opening pick. G2 again, just on this back foot a little bit. Ents have really tightened things up, and they're not giving those opportunities away. They're not giving those small gaps for G2 to take advantage of. Loira.
Ooh.
We'll find one over onto Naku, though. That might have been a kill from below.
Below? Yeah, it is.
Proving a menace with that skeleton key, isn't he?
I mean, I think they're playing the verticality really well. The Buck just being a constant force. No Deimos this time, which would have been nice to try and spot out some of these players, because information may be the issue now for G2. But Ents with that deployable shield inside a Dragon just stops that approach for the meantime, and he is a Warden, so even if the Candelas are going to be used, it's going to be to no effect. They really have to try and get an Ace Charge sent in, and Ace Charge misses onto the shield, but instead the wall is going to be the target, and that means both of them are going to get shot off. Another one goes in. It will hit the shield this time, but it doesn't really matter as the kills have come in nonetheless, but it's going to be a big upside for Ents as they lead with a Mankang now, and the prone from Rykos able to dome off Doki. Who's the last players there? C4 ripped out. Such low HP as well will do the job on the Alamau. Ents 2 for 4.
Not bad from Ents at all. Really good positional play. And a bit of a utility blunder, I think it's fair to say, from the side of G2. Wouldn't entirely be surprised to see a timeout of their own come in very soon. It's a technical pause. I could sense that there was some sort of a pause, but I wasn't sure which one it was. I was trying to tee myself up beautifully there, but no, tech pause, no talking. There is a issue with one of the, well, I imagine an issue with one of the players. And get that nicely resolved. Goodness, who was that?
That was Uno's camera. He's in the void.
I thought it was Harry Potter. He looked like he was under the stairs.
Under the stairs.
I didn't realize they picked up Harry Potter as well.
Honestly. What is he doing? What's he singing? Mamma Mia?
Maybe.
Stay hydrated, everyone. Quick water break, everyone. Have a hydrate. Hydrate on me.
Have a water on me. Aren't you so generous?
Thank you.
Very generous indeed. Alems looks a little bit frustrated, doesn't he? Things are going pretty well for Ents right now.
Alems has always been very angry-faced, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He always has been like that. That's no surprise from Brian. He's always like this. Oh, a look at the camera there.
God, it's like he heard his name.
I'm scared. He knows what I'm talking about.
He said his name and he's like instant eye contact with the camera, like I'm watching.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
I think this is a lot better for Ents, isn't it? I think they've kind of adapted a little bit more to the way G2 are playing. G2 are just head first, kind of, aren't they? Just kind of charging at them.
Yeah.
And Ents are just trying to play a little bit more compact, a little bit more together. They're not trying to give picks away unless G2 are really forcing their hand against it. But I think just using the utility well. I think that shield was well placed. Actually see the lineup there as well. Ollie, look, we got a Nomad. There's a Grim. And that's all I could get. That's all I could see.
We've got to become like a detective. It's like reflection mastery. Like we can see a bit of reflection there in Alamau's window, but we can't really tell what's going on there.
It's like, did you ever see the guy? I think it was one of the boxing fights, and the guy was streaming it through the reflection of his glasses.
Oh goodness me, that's illegal. Illegal activities.
Crazy world.
I want to go back to Uno's cam. Because when Uno tabs out and it's just fully blacked out.
He's back.
He's back. He's back.
He is under the stairs, though.
He is under the stairs. We might have to start calling him Mr. Potter.
And it's very dark. Has he got no lights? Does he play in pitch black darkness? It looks like it.
Well, to be fair, Oscar was playing in pitch black earlier, and it was like 5 or 6 p.m. in the UK. It was like broad daylight outside, and his room's absolutely pitch. Man's got the blackout blinds pulled down. Ooh, is that a cat? Bit of paraphernalia in the background. Could be
some form of cat play.
Yeah, there's potential for a cat to be, walking along the sofa or something like that. We did a little award last time, the last stage, didn't we? We had the best camera. Leon was by far and away.
Yeah.
Are we going to expand like maybe spookiest camera?
Oh, well, you're just giving it to him then, aren't you?
I mean, it's you know, isn't it? Like, it doesn't look comfortable. Like, I would be uncomfortable in that environment.
Well,
like, I'd
you'd
feel
hit your
hemmed
head
in.
because you're too tall. You'd hit your head in the stairs. That's the issue you'd have.
I mean, you'd probably just lower your. Well, yeah, you maybe lower the chair, I guess.
Well,
but then
I thought you were going to say lower the
like,
stairs. And I was like, if you can lower the stairs in your house, you go for it. But it's not something I believe is very common. Lower the stairs. Have to do the high jump to get to the bedroom.
Not entirely sure what we are waiting for in this, but it's certainly a longer pause than usual. Typically, if it's just a audio thing or a player just needs to restart the game or reconnect to the lobby, it can be done relatively quickly, but things are
as though everyone's waiting, doesn't it?
right now. Yeah. We do apologize for it. I'm sure that everybody is working as quickly as possible to get it all resolved, but for the meanwhile, we are just left flapping our gums talking about who's got the coolest camera, who's got the scariest camera.
Let us know, everyone. Write into us. Send a letter. No one does letters these days. Handwrite a letter, everyone.
I actually received a handwritten letter the other day.
Really?
Yeah, it was very weird. And instead of like typing a letter out and printing it and then sending it back, I actually hand wrote one back as well. And I wrote it out like 3 times because my handwriting was really scruffy.
That school education's paid off. Well done.
It has. All those years at school, I knew where to put the address, my address, you know, on the different sides, all that sort of
very
stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
Make sure you did your capital letters as well.
Absolutely, full stops, capital letters. You know, exactly. There's no spell check. There's no. I was there with my phone.
How did you finish the letter?
Oh, that was always a big one, wasn't it?
I'm a best regards kind of fella. Or if I'm angry, regards. It depends to you, doesn't it? Best regards, it's I'm chill. If you receive a regards, that's he don't like you.
It's over, is it?
Yeah.
I think there's the difference between yours sincerely and yours faithfully, isn't there? I think faithfully is like is faithfully the friendly version, and then sincerely is the non-friendly. Not non-friendly, but like more formal version. Who knows? Anyway.
PSs as well. PS at the end.
Oh, a little PS.
Yeah.
A little PS. PS. Please do not write me a handwritten letter again. My hand hurts.
PS. Do not contact me ever again.
PS. My email address is. I'm gonna see if I can
a while,
get in.
A long rehost.
Yeah. Well, we saw that there were some players. Someone had the scoreboard open, and I could see that there was all the G2 players in the lobby, and there was 2 players from ENCE in the lobby.
Oh, Doki looks. Get into bed, son. You may as well recharge. Just wants to get this game underway. I think we all do.
Well, it's frustrating, isn't it? Breaks in the action are never good. You know, the tactical timeout, it's a very short amount of time, and the coach steps in to relay some key information or allow one of the players on the team to speak, and it's less of a discussion and more of just these are some very key points that we need to try and apply into the game over the next however many rounds. Technical pause, when you can't talk to your teammates, you've just got to sit there in silence. You know, you can really easily drift away or get out of the zone, and it's not like you can leave and just keep warming up in terrorist hunt. You're going a little bit cold in this time as well, so as we don't like watching it, players hate being in them as well.
Especially whenever I feel as though that game is only really starting to warm up a little bit, wasn't it? 2-2. You think, okay, game on, here we go. And now it's just slowed it right down. So it's just one of those. Look, technical pauses happen. Thankfully, they don't happen as often as what maybe we've had years gone by, Ollie. It's been a while since myself and you have dealt with a technical pause of this length. So it doesn't happen a lot, but whenever it does, it's not the most pleasant of times. But we're working on it.
It's frustrating as well because there's not loads that has really happened. We've seen 4 rounds. We've got a scoreline of 2-2. We've had 2 opening picks for G2. We've had 2 opening picks for ENCE. Round number 1 was very convincing for G2. And then round number 2, equally convincing. So there's been convincing wins for G2, and you know, it could have snowballed a little bit, I think, if ENCE hadn't taken that time out. They've used that now. They used it at the end of round number 2, and it worked well for them. It was good to generate 2 rounds on sites that they had already lost as well. So they've got that going for them, but you kind of worry for ENCE, and you almost feel a little bit bad for them because that momentum that they just gained, it's kind of like they're starting from scratch again now.
Are we in? I'm seeing like monitors change color. That usually bodes well. I don't know. Oh,
yay! We're back in the game. Maybe we've gone up a few percent on the we're back meter.
Oh, we'll have to ask Fresh. Are we back?
Fresh put us at a 40%. I thought it was quite measured. I also thought it was quite low.
I think that's, yeah, I would say probably higher than that.
He must be expecting steady growth.
Maybe.
10 seconds to insertion.
I think we've got good teams. Not just BDS, I think. Other teams there.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Right, where were we?
Well,
oh yeah, round 5. Here we go.
Now this is something that I love to see. Little cheeky spawn peek after a rehost. You're gonna catch people, you know, they're not in the zone necessarily. No one spawned over there, but the thought was there, Alems. I like it.
Well, we're dealing with a new site, of course, Ollie. Haven't seen this one as of yet. It's gonna be our kitchen site, of course. Wall being opened up. Flashbang as well going in as maybe a fast push from Uno could have been the option for him. Just wrap position from Raikos, prone behind that table. Means that he's going to actually be immune to the flashbangs. You just peek back and forth. All comes in. No mute jammer on board, of course, on the side of ENCE. That will cause some issues. They can't really deny those calls from coming in. Now he has to try and rotate back, and Alamau picks up another one. Alemzo trades back and forth, and a minute gone, Ollie. And there's been 2 deaths on each side. Make that 3 on the side of G2.
Raikos causing a bit of a nuisance there, and he's still got position in drum. Does have a couple of Kiba barriers to play around as well. He's got one behind him. It's taking a few points of damage, but he swings over onto Uno and probably regrets that one. He was safe where he was, and he could have continued to waste time and drones. Instead, gives himself up. 2-2, still half the round to go here. A lot of action has happened in the first 90 seconds. G2 now, they're not left clutching at straws, but they don't necessarily have as much info as they would like. Uno has a yellow ping to work with, but we can see that the player has since rotated off. Lems has got himself over onto the stairs, but Loira, he's going to single out NAQ and win his one, and very important engagement at this point in the plant. That's going to start to go down. Lems has to try and do something about this. Plant stopped for the time being. Uno doing his best to try and bait this out right now as Loira is just looking to reposition and get himself into a better spot to try and cover. And he can do just exactly that.
Really good reposition from Loira. Knows that Uno's in a great position to plant where it's kind of safe, where Alems has to leave cover and wide swing onto Uno. And then Loira has that great bit of cover behind the reinforced wall, just peeks onto the head holes. Really good position to be in. I like that from G2. They're taking their time. I think that's probably a credit to the way Uno has probably spoken to Loira in that element, seeing, okay, we have plenty of time. Just come to me. I can plant, you can cover. That's a teamwork that I think for a long time G2 are struggling with. Like, you go back last stage, even at Invitational. These were all areas that we sat there and questioned G2 about.
Bomb located by attackers.
3-2, chance for G2 to finish this this attacking half, excuse me, at an advantage right now, but it does feel like more than likely it is going to be a 3-3, especially with how close it has been up until this point. G2, by all accounts, have given themselves the best chance of winning the map overall, though. What's the saying, Demo? Couple of rounds, 2 rounds is good for a win on Skyscraper if you get those rounds on the attack. You don't always need so many, and especially with the way that we've seen Ents attacking last week. Certainly not one of the stronger teams on that attacking side. They have a 25% attacker win rate going into today, a 17% plant rate, and a 37% on the entry. So they're not looking like the strongest team out there in the league right now. And for G2, despite the changes they've made, it should be a game that they're coming away with 3 points out of.
That's a very long saying, Ollie. I've never heard that one before. That's a very long-winded saying. Surprised you remember it.
It's quite specific, isn't it?
It is very specific. But no, like you said, I think the more rounds that G2 can get here on the attack, it just bodes well for them. On the defense, we know that, and they have an opportunity to go 4-2 up here. Candelo's being sent in towards Terrace. Trades again come in, but it's G2. They're going to be on top of things. Alamau with 2 kills on the Ossa. Gets himself in now, can perhaps go for a plan. Only 1 C4 on board, and the Warden isn't in a great position to really go for it. Alamau, my goodness me, what a shot on the NAQ. This is where the pistol ain't going to be very effective up against some of these high rate of fire machine guns that you're facing down, and it's going to be a post plant that just seems so unwinnable right now, friends, as long as G2 can hold their crossfire, support one another. Alamau in the perfect position just to sit back, relax, but he's going to go aggro. He wants more kills. He's probably thinking, it could be an ace on the board here for him if I play my cards right. But no, ace denied for Alamau. Skies with a pistol after being supported by Azox. That window player is actually going to get stabbed somehow, and it knocks into a 1v2, but still too many players to find. G2, a 4-2 half. Haven't missed a beat since that very long pause, Ollie.
No, they came out the gate swinging, didn't they? Alamau had a really big round individually. Did die in front of his Ossa shield, though. Could have stayed alive. It could have been a little bit more convincing, but a round is a round, and who really cares how they get it? There was a very brief moment in time, though, when NAQ got a couple of kills, and you just start wondering, ooh, if G2 just pushed this one a little bit too far. Sometimes the best thing to do in those situations is almost just to stay still and do nothing. I remember an interview we did with Cameraman a long time ago, Demo. He said, sometimes I tell the boys to take their hands off the keyboard, because then they can't move, because we don't need them to move, we just need them to stay still and be ready to shoot. Sometimes you get the feeling that that would be a good thing to do, but G2 get the round done nonetheless. 4-2 on the attack here on Skyscraper, and it should be plain sailing from this point onwards. 3 rounds is all they need, Demo.
Looking good for them. And this is where we need to see an improvement from them. So they've had a week to really look at how they've been attacking, and they need to change it. Hence, we're very reminiscent of the very old Vitality roster, where they were the slowest thing. They were slower than a tortoise in cement. That's how slow they were. They really need to pick up the pace if they want to do well in this meta. This is a meta where it's fast and furious. Look at the way G2 have been playing. That's what we want to see. Ents
How many
need to do
tortoises
better.
have you ever seen in cement?
Ents.
I mean, poor tortoise, right? Like, what's the cement? Is it going off? Is it like quite wet? Like, what are we talking?
Yeah, wet cement, yeah. And that was on quicksand as well.
Oh goodness.
So you can
Was there
imagine.
some glue involved, maybe?
No, no glue. I think that would be overkill. They're not that slow. Come on. They're slow, but not that slow. Super glue. My word.
Ooh, I like this knock play. Lem's gonna get himself in and up those house stairs, but Alamau already taken Azox down. Lems thinks better of it and is gonna go for a slightly different approach right now. Bill could be removed. That is the calling power, the global utility that they bring. Oh, great shot from Skies. He was really ready for that one. Lower getting caught out on the peak, but Alamau devastating Ents right now with that Boss G. We saw a Lems on the nook. He went up house stairs, and as soon as that opening pick came in, he rotated down to try and find and try and chase down Alamau. And he's met the same fate.
Alamau can just relax now with that Boss G in hand.
Bomb located by
Sit back
attackers.
and hold the angles. I mean, this Ying is inside the site. Doki eliminates Skies. In comes the Ying, hunting for that player inside of gold. Will eliminate Blaz, and the second Alamau gets caught. Lacking. Now it's a 2v2, and Uno's HP isn't favorable for him. So really you're looking towards Doki to be the man of the minute. But don't forget, Naku has to try and get a plant down. Doesn't really know where he wants to go. Maybe they're going to play for kills here. Rykos was thinking about pushing down the corridor. Now we see the plant come in from Naku. The C4 was deployed in the default position. It's a wise move from Ents to rotate and maneuver away from where they would have been expected to plant, but a crossfire through the wall is going to be enough to eliminate Naku. Now Rykos in the 1 versus 2. Doki into the karaoke. Uno get himself into position where he can rotate towards T, but Doki! I said he was the player that you need to see step up, because Uno just didn't have enough HP to take these engagements. A great 2v2 played by the G2 boys. I mean, right now for G2, they're looking great.
What a round there. Great clutch. You look at it, and on the face of it, Alamau opened it up with those first couple of kills. Then when it goes down into the 2v2, Naku is one of the most dangerous players for picking up back-to-back kills. He did it in stage 1. He's doing it here today. There was rounds on the defense, and there were rounds that Ents weren't successful in, but he was picking up 3Ks. He's grabbed himself another double there, but it's just not enough. He's so explosive when he gets going, though, and you always feel like he's just on the edge of really making a difference in the round.
Attackers need to protect
That's the second multi-kill he's got, and the second time the Ents have still went on to lose that round. The clutch factor isn't there. It isn't deep enough, and there's a danger right now that G2 are going to run away with this one.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, they're looking poised and ready. I mean, we'll say Ents a lot quicker than what we previously from them last week, so that's, I suppose, a better sign from them.
Attackers are moving
Just
out
need
to
to see them convert those wins a little bit better, but right now the gun skill, I think, is shining through. I think, obviously, Alamau's having a great game so far, and oh dear. A C4 spawn kill onto the Grim. A heavy hit and operator out of the picture within the first 5 seconds. Goes from bad to worse right now for Ents. They have to fight back on this site where Grim is impeccable on. We know that.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's going to be difficult. This is going to be a real measure of just how good, or I suppose how bad Ents are.
A little bit of Ver going to get opened up here. Enable that thermite charge to go off without a hitch. Some good team play from Ents. This is a very important round with a scoreline of 5-2. The last thing you want is G2 sniffing that map point. For Ents, it's important that they're going to walk away, well, they try and walk away with full points out of their fixtures because of the start that they had last week. Points are going to be extremely valuable to them right now. Also on the flip side for G2, if you look at it and look at it over a longer timeline and you start thinking, well, if Ents are going to be one of the weaker teams this stage, we need to beat them very convincingly because things like round difference, things like tiebreakers, all that sort of stuff comes into it. You want to try and get your opponents put away as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Especially whenever G2, they still have a lot more games to go. I mean, obviously so do Ents, but just looking at G2's schedule, next play day up against VP, you know, old nemesis many a moons ago. Up against each other, and certainly they want to try and lay down the mark and just show VP just how good G2 can be. And it's looking good for them. A minute left. Ents have only just opened up the wall, but looks as though they're going to start clogging up towards that main breach, Ollie, and that's never going to be helpful to anyone if they have no other way of clearing things out. In comes the Warden, a C4 dispatched as well. Eliminates Alams. The Ying is off the table. Not as it would have made a difference. I mean, the Warden was there ready anyway. Lawyer with one on the Naku, and this is just crumbling at the seams now for Ents. G2 just need 2 more players to fall. It's one of those kind of rookie mistakes where everyone just clogs up together, and there's no other point that you're actually trying to exploit. You're not pushing in from Dragon. You're not pushing in from Terrace. Everything's coming from the one direction. And G2 could just sit back and just look one way. They're not pressured whatsoever.
There's not even been anybody on exhibition window. Flashbangs continue to be thrown at a Warden. Alamar eventually is taken out by exhibition window as Rykos finds 2. Look at what happens when you can change that line of attack. It was always going to be too little, too late, though. Bit of a 1-2 punch there from Alamau and Loira. Loira picks up 2 kills in that round as well. And Alamau had a great time on the Warden, really showcasing the operator and all that they are capable of. Glass is coming on at the right time, the smoke, the ying, the flashes, none of it really mattering. C4 being found as well through the breach. G2, map point.
Oh, they look good, but still don't let it kind of distract you the way the Ents have been pushing. Very one-dimensional, like you mentioned. It's traffic just going one way, and this is how traffic jams happen, guys. Don't manage the way you want the flow of traffic. It's, yeah, you're going to be in gridlock. So Ents, 4 rounds they have to pull out of thin air and pull them out in a row to get this OT, but just right now, the way G2 have been looking, I don't see it happening. It's not a case of if G2 win, it's just when they'll win for me.
10 seconds remaining.
That's it, isn't it? They only need 1 round right now. They only need to get lucky once. It really is just one of those situations with the way that they've been playing so far tonight. You look at it and you think, yeah, this one is pretty much said and done. Hence, they took the timeout very early. They took the timeout at the end of round number 2. They were able to get the 2 rounds after that. And went into that short, well, not a short, but that fairly lengthy technical pause, and it just seems to suck any life or momentum out of the fixture.
Just Ents just look very timid, don't they? Just who's going to be able to step up? I mean, Alams. You look at the lineup, you wouldn't say that, yeah, Alams is going to be the entry player, but here he is on the Nook and just immediately sent back out again. Blaz swinging, gets his kill. Still a Legion they have to deal with, but very wise maneuver there from Loira. They know that they've got their pick. They can just fall back. Blaz, another one for him. 2 kills in the round, and I mean, hence, where do you look? What do you do? Like, what can you do? G2 just on form right now, and this is the G2 that we really wanted to see. Well, maybe I just wanted to see them back playing well again, but I think for an organization that, look, at one point, we put all our eggs in one basket, and that basket was G2 to do well for EU. Obviously, now we have another egg. Few eggs. I'm selfing a few eggs. We have a few eggs, but turn out for G2, it's just looking very good for them. AQ, who's really been, for me, the only shining light right now for Ents.
Absolutely.
Oh, maybe not.
One of the players that is well, not anymore, but you can consistently rely on him to get a couple of kills. But it wasn't going to be enough inside of this fixture. Blaz and Loira to finish things off. G2, what a performance on Skyscraper. Getting the job done in a very concise manner there. A scoreline of 6-2.
7-2.
Brilliant display on their attacks, and well, Ents, they've not done anything to better that attacking win rate here tonight. It has got a little bit worse.
Yeah, I think Ents, you really hope that they were going to turn things around from where they were last week, but it just feels more or less the same. And this is now a big worry for Ents because that's their 3rd loss. They don't have a lot of games left. There isn't a lot of games left. They still have an off day as well, so they don't even play for one of those days. Time is running very short for Ents, and this is where I think they have to be worried and thinking, we just need to try and improve our performance. I think the top 4 kind of shenanigans has to be gone for now. They have to look towards the LCQs. That's the only way that you can see them making the major at this stage. I just think they're way too off the beaten track. They need to put in a lot of practice to reinvent themselves, because right now I'm confused with what they're trying to go for.
And it's crazy to say that there's not loads of games left, but at the end of today, we're going to be a 1/3 of the way through the whole stage. So every game really does matter. Ents definitely underperformed tonight, but G2, on the contrary, did very well. Let's see what our desk has to say.
Thank you very much, Exer, Troika, Ollie, and Demo. What a game it was, and quite a bit slower than we had in match number 2 of today, Alfama.
Yeah, steady siege. Much more, slower than expected, actually. Even from G2's side, one of the things I mentioned was how they were thriving on opportunity seeking and on being aggressive in the previous play days. Here, they had a very different win condition. Most of the rounds, they actually had a pretty decent understanding of, okay, I'm going to take this zone, I'm going to get this easy access or pathway to the bomb site. What I find most interesting here is this one was a fail, in my opinion. What was interesting in this one is they clear from vertical, they use the bug, they use the Deimos. That's a very different take on the ones previously, where they went for one floor and full roam clear. They were always looking for different ways to do things, and they were quite creative in the strategies. And you could say that it would work most of the time. Their attacking speed was very impressive, especially that Osa execute here, with Alemao here, finding an opportunity by direct take onto Geisha. So many different ways to attack the bomb sites, and they were always controlling the pace and the direction they were heading to. Very different from Ants.
I think I owe G2 a little bit of an apology, because I said the teams that they're better than, they can just rely on individual skill and they don't need to worry too much about strategy. But I thought G2 got their strategy, particularly on attack, on lock today. Like you said, we saw them having these slow, much more methodical attacks around about taking ground and then executing. And then we saw a couple of kind of direct Osa, Ying, clutch operator attacks as well, cheesy attacks, as people like to call them. And I thought that set the basis for what then ultimately was a very, very straightforward game to win. 4-2 attack half on Skyscraper. I'm not going to say it's unheard of, but it's impressive. And then going on to just defend the free defense from there was always going to be pretty straightforward, especially as Ents for a team that are really struggling on their attacks.
If you gentlemen would allow me to put my analyst and person who knows a bit about Rainbow Six hat on for just a second there, that attacking half from G2, I have to say there's a lot obviously on Alemao, not just calling but playing, but I have to give it to Doki and his flexibility on operator picks. He'll pick whatever is needed for the moment, but the Deimos obviously has stuck throughout 2024, and when he finds those picks, and he does often, it just opens up the entire map.
And even when it doesn't, that's quite interesting, because actually, yes, it's a 7-2, but you look at the opening engagements, they're kind of 50-50 in this matchup. It's the way G2 is able to convert rounds even when they lose the man advantage, just because they play better and they have a better understanding of what they're reaching for, and they do it all together with trades, with utility, and that's the biggest difference maker between Ents and them. Ents had a very predictable game plan again in attack. Every time, they knew where they were coming from. And I think that's the thing that I'm liking to see G2 playing, is Alemao's ability to find, again, creative ways to the bomb site. Never the same way, never the same path, and never expected.
We're starting to turn you, aren't we? We're starting to turn you into a little bit of a G2 fan.
Yeah, so the thing is, in the first two play days, I wasn't seeing that. They had a clarified game plan. Don't get me wrong; it worked very well against Fnatic, but it's just it had limits against BDS. In a scenario with Ents where they played super passive, in my opinion, too passive. They didn't control the pace. They give plenty of opportunities for G2 to try different things. Or we can go slow; we won't be missing time. Or we can go direct because they won't be aggressive. That's just giving too much respect.
Alpha, I would like you to go slow a bit here as we set up for our interview, because we're going to head to it. So it's great performance from G2. Can we see this continue on in the future?
100% if they can continue going that way, especially Alemao. If they can continue finding these ways to the bomb site. That also execution, once again, that's a triple kill from him. Even in defense here, look at this plays. These two kills are the most important here. Obviously, they were in a 5v3 already, but it's the kind of difference maker moments that we need from an in-game leader, not only in the strategies and the tactic that he's calling, but also in defense by being the anchor and being able to deny and execute single-handedly. I want to also praise Laura because he had a crazy game, but here for me, Alemao is the real winner and the difference maker with his calls.
Thank you, Alfama, for that. And of course, as you saw, we do have a victor. G2 Esports victorious. And joining us is Doki on the interview. Doki,
yes, it is.
What does it feel like to be one of the best Deimos players in the world?
I'm sorry, I wish I could have that title, but Shaiko whipped my ass last week. Credit where credit's due, I guess, right?
So, Doki, Ents today, I suppose just off the bat, what did you make of that? Because that, I'll be honest, for me, that seemed like a very easy day at the office for you guys.
I don't know, man. Like, why are they playing Sky? It's the same with Fnatic. Why are they playing Consulate? It's their permabans. I said to Romario before the game, we are going to play Skyscraper today. And he went, no, you're crazy. You're crazy, Doki-san. You're crazy. And we played Sky. I have no idea. Maybe you have an idea, but I thought it was their ban.
I have no idea. Why did you think he was going to play Sky?
Because I love Sky.
Ah, okay.
I just wanted to play it. Didn't think I was going to play it, of course not. But yeah, like, I mean, you know, like they're obviously struggling. Like we practice them a lot, and they're actually like they are very good. Like I think they're very good, and they just don't show that same skill they have in practice in the official games. Like I think understanding of Skyscraper maybe isn't so good. It's like one of our best maps, so yeah, I don't know, just comfortable. And like last week with BDS, right? I guess that was our big test. I'm not trying to say like, oh, we're so good, but like we just got rinsed by Shaiko and Usus. Like strategy-wise, the game was good. Like from both teams, like was just a hard game. Like I think we took it. We realized that. We said, guys, Blaz, Loira, like you had a rough game. They didn't. They had a very good game. So just go next, and we'll beat everyone else. No problem.
I was just going to come on to this actually, Doki, because I was going to say, where do you think your level is as a team? Because arguably you've now played the best team in the league at the minute in BDS. I don't think that's unfair to say. But then also the two teams that are struggling the most in Fnatic and ENCE as well. Yeah. Where do you think you stack up against, I suppose, that pack in the middle that are really pushing for the majors?
Yeah, I mean, I think our main rivals right now are like Wolves and like maybe ITB. Or VP even, but I think all those games are like still a league below BDS. So yeah, like you know, we're doing good. Anything can happen on game day, right? Like happened last week against BDS. but yeah, like we're just going game by game. Even if we won last week, I don't think it matters. Like we have 6 games still to play, right? So yeah, we gotta just keep winning the games.
Speaking of games, next week, of course, is our Super Week. You got more games to kind of deal with and prepare for. You got Virtus.pro also up on the chopping block. You mentioned them a second ago there. So how do you feel that week kind of going your way, and VP especially?
Yeah, I mean, hope the first game goes well, or that might be a bad week. Nah, we just like to play, so I think everyone's happy with like more games. So I guess going to put a little bit of pressure on us in terms of like practicing for different teams, because we'll practice for all 3 teams this week. So, but you know, like we are a veteran team at like majors and stuff. We do this for a living. We're used to it. So, yeah, not a problem.
That's the exact same answer that we got a bit ago. Also, you know, teams that get to make it to majors and play the exhausting schedule that is majors. Yeah. You know, they're kind of used to it. So this is a walk in the park in comparison. But Doki, thank you very much. And for the walk in the park game here in Skyscraper, 7-2 victorious against your opponents for today. So we're going to wrap this up here. It's always a pleasure to have you in here with us, and good luck on next week's competition.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day. See you later.
Oh boy, we still have one more game though, Fresh. Are you ready for it?
I am ready. I sense an upset. Milos.
That's definitely not what you said at the start of the day, especially for this one. But stick around when we get back. It's Fnatic versus Wolves.
Welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day.
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in. Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon. Never. And what's with the fish? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware?
JV92. This is semifinal Saturday.
Loskin out can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map was over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and Cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil, the region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal, a promise made in Copenhagen, history made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Morris, Bogart, come in. Damn it. Morris, team leader, come in. Team leader, come in. Scopus. I'm here. How's the hack? I almost have the Keres data, but we need an exit. Come on. Activating Colossus. On your mark. Done. Let's go. Now let's get this data back to base so we can stop the Keres Legion for good.
In 18 hours, and I hope you're ready for Scopus and what they will bring also to not just ranked but also to competitive play, and I cannot wait to see how this operator really shapes up. But we have one more game for tonight, the last matchup under the current patch. There's a lot more that's coming in, not just Scopus. A lot of changes that will impact their operators, their gadgets, and how they work, and how many of them they have for some of them. Fnatic versus Wolves is up on the chopping block as our final game for today. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are my wonderful analysts, Fresh and Alfama. Gentlemen, we have a bit to talk about here. I mean, we've talked about Fnatic quite a bit, but I'm sure we can go on for longer, which is what we'll do. In a sec, we'll start off with Wolves. Let's have a chat about this squad, because so far, it seems like they're doing all right, and that's kind of weird to say, Alfama.
I don't know if it's weird to say. I think they really needed a roster change. I think we spoke to them. These guys are ambitious and qualifying to every event and then failing on the last one, but always hitting a plateau or a ceiling every time they qualified was just not enough for these guys. Knowing P4, this guy has crazy ambition. He would never be satisfied if they didn't go at least in semi-final. They always miss that step. I don't know if the rejuvenated blood that they've brought in Lasmo and Asa is enough to breach that ceiling. But for sure, right now, they've managed at least to get the entire team into one direction and look much better than they did in stage one. Do they look better than at the peak of their form? I'm still not sure, Jack, but we can give them more time.
I would be tempted to agree with you there, Leo. In totality, we've seen Wolves domestically be incredible. And we're seeing Wolves do the same now, but we're wondering how high they can go with that. What I will say is that some of the plays that they're making inside of the server are very, very smart. They're making lots of plays together that are hard to read, that's super dynamic. Even in the last game, you did a great illustration on them jumping out together and baiting people to the stock door on Clubhouse. But also in the same game, they're doing things like placing mirror windows like a minute 30 into the round, once the Ashe and all the utility has been used by the attackers, so that mirror window stays up. They're doing things that make their life so easy, and they're capitalizing on it.
And that shot can always save the round when it's needed. And I love that you mentioned P4 because, as an old person within Siege, I feel like P4 encompasses the new age, the Siege 2.0 of what Rise was in those olden days. He's taken up that flambeau, as we say in French, kind of moved on to this new format.
It's crazy we still think of him as like this young player, and he's been there for 4 years already.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think in general, this core of the team has proven that they get more comfortable with the two new pickups, and the two new pickups are slowly increasing their presence and their skill, and that's what I love about this roster.
We'll see what they can do today, faring against their opponents. Fnatic are on the other side. We've talked about them endlessly. Unfortunately, not for good reasons, Jack, or at least positive ones.
Yeah, do I get to be the person that delivers quite a negative message here? Yeah, Fnatic have
can all do it.
Utterly useless so far in EUL. They really have, and that's the top and bottom of it. Look at Deepek there, 97 EPS, 14-14, but I think we counted at least 6 meaningless exit frags last game. So realistically, no one's put in a good show in. They brought in Kanto, they brought in Sarks, both are massively negative. Sarks, minus 14. That's not what you want from your, I'm not going to say star entry fragger, but your up-and-coming entry fragger that dominated in Tier 2. it doesn't seem like they get a grasp on any of the games that they've played so far.
I mean, he's the worst rated player of the league right now. That's a terrible showing for a new pickup. It's okay. I think the biggest problem is the team right now. We shouldn't be focusing on him. I think it's just a side effect. I think the cause in general is the information game, because it seems that they never understand when to pivot, when to change things. They've been forcing way too much into defenses that were completely in front of them. And whenever they pivot, it's too late, it's too obvious. They're always a bit behind Jack.
When they played Lair last week, there was 2 instances that I can think of. They attacked the basement, and they had no idea that ITB were holding from the middle floor with verticality downwards, died to it. And then there was a second time where they attacked one of the middle floor sites and just went for the top floor. All 5 ITB defenders were on the top floor. They killed 3 of them and assumed 2 were on site, and then died to those 2 and lost the round. Information has not been there for them.
Well, let's see what map they're going to have to dig and sink their teeth into for today, as we're going to go to Lair. All right, okay. Exciting in one way because it's Lair, but 2, Wolves ban it out and Fnatic leave it open. What are we thinking about it, Alfama?
Well, first, Fnatic played it last week, which is very surprising because if you see their showing against ITB, it didn't look good. It didn't look good. And the reason for this is, Lair, the way you play it, you crack the auto ring as quickly as possible. You get your foot in the building. You do that as quickly as you can because the core, especially on the top floor in the basement, is really strong naturally, has strong crossfires, strong buildings that you can play into, strong rooms. So to crack that open, you need to be very quick in the entry phase, and that Fnatic didn't do. Fnatic struggled hard. Remember that round with Kendrew where he's on Mira and he gets a triple kill on his Mira on the entry in TV?
Nobody was on the window.
Nobody's on the window. Nobody's problem solving that. That's the step 1, and that's the biggest thing for me. If they rehearsed, and I sure think they did, because they had a full week and they're playing it again, if they rehearse the way to enter the building quickly and work and crack open that core of the bomb site, that might look better for them.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for improvement from Fnatic in the entrance, but also in the utility game, getting rid of shields, getting rid of key utility. They missed nades on bulletproof cameras, things like that last week. But the one thing that they do have going for them, they start on the defense. When they defended Lair last week against ITB, they didn't look inherently too bad. It's where they got most of their success. So hopefully they can actually bed themselves into the game so that they're not nervous when they get onto their attacks.
And I've just got to say, it's so interesting to see Wolves that have been so creative on other maps, including Night Heaven, go on this new map on Lair, because they've been super creative in everything they've been doing. And I just want to take a look if they have a different take on Lair than ITB, for example, that's very slow and methodical.
I remember Night Heaven Labs with Wolves kicking off on it. Bibu playing behind that reinforced wall that had broken up. So I'm really excited for it. Our casters, though, let's bring them up and see what they have to say. XR Troika demo, gentlemen. We got our final game, and it's the final game of this current patch in Rainbow Six, and you guys get to cast it. How does that feel?
It's the last game ever of Rainbow Six on the current patch. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking, you know what? If I was any good at what I did, I would have had like a stat that was like, over the course of this patch, we have played 1,362 games. But I don't have that. I was going to just
the brain in the game, Fresh, the brain in the game. Please bring it up. No.
It's 1,362.
Nobody would check it. Nobody would know.
The thing is, I was genuinely just going to say a number and hope that nobody checked it. But I've given the game away now because we've got told we were coming on early to have a bit of a laugh. But it's been a great night, Siege, hasn't it?
It absolutely has been. Demo, you've been kicking off also. How have you been?
I'm good. I think the G2 games kind of calmed me down for what happened with Secret and VP.
Yeah.
Because G2 was just a nice game to watch in the eye, wasn't it?
I was about to ask you about that, Demo, because you know that we see the game in a very similar way. Was you pulling your hair out? Was you going grey watching that Secret versus VP game?
Yeah, of course it was. I mean, I have to call him out. Savage for me was just a question mark the whole game. I'm just looking at him and he's just waddling around the map. And because it frustrates me, because I always get frustrated because I know what people have done and what people can do, and whenever they don't live up to the expectation I have, that what annoys me, because I know they're like so much better than that.
Harry, I absolutely adore you. I hope you know that. Gentlemen on the desk, thank you very much for that. And well, I'm just going to leave it to you. Our final game of this current patch, XR Troika and Demo. I really hope that you have a lot of fun with this one. Fnatic versus Wolves, and I cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say about it.
Thank you so much indeed, Milosh. As we mentioned, this is going to be the final game on the current patch. Over the course of the competitive season, we have played 1,472 games on this patch.
Full of it.
And this is the last one, Demo. And what better way to do it on Lair?
Here we go. our first layer. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to cast your first layer?
It seems mental, doesn't it?
I mean, look,
it's been kicking around for so long, and finally we get to cast it.
The thing with layer, and the same with any new map, right? It's all in hindsight. We'll be looking back at these games 3 months from now thinking, wow, look at how it was played compared to how it's played now. Never forget that about new maps. They always change. They always do. You think about labs, for example, everyone was just going direct in through the main breach. If you don't go above now in labs, you're a lunatic. You know, that's the way things develop. And I think layer will be exactly the same. It will start off just seeing, we can only commentate on what we see, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, and there's no telling who's good at it. There's no telling who's bad at it. All these things are very much subject to change. I think a lot of the time you can see people and teams that adopt a new map very quickly, and then as that map develops and is further worked on, it's maybe not one that they go to as often. Fnatic certainly showing a certain liking for Lair at the minute, playing it in back-to-back weeks. Let's see if they can be a little bit more successful this week. They certainly didn't have the start that they were hoping for last time. They, of course, played 2 games last week. They played G2 and they played ITB. They were good for 5 rounds combined. They got 2 rounds against G2 and they got 3 rounds against ITB. The game against ITB, as the desk were mentioning, was played out on Lair. They got 2 rounds on the defense and 1 round on the attack. But again, it's one of those situations, kind of a small sample size, but every game really does matter. They do have the lowest attacking win rate coming into this play day as well, sitting at 16. And I'm going to give you the point because it's so low. 16.67%. I mean, 2 out of 12. It's woeful. Fortunately, they're not starting on the attack tonight, so they can warm into the game a little bit before going on that side that they obviously do have a couple of problems with.
One question I want to ask you as well is, what's your thoughts on Skinhead Mowgli? Do you think this is going to be a new dimension to him?
Oh, has Mowgli gone full skin for it? He has. He's gone Buzz.
There you go. Well, and this is, I think
someone had to.
It's the same level as Beardless Pengu and Quiff Shaiko. Is this going to be the new element?
The I think it's in the Wolves contract as a collective that someone has to do the BB. And in honor of him, they have to buzz cut the hair.
Look,
it could be an edge.
I think Wolves, they've had a tough all time. You know, I think the lineup that we've seen for a long time, it was the same guys. It ran its course, and they've made these 2 changes. They've brought in 2 young players out of the French scene, and there wasn't really a lot that they could have chose from. It's not the most booming of scenes right now inside of France, but this is what they went for. And look, it was a trial by fire during their first competition for these fellas. But I think as time is starting to go in now, they look a lot more comfortable, a lot more settled. And I think that was the main thing for Wolves. It's just the teething problems that you're always going to have with 2 new faces into the lineup. So I just want to keep track on those 2 new players specifically, just so we'll see how they develop.
A little bit of barbed wire there getting taken out, as we can see Mowgli's health just chipping down somewhat. Deepak stunned out of position. Going to be forced out there. Acer going to pick up the first kill over onto Kanto. Is responded to though. Mowgli through the breach. It's going to take a beating as Deepak finds himself 2. Right place, right time before he too will fall. Very quick fire trades coming out. Neither team getting an edge for too long right now. And there's still a whole minute left on the clock. If we look at what's been lost, it's a Flores and a Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi global ability is nice to have. It's nice for that information gathering, especially if you're in a position where you can't drone. Well, the Flores is the one that I'm looking at. Removing those Kiba barriers from play, removing those pieces of utility. We've got Banshees, we've got FNATs, all sorts of things that you're going to have to try and contend with. Sarks takes one on to Last Mile as Leon joins in on the action as well. Dead shot from the breach. There wasn't going to be too much for him to find.
Yeah, a tough attack there for Wolves. I just think that top floor, there's so many crossfires you need to worry about. Like a lot of the, the main bomb sites, even if you look towards server, there's always at least 4 rotates in like one room, and it is absolutely criminal sometimes to attack that. That's why we see teams you would have expected to crutch onto the Monty a lot, ITB, whenever they played against Fnatic last week, we seen the Monty ban come in. That's because ITB were actually scrimming Lair without the Monty whatsoever to actually prep for that and almost catch the team who was maybe crutched onto the Monty by surprise. They are actually, you know, thinking in the third dimension with that. We see the Monty ban again here tonight. So both teams, I think, on the attack will just naturally struggle because it is a new map. So you would expect the defense to have a lot going for themselves. And obviously the guys in the desk talked about this. You know, Fnatic didn't look too bad in the defense. It was the attacks which were the issues for them. But obviously, look, only the first round for Wolves. Just getting caught up with the crossfires. They just couldn't really pinpoint the men that they wanted to go for, even though they had all that utility. So Fnatic now immediately switching down into the basement. And generally, the way we like to see this attack is stay away from the big kind of, you know, garage. Stay away from that. Stay away from that side of the map. You want to try and take vertical and then push the other side. That's the main way you want to attack it. Vertical is going to be king if you want to win in this bomb site.
You're not a big fan of the garage warehouse?
No, don't go that way. Just don't. There's too many crossfires, too many angles. It's a pain. It's a real big pain to clear.
I like to get myself in through range and work through weapons and armory and the vert in there. There's a nice little hatch that you can often exploit as well. And your flanks should be fairly easy to clear. There is the Nomad, but there is a roaming presence. And there are quite a few players from Fnatic that are offside right now. They do have quick avenues back down to site. And they recognize that they do have to hold up here for some time. Dokkaebi call coming in. Would force a bit of a reposition. No safety mute jammers to dip into and cleanse themselves. They are just gonna have to tank it for the time being. And caught on the cross is Deepek. Mowgli in position there on that Nomad, making sure those flanks are held.
Another Dokkaebi call comes in, may upset Jags, who was looking for a bit of a push, and oh, swings! However, doesn't get the kill. Boss G as well goes off, and the flashbangs is enough just to keep them at bay. They're still pushing here, Wolves doubling up. Lasmu and Mowgli, another flashbang, just slowly but surely clearing their way down. Oh, what are you doing? A sprint across, but somehow Wolves come out on top as Lasmu had a great shot on the Jegs, that has to be said. It's now Fnatic be down a man. Leon still upstairs trying to hold it down by himself, but no, he gets taken out as P4 swings. I mean, that Dokkaebi Ollie put in a lot of work just to get Wolves into the position where they can just start taking these gunfights. Oh, a bullet hole, not bullet hole, punch hole, should I say, sorry. From Sarks, eliminates P4 on the hatch, but still two more to find.
Doesn't look entirely straightforward for either side right now. Sarks, whilst he's on his own, he's still got a couple of FNATs active. Last Mouth doesn't have a great deal of health.
Bomb located.
Asa does have the diffuser. 35 seconds. You're gonna have to try and bait him out of here somehow. We can hear the X-Karas pellets going down as well. A track from Jackal onto Starks. So his location is known. The stuns, they're gonna start to come in as well, but he tanks it. The FNAT is active, but pushes all the way through. Last Mile has been downed in the fray. Now 1 versus 1, and there's a bulletproof camera. Sucks. What a performance. I said it didn't look too straightforward. There was a lot going on. It was a very technical clutch there with a lot of utility. And he's pulled it out of the bag.
He has. I mean, he's just played his util well, used in the FNATs. The BP obviously helps out a lot for him. Just Wolves couldn't really get it locked down. Like I said, I think verticality is a way to kind of go for that. I feel as though Wolves, their attack approach was, let's just try and kill them all. Let's use the Dokkaebi, let's go gung-ho. Mostly because I think they studied the way that Fnatic were playing last week. We had seen from ITB were absolutely crucifying Fnatic as they went for those roam games. You know, they were really clear and concise. And I think Fnatic probably, or sorry, Wolves probably thought, we can just do the same. We know they're going to roam. We'll just go at them. We'll do what ITB did. But then I think you're then underestimating that Fnatic could easily change things as well.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Fnatic have really done a number on that, and I guess it's one of those things that you look at and you think it's a new map. New maps always favor the defense. The defense don't have to do anything. Attackers, they're the ones with a job to do.
That. I think Wolves should just be going with a game plan. Like, don't try and play to the tempo of Fnatic. Play your own tempo.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they overcomplicated it in the moment. It looked fairly straightforward. They knew where he was. Can they get in and try and get a plant down and cover? Maybe that's the option they should go for. There was a little bit of hesitation there. I've got a very fun stat for you. It's come from Tristan himself, the coach from Fnatic. That this is the first time in 362 days that Fnatic have gone 1-0 up in a series. The last time was on the 19th of September 2023, where they played VP and they had Hosty on the roster.
Wow, maybe Hosty was the glue.
Maybe he was the glue. Maybe he was the glue. I mean, that's just going 1-0 up though. It's quite a niche stat.
I was looking at Fnatic, and it's like, since they've got picked up by Fnatic, they've played 20 games in total. They've only won 7 of them. 3 of those were against tier 4 teams. So they've only won 4 games against tier 1 sides since becoming Fnatic. Hasn't been great. It has not been a great year for them.
No.
But right now, they're sitting 2 up.
How's P4 only on 12 HP? He's taking some serious damage from somewhere.
Sark swung out of the door. That was the first kill.
I do worry when there's just a blitz slow peeking on the door, because they're eventually just going to get taken out. Down to 16 HP. 1 goo mine, and both of these players are goners. And there's goo mines in Jegs' pocket. He's going to deploy them on the doorway and see if they can't just try and hold on for a bit longer.
I mean, you need to try and get some form of breach going right now, but P4 is able to sneak in and find a kill onto Leon, who was obviously patrolling. And look at this from Fnatic. They're now going to move away from the top floor, straight in towards the mid-floor site now, and somebody down the Jegs by himself. Another scrappy round from all accords, and Jegs gets eliminated. The blitz obviously pressuring him. I mean, one thing I will say is the mid-floor bomb sites on this map, they ain't great, Ollie. I'm gonna be the first to say that. They're not the best of areas they go to, so I think it's a bit of a given that you'll probably lose them. But, you know, Wolves can only play what's in front of them. I mean, Wolves were just looking for picks here and there. I mean, obviously P4, great job from him. And, you know, opening pick, found the second pick, opened things up. It feels as though Wolves are really playing around this Dokkaebi, are just looking to creep in and get kills, which some teams will do. Some teams will crutch so hard onto a Dokkaebi. That's the way they'll revolve around, you know, their gameplay.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy round. So difficult to hold that mid floor as well, as you mentioned. There's such an opportunity for someone to sneak in, especially if you lose a body early doors and you haven't got eyes everywhere you need them. Wolves. One of the things that I will say is, though, it is important to be picking up the rounds on those offsites. When we look at a map and we say, right, these are attacker-sided sites, these are defender-sided sites, they're the rounds that really do start to matter when it all boils down. So if Wolves can start to find a bit of success on one of these more primary bomb sites, that's going to be the swing. That's going to give them the advantage then when they come onto the defense themselves. It was quite convincing, though, from Fnatic in round number 1. Got the Maverick being brought. It's not the go-to, is it, Demo?
No, I mean, obviously Thatcher's open. Maybe you're fearing the bandit trick, so Maverick comes in just for that. Obviously, I think most people in the ranked games will just try and attack from just the outside wall and try and force their way in through the breach. Noodley picks up a really nice kill on the D-Pack. He's just caught lacking on that long corridor. But I think to make this top floor, you know, work, you need to try and hit from as many angles as you can. Open up as much of an opening just to give yourself as many options.
Deploying Selma.
So you hope that Wolves are going to go for that, but just based on the fact that they've already got good control over towards, you know, the bridge side.
Yeah, Mowgli's done a great job. He's got bridge very early on. He got a drone downstairs and kept it alive, so he knew that there was somebody off-site. Sarks has since rotated up and got himself up rocket stairs. So he's now back in the fight, but all of that allowed the breach to get open very safely indeed. Now, it will be plugged up briefly with a Kiba barricade, but As we know, those are dealt with in a number of ways. And Leon really trying to deny access here. No real need to worry about the vert at this point. We know that no one is downstairs. Wolves have seen to it that those players have rotated, and with an air jab placed out now as well, you can start to take a little bit more control here in operation.
Just keep an eye on P4 and Lasmu, who are obviously the two operators on the other side of the map, and this is what I mean, where you need to try and hit as many different angles as you can for the top floor. So P4 will be backstabbing. He's looking to see if he can push in and find somebody lacking, maybe in towards Splay or Stories that could be lurking, but most of the players from Wolves are now pushing in towards top Mez. That wall reinforced and banded it just causes a lot of issues for them. Asa now rotating towards the main breach. Oh, Sarks misses the headshot. Wonder if that's gonna cause costly for him, and 2 kills come out of nowhere for Wolves. P4 and Mowgli onto each. P4, I mentioned before, was looking for that backstab, and Sarks is able to retake, but he just sprints full in. It's a whole lot of trouble from Wolves. Jags now, the 1v4. Retake now in towards Master, seeing what he can do. Is it going to be enough? I'm not entirely sure. And towards server he goes now, but this is what I mean. This is a room with a lot of angles you have to be worried about. Somehow creeps us all the way up, but no, gets taken out in the end. I mean, Wolves a lot better from them. I think they understand the fundamentals of how you need to attack top floor. Using that man advantage, having that backstab, just put Fnatic under a lot of pressure, so a lot better from Wolves now.
Yeah, Wolves have really started to wake up, haven't they? Good thing for them as well is they've still got that tactical timeout if they want to use it. But they managed to stabilize themselves so far, and as I mentioned, picking up a site on the attack in one of those more primary defender sites can often be very crucial indeed. Fnatic just starting to look a little bit flat-footed there. Seen some nice aggression from them in the first couple of rounds. We saw some good trading, but they seem to have reverted back to that sort of solo bolo play style. They're going to be defending downstairs now, so we're expecting that mid-floor hold to come out again. This was a round that should have gone to Wolves. We should be sat here saying it's 3-1. However, Sarks had a nice little clutch downstairs in the 1 versus 2. Fnatic won't be wanting to leave him to do that again here. So they're going to be trying to be a bit more successful on this top floor and keep hold for just a little bit longer.
Oh, a spawn peek from Jags with the Boss G in hand. Is anyone gonna come near him? Is he gonna get lucky? Doesn't look as though it's gonna be the case. Actually, he almost leaves. I don't know if that was the wrong time or the right time, because a couple of shots were put towards them. Maybe he could have had a fadeaway shot. We know that Boss G at the moment, Ollie, it just hits like a truck. But anyway, a roam game, of course. Fnatic seeing their sight, knowing that, yeah, we need to try and stop them from getting in towards that mid floor as best as we can. You see the buck being brought in from dead shots. You would hope that verticality is going to be on the table now for Wolves, and it's the way I would like to see it be played. But it is a big map, Ollie. That's one thing we have to mention. It is the biggest map that we have to date, so it's going to take a long time to clear. I mean, look at the size of this. Gives Bank a run for its money.
Again, it throws into it that it's going to be a good map for the defenders. New map, always good for defenders. Big map, usually good for defenders. The attackers have got so much to try and do. Obviously, there's a lot of assumptions that you can make on a big map, though. You can assume that some places are clear because there is a likelihood that someone isn't going to be there because there's a lot of other places that they can be. Top floor has been gained. Wolves, they're looking a little bit stacked up at the moment. We have them inside of Armory, and with that hatch now opened and the skeleton key being put to work, floor can start to be opened. But your vert is only as good as the people downstairs ready for the catch. And of that at the moment, there is only Asa, as he's going to find one onto Deepek. I say only, it's a big kill. Removes a C4 from the mix.
Yeah, a much better takedown from Wolves, using the verticality to open up the hatch, which is right in the heart of the office, of course. You can maybe try and get that boiler wall open. Just denies that kind of retake in towards connector. don't even know if they need it right now as they're picking up kills. Mowgli, again, in the mix. Picking up kills here, there, and everywhere. Flashbangs obviously causing a lot of issues right now as well for Fnatic, and they're just slowly but surely dropping like flies. Inside a lab is where Sarks is going to be situated. Some nice kill on the P4. 30 seconds left. Still no sign of the defuse being initiated here from Wolves, but they will take their time. Jegs is almost locked into this engagement with Mowgli. He knew he jumped in the window. There we had the Boss G hit its mark. Sarks has been able to find a kill using the Goyo canister, and now a 2v2 again for Wolves. It's just crumbling at the seams. Actually being locked off by the smoke. They're playing for kills perhaps. Jegs takes a lot of damage, but no, Lasmu loses his engagement. Fnatic once again hold on to the basement after Wolves with yet again another blunder.
Again, Wolves just looking to overcomplicate it a little bit there. They're doing a great job of getting the vert. They're doing a good job of getting themselves into sight, and or not inside, but on the periphery, and looking at those lines and cut throughs. But when it's coming down to it, Fnatic seem to want this tonight. We almost saw them roll over a little bit last week, but already they've picked up 3 rounds. And the best they did last week was 3 rounds in the game on Lair. They did pick up a couple of rounds of those on the defense. That was against ITB. 2 rounds on the defense, 1 on the attacks. They've already done better here tonight on the defense. And there's a chance that they could do even more. See there, Sarks in the mix yet again, and Jegs. That Boss G, man, it's so devastating.
Yeah.
Especially when you can hold an angle like that with an ACOG. And it's a body shot kill, essentially, at that sort of range.
And even like the SMG as well, just to pull out if you need it in the close ranges. It's such a good combination. But it's certainly been, I think, the highlight of the stage. And look, me and yourself, we know who to blame. We know who to blame for this. He was the little rat that started this trend, eh?
I don't know who.
Our favorite, old turd.
Turdster, the Boss G.
Of course.
Well, I don't know if did he start it, or did players just start like?
He was using it at Invitational, wasn't he?
I don't believe it all started from there though. I don't know. Maybe it did.
I swear it did.
I was wondering if something had something had changed about the feel of the gun. Often you hear pros talking about like feels of guns and stuff like that. If it just feels a bit different.
I think it's very similar to other games where you have these one-shot sniper rifles, isn't it? I mean, obviously Callie's in the game, but this is defense, and he's really fast. I think that's the big difference. Just the fact that you can get a gun that can one-shot to the chest, rather than a headshot. Obviously, a chest is a bigger target area than a headshot. So I think it makes sense from that perspective. But again, I think it's just a comfort gun. Like, if you've got a really good shooter who's just feeling confident and can just go into those engagements and just win every gunfight, then yeah, go for it.
Flashbang.
But obviously Vigil a very selfish operator and doesn't really offer a lot to the team.
Bit of control being taken now inside of Ops. Jegs is ready and waiting to stop that bandit from stop that Maverick from opening that wall open, but Asa is going to be inside of Ops right now and not trying to get that breach open. Maybe going for a slightly different approach this time. Gathering a bit of info on the drone, could stun out, shoot the default, and maybe try and get something going. The main wall has now been opened. Great cross being found through it as well, but only a sliver of a body. A couple of shots put back in return. Deadshot does need to be cautious on that breach. Could get swung at a moment's notice. Jegs, laid prone, is going to take Mowgli down. Might even be able to revive at this point as well as Leon. He's got back onto his feet with 20 HP.
Oh, he's starting to line him up and knock him down. So difficult to play against the Azami barriers. They're putting in a lot of work. Deadshot, able to get the first kill for Wolves, but 4 more to find. Maybe a difficult ask. All of them very compact. Not a lot of movement, I would say, from Fnatic. They can't really do much. Very claustrophobic. All angles going to be covered off, but as long as that diffuser is not going down, then Fnatic will just win the round outright, and it's working for them right now. Deadshot And Lasmu, only down to Lasmu now, but he goes down as well. Deepak is there with the shotgun. I mean, Fnatic just... All they had to do was hold their angles, play off each other. Didn't have to move their feet. I mean, they really couldn't move their feet. They were kind of locked into where they were. But for Wolves, they really struggled with the Azami, didn't they? That was, I think, tipped the scales in Fnatic's favor, was just how strong of a power position Leon was in.
It's a good job that Leon got picked up, to be fair. Still had a big part to play in the round. Wolves just struggling to really get a hold of that. And it is an awkward shape of a site to try and take a lot of advantage of as well. See that final position that there's those little half walls, those soft walls that you can make into half walls. There's little pop-up points that you can get. It's a difficult shape room to begin with. The things really going against you as an attacker, and Fnatic 4 rounds to 2. Now, I do need to make an apology. The stat that Tristan gave me was entirely falsified, and chat have rightly called it out.
10 seconds remaining.
Just know that I was a mere messenger in this statistic given. Now, sometimes the stats that I give are correct.
Hang on a minute.
Sometimes they are entirely made up.
So what you're saying is you're a news outlet. You're just a news reporter.
Oh, reporting the news as it's live news. You know what I mean? It's an ever-changing landscape. As I get the news, I say the news, and then we fact-check the news later. And it just so happens that this
you didn't make up these stats. You're just relaying information.
This hadn't been fact-checked very well until after the fact. And chat did a good job of it, actually. So yeah, it's Tristan's fault, everyone.
I mean, what I will say is, first of all, you're reporting news off of terrible sources because it's Tristan. Who you know is only going to be there to troll you. You know that.
He should be quite a trustworthy source. He's coach.
I think Tristan's trolled you. I think Tristan's blatantly trolled you on purpose.
The story gets even better because the news came third party via Fresh.
There we go. And Fresh will be the first one to call out if Tristan's wrong or not. We know that.
So I just needed to clear that up and get it out of the way. We can get back to the game now if we like. Yeah. It's 4-2 for Fnatic.
Yeah. I mean, this is the tough half now for Fnatic. You know, this is where they need to lock in and go for it here, because Wolves, they are now going to be sitting pretty on the defense. Looking at the attack from Fnatic, again, I'm not the biggest of fan of it. It just seems to be very one-dimensional. They're all coming in from the one direction. You're dealing with the mezzanine wall being opened up and obviously the main breach. But there's no pressure going down on the other avenues, which I just think you need to have. You're pushing into this little tiny kill box almost that C4s are going to be rattling through. Smokes are going to be there. There's going to be a lot of issue. I mean, there's no smokes here, but again, the point still stands. You're really choking yourself up into such a small area of effect.
They have been able to find an opening pick from it, though. But they are looking to stall out a little bit at the moment. They have some information. Information gathering has been done, and now it can move toward the next stage, try and get that wall open and try and get a pick off the back of it. Bit of distraction tactic here as Leon doesn't have an idea as to where the player's gone. Chooses the worst time to hit the reload. Mowgli, he peeks him and takes his head clean off. Fortunately for Leon, the rest of his team are firing, and Starks is going to take Deadshot down. Last mile Mowgli left in the clutches here. Deathmark, that's going to be out on last mile at the moment. So they're going to know exactly where he is, and Mowgli hasn't got a great deal of hit points to be working with either. Sarks, 3 kills on the round, looking to make it a 4th as the plank goes down from Kanto. Sarks with a quad there. He's having a great game.
I mean, a lot better from Sarks. The opening week was not kind to him. 6 kills in 2 matches. It's not good enough if you want to run with the big dogs up in EUL.
Or the Wolves, you could say.
So true. So true. I think, was he in 11 kills now? So 1 more and he's already doubled his kills from last week.
Into the breach tactical timeout. You got Kangaroo Kenny coming in.
Kangaroo Kenny's had to come in for Wolves here. Called on the big guns.
Imagine that. Imagine if it was like a phone a friend and you could just ring anyone.
Yep.
Oh, hi, it's Chris Tarrant here on Who Wants to Be in There. We've actually got Wolves right now. They're in a tough game against Fnatic. I'm just wondering if you can help us out here.
What about Ask the Audience? Do we just bring in a random chatter Just drag him in, and he gives the pep talk to the team of their choice.
Oh, it sounds good.
Just some random geezer telling Mowgli, and then you need to get in there and get some kills.
But then 50-50 could be you could either end up with your coach giving you the timeout or your opponent's coach.
Or Fabian. You give for Fabian. Do you want your coach or Fabian?
I think that's a good shout.
Trying to redefine the meta here, everyone. Trying to make it a lot more enjoyable.
I think it's fairly safe to assume that that was a Wolves tactical timeout there with Fnatic 5-2 up here on Lair. Doing a good job so far on the attack. We've only seen a couple of rounds, but they're looking strong so far. Wolves doing a little bit of soul searching. They need to start to find some success here somewhere. Otherwise, they are going to be falling from the top of that tree.
Yeah, I think Wolves needed more denial during that last round. Needed like probably a smoke in the mix just to stop that main push coming in from the breach. Especially, like I said, Fnatic, very one-dimensional, push in one direction. All you need to do is stack up the util, get the C4s ready. There's a lot of just positions where you can prone and just line up the C4s. You can't be killed, and you'll be able to get the kills with the C4.
Nice little angle for Jegs to hold there with the old pistol. Although they're going to have to be a little bit more active than that. Deepek drawn at his feet, looking to walk through now. He's in weapons right now, going to clear out armory as well.
What's this every day?
Stick him on the entry, stick him on the Thatcher entry, why not?
Again, another player who usually would see as a Thermite. Guess what he used to be back in the day? Another Ash main.
The natural progression, isn't it?
Honestly, it is.
Just the circle of life, circle of siege. Mowgli's giving him a bit of a hard time there, though.
Being droned out, and this is where Mowgli just needs to be careful, because there's a lot of corridors, a lot of doorways you need to be worried about. Just depends if there's going to be info for him, and well, Deimos is going to track him out, and surely at this stage Mowgli has to retreat downstairs now, and this will just give the opening into Fnatic. I'm liking the look of this. Getting upstairs, use the verticality. But what is this though? Lasmi playing close with a shotgun. Open that somebody missteps. Look where Deadshot is, by the way. Deadshot's all the way in the top floor, Ollie. I wonder if he'll play a little bit of spoiler here. It could happen.
Quite possibly. Got a bit of information to go off as well. Depends how many assumptions Fnatic have made right now. They don't have a Nomad here. Gonna maybe try and use that as a little bit of a buffer. Gonna take a good chunk of damage, but it's not gonna matter. Finds himself a brilliant kill. Chance of one through the window as well if he's patient enough. It's a tough shot for the SMG, but he puts some damage down. Leon gonna be able to take down Mowgli, and eventually Deadshot will fall. Deepek, not sure that he's down. Not sure if he's downed him or if he's still up at the moment. He's going to get the confirmation now. Can see the blood trail on the floor. Fnatic still in good shape here. They've got 40 seconds to work with as well.
Wonder how many Goyo canisters are still at. That's the main worry if you are Fnatic. Obviously, you've eliminated the smoke, which is great job. Let's just see if they can close it out where Wolves really struggled with it twice on their attacks. This will set Fnatic off beautifully just to win. You know, outright they could win 7-2, but they need to get into the 6-2 range before that happens. And Amos ping
10 seconds
on the P4. He can see Jags, of course, who is trying to get the diffuser down. And C4 will miss though, and Jags will initiate the plant again. Leon gives the cover. Down goes Asen. Now P4 all by himself. Diffuser will go down into the 1v2. Look at the HP though from Sarks and Jags. This is perhaps winnable from P4. Gets tagged up though from behind. Red ping, yellow ping, and they know someone's lurking on him. There'll be Deimos tracked as well, but look at the floor in Ollie. It is ripped up fully. No safe position that P4 can really get to try and sneak in this diffuse. Constantly being pinged. And there we are. Sarks moves in, gets the kill. Fnatic looking great, looking better than what we've ever seen them before, Ollie. What a monumental step for this team, just to turn the tide and really shut up the haters. I'm looking at you, Fresh.
It's a brilliant performance, isn't it? Now, we'd seen two play days last week, so it's fair to say that Wolves were the #1 team, but they'd only played 2 opponents. They played Into the Breach and they'd played VP. Both worthy opponents. It's not like they're playing, you know, air quotes, bottom of the barrel teams. But Fnatic are really taking them to the cleaners right now. This doesn't look, well, it does look like a first place versus last place, but in the reverse, in that Fnatic were actually low down in the table and Wolves were at the top. 6-2, they're obviously working on the lair pretty hard. Their attacks are coming very nicely for them. They were 4-2 going into their attacking side. They've since picked up 2 attacking rounds. Now they're only 1 round away. This could be a win. This could be 3 points, Demo.
It's looking good. It really is for Fnatic. I mean, Wolves, I asked for denial if they're going here again. They brought on the Goyo, but only 1 C4, which is probably, again, the worry. I just think the way that Fnatic played that, they just went one direction. They went to go and plant in towards office. You need to have the denial. I just think without that, you're really hoping that they can just win their gunfights. That's what you need to do then. If you're not going to be focused on trying to deny the plant, then you're just gonna have to try and stop them from just getting into the bomb site, you know, outright. And that's by holding these other positions. Look in towards, you can see the storage room. This is what it's all about for Wolves. It's taking that control away from Fnatic.
Leon going to be droning out inside of operations. He knows there's going to be someone behind that little half wall. We'll lose the drone for it. They need something else to try and give them the edge here. They need something else to base this entry off of.
I hate
heavy focus here
against his army.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 players all stacked up here, sort of circling around this ops. It is a key position in the map. It's somewhere that you need to try and get control of. Deimos is going to come through and do that job and push them onto harder surfaces. No longer are they going to be able to just sit comfy outside of that ops wall.
I mean, Fnatic just really easy to take control of Terrace, and they lost what? A Deimos track, that's it. So they've gotten what they want. They've got that Terrace control, so naturally the next step should be get the walls open. There's no wall denial whatsoever from Wolves, so this should be a cakewalk for them. And P4 eliminates Shags, the Deimos. He was crouching around downstairs looking for a floor bang or 2. He'll be dealt with, and P4 also able to rotate back up the stairs. Nobody there for the cutoff point. That's because all of Fnatic, Ollie, are just grouped up towards Terrace.
Yeah, the worry is here that they've not got anyone on Longbridge either. And that's allowed Jegs to make that rotation back. It makes opening the wall very, very dangerous. Although Deepek is going to get it done, surprisingly. Because easily someone could rotate onto that bridge. And, I mean, Jeg should know that it's pretty dangerous over there, and he's going to be calling that out because that's where the rotation is going to come through from P4. Leon, he's going to find himself 1 before Mowgli trades back onto Deepek. Leon's still looking to try and charge up these rocket stairs, but a goo mine will slow him down briefly. The diffuser is in the hands of Kanto. He's going to try and look to push in, but he hasn't got the fortune of the breach on his side. Instead, Mowgli's going to take him down, but not before Leon picks up his second. Still a chance here for Fnatic, but it's going to require a lot of fancy gunplay, and, well, who better to do it than Starks? He's 13-3 right now, and he could very well be the shining star that they need. He's got a great bit of info on this jiggle peak, and Leon's able to deal with it. Mowgli, he's going to fall. Leon gets downed in the midst. 3 seconds left on the clock. You've got to sprint, you've got to run, but P4, he's gone.
He's out of there. He's not hanging around. Oh, it's a close one. I mean, Leon with that DMR is dangerous. You can see the game plan from Wolves. I mentioned, okay, if you're not going to go for the denial, you just need to go at them. And that's what they did. They were just going at Fnatic. They were looking for the engagements. And they were able just to win enough of them to slow down the progress of Fnatic, then win the round just on time. Obviously, it was close, very, very close, but still, Wolves, it's something to build off now. It gets them their first round on the defense. But we need a lot more of them. We need 3 more of them to make this successful. And don't forget, even if they win this next round, Ollie, which you would expect probably going to be the basement again, you then have to go to the mid floor. And I mentioned before, mid floor, not favorable. Very, very not favorable for the defense at this moment in time in the meta.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky one. Wolves can look to try and build off that, though. Don't forget, this, Wolves is a very experienced roster at this point. They've got a couple of newbies in. Newbies to the team, that is. There's still an experienced core at the heart of it. They're going to choose to go for the mid-floor site and get that one out of the way. They've got no option because they've got to be flawless from here on out. It doesn't really matter the order in which they take these sites. To try and keep control upstairs yet again. Something that Fnatic have been good at is getting that breach open. Deepex single-handedly got that done last time. It required very little in terms of support to get that job done. Let's see if he can do it again here. Leon going to be making his approach in through Ops yet again, and doesn't look to be wasting any time whatsoever. Must be a pre-play start here. The Wub is going to call him out, but not even really going to be too bothered about the default camera for the time being, just instead laser focused. There is a player crouching up the stair, and he's going to suffer some unfortunate time in there as Mowgli picks up the opener.
Fnatic, see if they can get the walls open. They've done so. This exterior wall is probably a big reason why it's not too favorable. There's mid-floor bomb sites. Just a wall right into a bomb site. Yeah, we've seen how that played out before in other maps. It's going to be difficult for them. That straight into the thick of things. But Fnatic slowly but surely is how they want them to go around this Sarks. Oh, barely misses out on that kill. Bullets exchange, but neither doing a great deal to each other. Jegs looking to get active straight in through a window into the thick of things. This server room has got a lot of rotates, a lot of holes. Will he pick up a kill from it? Yes, he will. Lazmu gets caught out. Wolves, just too much area that they needed to try and cover. There's not enough manpower to do so. It's a big map for that reason. P4, though, able to trade Kanta with a pistol. Almost finds P4, but Sarks brings it into the 2v2, and Sarks at 2v1 now. All of the action is taken in towards the top floor. None whatsoever towards the actual bomb site. What's going on?
Unbelievable performance from Sarks right now. 15-3. A Terminator in this matchup. And quite a long time for P4 to try and hold on. Now, he's had his fair share of clutches himself. 13-6 over double positive at the moment. 35 seconds and a drone available.
Attackers have recovered
What are Sarks and Jegs able to cook up? They recover the diffuser, first and foremost. There's going to be a default camera down there that they have spotted out, so maybe trying to make something happen with that, but it doesn't look like they're acting off too much info, and P4 times this right, this could be devastating. Especially if he waits for them to drop. The Bs go out, but it isn't going to stop him from pushing on through. Can he find the first? Yes! Easy pickings on the second. Surely he could have seen him there. Instead, he's going to get the job done from the hatch. P4, he keeps Wolves in this fight.
P4, an OG crouch walk lurker. That's what he was known as before he got picked up into this side. And, well, he's just done it again. He's just lurked his way into a great position. Picks up one. Picks up the player planting. I mean, no flank drone. It's one thing you have to look at for Fnatic. Where's the flank drone? How are we allowing him to do that? He just didn't have any information of where he actually was. But Fnatic let another round slip. And that big old gap of 6-2 now has been narrowed into a 6-4 margin. So Fnatic have to be increasingly careful here. It's a mid-floor bomb site I mentioned before. No teams are allowed to win these on defense, but they've done so.
Yeah.
But it forced them into the basement.
I think P4's really slipped the net there, though. As you mentioned about the flank camera, it's borderline unforgivable that there isn't one. You need information as to what's happening on bridge. That includes the two staircases that lead up to it. Still Fnatic with a chance.
5 seconds.
And still, I believe, with a tactical timeout that they could use.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Almost surprising that they didn't use it ahead of round 11.
They'll probably use it round 12.
Well, if they lose, they'll definitely use it round 12 because there's no other time, really. Want to make sure that they get full points out of this. They still can, obviously. Wolves are 2 rounds away from nicking a point. For the time being, though, let's see what Fnatic can do here. Now, they did suffer opening death in the previous round as well. Leon gave himself up, and I'll be honest, it was a little bit soft. Really caught himself, got caught a little bit short there. The opening pick has been a stat line that Wolves have absolutely dominated.
Looking at the setup here from Fnatic and what they're looking to attack, they haven't got a whole lot of soft destruction unless you look at it as breaching charges is going to be their way forward. Yeah, it looks to be more centric around the garage, which I mentioned before, Ollie. I don't like the garage. There's way too many angles that you need to try and clear. They're walking into a corridor with 2 doors either side that you need to get swung from any notice. So it is a bit of a worry, but they're going to go for it nonetheless. I mean, they haven't even cleared above. Like, they don't know, is there roamers, is there not roamers? They have no idea. Fnatic are playing very, very risky with just the details that we're seeing so far. There is a roamer in the form of Deadshot again, who was, we know, roaming during the last round. Top floor again, seeing what he can get up to. Is this maybe now where Fnatic will rotate in towards the mid floor and try and get that flooring opened up?
Attackers drop the diffuser.
I don't know, again, I'm not a fan of this. I don't like this take per se. There's a shotgun extremely close to Leon. It's going to be really difficult for them. A smoke canister as well goes in. Delays a little bit of time. I mean, realistically for Lasmu, he's just has to just sit and hold one angle. Everything else can be covered by his teammates.
Just get the feeling that Lasmo's going to pick himself up too here, don't you? He's primed and ready,
Maybe
but
not.
as I say that, he's going to have to. He wants to try and keep Wolves in this. A flurry of kills from Fnatic. And they're firmly cemented an advantage here. 4 versus 2 right now. Death mark out. Great shot there from Lasmo. We said he needed kills and he's picking them up. Grabs himself a second, but Deepek on for 3. Can he make it a 4th as P4? We've seen him clutch already here tonight. We've seen him keep Wolves in it. Has he got another one in his locker? Just going to dip himself out for the meantime. The plan going to start to go down. Leon going to nail that diffuser to the floor. Is an angle able to be found? Yes, it is. Picks the down and dips himself away. 10 seconds. Time is of the essence. Deepek has to chase. He can't get caught trying to put this plant down. Misses his shots. Unforgivably, P4. He's the man of the moment. Back-to-back clutches right now.
He can't keep getting away with this. He can't. Again, a 1v2. Plant has to go down. Really running low on time. And it just comes down to a lack of information about where the last player is. That's happened twice now in a row. Pretty much the exact same situation. If Fnatic ball this, oh boy. There's the timeout.
That's the timeout. Dear, oh dear. This started off as a 6-2 demo. P4, 2 incredible clutches. The momentum firmly in the favor of Wolves. The opening pick. Gone to them 9 out of the 10. Sorry. Yeah, 9 out of the rounds that we've played so far. 9 out of 12. You start looking at it now and you think, well, who deserves to win? Which team deserves the winner here? Because P4's had 2 1 versus 2s. He's had a 4K, he's had a 3K, he's had another 3K. Yeah, there's been a big moment on the side of Fnatic. We've had Sarks with his moment in the sun.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
It's just,
boy, oh boy, what a round.
It's 2 heavyweights going up against each other. P4 is dragging his team through the mud. Sarks is doing exactly the same. It's one of those. But
where's Kanto
right
been all game, by the way? 4 and 10.
I think Kanto's still back in 2022.
Why 22? And he really
won the major. He won the major.
Right.
Or do you want to go back to 2018? You tell me.
I thought you were going to go back to 2018. Usually you go back to 2018, you see.
I mean, you won a major in 2022.
Last chance for Fnatic to come away with the full 3 points here. Wolves have done an incredible job to bring it this close. 1 round away from an overtime. Fnatic have just used their timeout as predicted. Is it going to be enough for a round? Don't forget, of course, the timeout does work both ways. Wolves get that opportunity to talk as well during that time. And some of that conversation is going to be more of the same, please, P4. Let's get this one over the line and we'll thank you later, because by far and away, you have kept us in this fight and given us the opportunity.
I wonder if he can do it again. If he does 3 in a row, it's just no words. Again, exact same attack from Fnatic. This terrace attack is what they're just so focused on. The attack from one way. Not bad position Leo's got himself into. Uses the Azami barrier as cover to maybe just hold that long angle. Eliminates the Goyo canister as well with 2 dumps of the concussion blasts. Sorry, the impact blast, should I say. Still is the 2 concussions, of course. So how do Wolves want to go about this? I mean, last time they were here, they just kind of went at Fnatic. They thought, let's just swing them. Let's go toe-to-toe as best as we can. We can't allow them to plant. That's what Fnatic are going for. You can see all of them on that one side of the map. There's Wolves obviously situated a little bit more deeper into the bomb site. But they have no C4s, Ollie. They have no denial.
Going to be a lot of gunfights. 3 bulletproofs as well, so no real excuse for lack of information. Leon trying to make something happen here on the breach. He's at least able to bait out the Goyo canister. Gonna throw some concussions out there. That's going to give him the information that he needs. Can destroy the Banshee as well from range. Still worried about that bridge though. The rest of his team stacking up outside of Ops, just in that 90. At some point, he's going to have to make that transition through, and it's going to be a tough gunfight to win. Just gets a glimpse there, but can't land the shot. Onto P4. P4 with his Teflon jacket on right now. Nothing is shutting him down. Trade going 1 for 1. Deepex starting to get this plant down under adequate cover this time as well. But P4 is going to be approaching. Again, he's going to have a lot to do, but not this time. Jegs takes him out. He's left to try and hold on. Deadshot and Last Mile. Both up. Revive going to come through as well. Jegs, can he keep finding these kills? He's got 2 so far, but he needs a whole host more. Gets downed, and there's plenty of time to disable that diffuser. Wolves, they're going to take round number 12. Fnatic, this has gone from 6-2, where you look fantastic, to now we're going to an overtime.
Oh, dear. I mean, I'll be real with you. I think only Fnatic could have done this.
It's a very Fnatic thing to do.
Yeah. Honestly, I generally believe Fnatic are the only team who could have done this. You will be... If they go on to lose this game, they will be kicking themselves. Like, if they show... I don't know where you go for the rest of your season. I don't know where you go from there. This game should have been dead and buried ages ago. Done and dusted.
Just got to be so demotivating.
I'm stunned.
Yeah. Serious reverse sweep from Wolves. And what's even sweeter for Wolves, they stay on the defense.
Yeah, they just keep it going.
They haven't had the greatest of time at the start of their defense rounds, but they're firmly in Fnatic's head right now. And as you say, I think they can just keep it going.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Here we go. Into overtime. The Wolves on the defense, they will be very happy with that. Fnatic on the attack, maybe not so much. Looking at it on paper again for Wolves in the defense. Plenty of denial this time. Again, the Goyo and the smoke combination. For Fnatic, I'm happy to see them kind of revert back to, you know, the kind of initial round that they had whenever they won here in Basement, where they were bringing in a hefty amount of self-destruction. They were looking at using the ram, using the butt, getting towards the mid floor, open everything up, and then just try and secure that plant. Look, that's what I wanted to see from them.
Well, maybe you get to see it this time. Ooh, Cancel gets lucky there and gets even luckier on the shots. Pre-fires out onto Mowgli. Starks. There is glory days behind him.
Roam again. Third time he's been up here, by the way. Every single time unchecked.
Loves it, doesn't he?
And they've tracked him now, and Leon's going to frantically chase after him, but I don't know how much he's going to be able to work with here, and he needs the rest of his team to try and pinch him out, but I'll be honest, they're going to have to waste a lot of time trying to go for Deadshot here, and I know exactly where he is. It's just, can they nail him where he stands? But I mean, look at this from Deadshot. Wow! No way! If he hit that last shot, that would have been incredible. Pistol comes out as well, but no. It's taken out, but it doesn't matter. He has done incredibly well. Fnatic ruined within the first half of the round. Soft destruction gone. What did they do now? Where are they gonna go? They have nothing to play with. They have Goyo canisters and smokes to burn through as well. No nades left from Leon. Use them all chasing the Goyo.
Tracker on the prowl.
Not a great spot to be in. Ace are going to get tracked on the Deimos, but of course that is going to give information away as well. Vulcan canister going to get popped and just slow down any approach through, and P4 is going to work off the back of that info, and he's able to take Leon down. Jegs, 30 seconds, 3 kills to find. Got a bit of info with the bees, and does have the diffuser, but realistically, they know which doorway he's pushing through. He might have info, but he's going to have to hit a couple of these nice one-taps. He's going to try and pull this one off.
Give him the 20 bomb. Give him the 20 bomb. He deserves it. Get you killed, P4. There's one.
Acer, he's going to fall.
P4, get your 20 bomb. Come on.
Now's the time. Oh, you've got to let him have it now.
Let P4 have it. No.
No.
What are you doing?
Maybe you'll get it in the next round.
Yeah, he still has one more round, but Ollie, 7-6, Wolves in front for the first time, I believe.
Difficult day at the office here for Fnatic. Frustrating for them that they can't get it over the line, or that they couldn't get it over the line, and now they're on the back foot again. Their only saving grace is that this has been an incredibly defender-sided map. And they are now moving on to the defense for this overtime. So sides, of course, swap back and forward during overtime after one round. For me, it was all about Deadshot here. Could have been 4 kills as well, very easily. But 2 was enough, at least in that push. He already got 1 earlier. It could have been, I mean, it could have realistically could have been an ace, couldn't it?
They've easily been one.
Incredible performance to keep his team in it. I think that's what stood out to me more than anything, is that Wolves, whilst they have played well as a team, individually, I think they've been fantastic.
The thing that really annoys me is that's the 3rd time that's happened this game. On the basement defense, Deadshot has always been roaming upstairs. Always. And he just goes on check again. Why are Fnatic not adapting to that and knowing, okay, this guy's always roaming, let's go for him first? They're skipping a step. It should always be, if there's any roamers, get them cleared first, then you start moving in towards the mid floor. They've went mid floor, we'll worry about him later. By the time it gets to later, he's already killed 3 of your players.
A little bit of a watch here going on. Worried about the garage. It was a strange place to enter in from, as you mentioned, Demo. There's a lot of other places on the map that you want to try and take control of first. Jegs, can you get anything done with this Boss G? Just going to cleanse himself of the Dokubi call and keep himself nice and secretive. I would say that it looks as though Fnatic are playing quite loose right now.
So are Wolves a little bit. seems to be just spreading themselves out in towards that basement. They're kind of leaving Deadshot almost as a kind of lurk position to try and pick up the roamers as maybe they try and charge back in, but that's because they have the shields. But pushing this side of the map, all is what I mean. There's so many different angles, so many crossfires that you will just get established from, but somehow it's working out for them. Just fast 4 kills right now. It's only down to Kanto, but he's going to get eliminated as well. Wolves, just a flurry of kills, a blink and you miss it moment. And Wolves have just reverse swept Fnatic. 6 rounds in a row they were able to take. My oh my. What do you say, Ollie?
Life game for P4. Certainly Clutch like it. At moments, it looked as though even he couldn't believe what was going on there. I think that Wolves can breathe a sigh of relief. Not an easy day in the office at all, but they've done fantastically well to get that game over the line. Fnatic, I mean, your heart's got to go out to them. It must be incredibly frustrating to lose in that sort of a manner, and especially when it's not so clear cut. It is literally just one guy getting clutches against you and you can't close it out. A lot of soul searching to do on the side of Fnatic, and the side of Wolves, well deserved, pat on the back, big comeback. Let's see what our desk have to say about it.
Pas mal, non? C'est français. Not bad at all. It is very much French. That is a classic meme for all the French folks out there, because goddamn, Wolves brought it back and bit hard against Fnatic. For all intents and purposes, Jack, we had Fnatic pegged as the team that will take it 6-2 and then 7-2. And then Leo said, bless his heart, this is going to go to overtime. And it did. And Wolves took it. That's incredible.
This is what sport's all about, Milos, right? Is you can talk about strategy, you can talk about, you know, player profiles, how well they'll do, team play. Ultimately, when push comes to shove, if somebody could just make a huge play, it doesn't matter how you win, it matters that you win.
Yeah.
P4 getting 3 1v2s back to back to back to send this game to overtime was incredible. And that's what Wolves, you know, they got them over the line.
And there is more than just P4. There's a lot more in team play than we can see with the naked eyes. So we actually have Alfama over in Telestration. Hello, Leo. Can you please walk us through this?
Yes, thank you very much, Milosh. Indeed, I think there are the 3 clutches of P4, obviously, but there's also winning rounds in attack. That was the real difference maker here in Windling Lair. We're on Bunk's defender side now, and you see Fnatic extending top floor. They're holding the top floor with vertical play. That's how you have to do it on the ground floor on Lair. Now, what I want you to notice is the jammer on the storage wall. Right now, it prevents the entirety of the roam clear to happen. They cannot breach the storage wall onto R6 room, so they cannot force to roam clear this. What's important is Asa rotating all the way down to the ground floor with the diffuser. They recognize and acknowledge we cannot push this. Let's look for another opportunity. And you see him starting to drone here. And what's important to notice is, look at Asa droning in bunks. Leon is the target. He's the only anchor on site. And who's creeping up here? P4. In yellow stairs is gonna go up right now all the way and get the pick on the anchor. Leon is distracted by the drones, and that's it. Your anchor is gone. Third best solution, they go for a 2-way execute. First, the entirety of the crew, Mowgli, Asa with the diffuser, P4, all pushing towards site to go for the execute. And who's staying up there? Buck and Blitz to push the 2 vertical players at the same time. Execute is happening on the ground floor, and the 2 room clearers are happening to divert and distract the 2 players up top and remove them. Perfect play there, perfect symbiosis, and it was important then to recognize they could not force and go for a shortcut instead. Incredible play from Wolves, and in general, guys, I don't know what you thought, but I felt like winning attacks here was the real difference maker.
Thank you very much, Alfama, and it does show that, yes, there was one player above all in terms of P4 playing on the server for Wolves, but there's more to it happening in the background, at least in a big part of the rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got head-to-head throw up on these 2 players as well. We've obviously chosen P4, but also we wanted to highlight Sarx, so we're going to highlight kind of both of them in the same vein. I thought Sarx had genuinely, you know, an excellent game. By far and away, his best game in a Fnatic shirt today. It started off with a huge 1 versus 3 on his own. And then obviously once we got over to the side of P4, like I said, it was 3 1vx's back to back to back, 1v2s where he managed to win out. You know, this one was absolutely ridiculous from him. And not that one. This one coming up was absolutely ridiculous. He played it so well, and realistically, we talk about P4 a lot of the time where he gets talked about as a player that came in and we expected more in the kills department, especially over the last year. He's really started to show it this season. He's really started to show it this stage. He's the guy that's kind of stepped up to the mark. And remember that he IGLs for the side of Wolves as well. So our highlight today was kind of a token of both players. Obviously, it went into overtime. We didn't quite know which team was going to win. Sarx has had his best day in a Fnatic shirt by far, but P4 has had an exceptional day that's capping off so far an exceptional stage for his team.
It was great to witness this sort of gameplay from both P4 and Sarx. If anything, this is huge commendation to Sarx and how incredible he is, especially as a more newcomer on the scene in here for Wolves.
Especially when you look at the first week with him, obviously he was disappointing. And I love to see his confidence grow back. After that 1v3 clutch, we just saw him everywhere on the server, super confident, exactly in his element. And not only on an entry role, he was on ace, he was in the backline, he was finding opportunities to get kills. Amazing play from him, and I'm sure we're gonna see more from his gameplay going forward.
And so our victors are Wolves, which means we're gonna have a chat with Wolves themselves, and who is to qualify Wolves as a whole team than Miss Laurie Lilioun. Hello, Laurie, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I see that little invitational commendation trophy behind you, so it makes me happy to see it once more. You know, I can safely say I was there, but today I was also there to witness Wolves coming back in this massive matchup. How was your heart rate during this entire game?
Extremely fast and probably still fast, honestly. Way too fast. Yeah, it's... first of all, I would just like to say, before anything else, thank you, P4. Because, honestly, that game, it's all on him. All on him. We didn't start well. We didn't play well in attack. We have a lot of things to go through after this. We were really not, like, on our A game, A day. But, yeah, thank you, P4.
Speaking of him generally, like, obviously 3 clutches, like, that's crazy. That's crazy for anyone in a single game. And I was thinking, most people would agree that P4 would take more responsibilities on his shoulders, bringing on 2 new players. He also needs to IGL, he needs to see opportunities. Even in terms of vision, he was the one making the call that I showed before. How do you explain that he gets so much more comfortable and looks at the peak, maybe at the peak of his form, now that he has even more responsibilities on his shoulders?
It's difficult to explain because I think P4, like what he's doing right now, he has been doing it for a very long time. I know that we like to talk about swap of IGLing and things like that from the outside, but truly, since I've been working with P4, he has always had one step in the IGLing. So it's not like a big difference for him regarding what he actually does during the game. But where I can see he really stepped up is he's like the big brother of the team now. He really is getting better at calming down, helping the guys with the nerves, you know, seeing it very clearly, like what's going on in the game and stuff like that. That's where I can really see a big improvement. But P4 has always been a great IGL.
Now, Lilioun, you mentioned that there was quite a bit to work on, obviously, with how the game went today. But for next week, you know, you got 3 play days, a super week. There's a lot more pressure to put things together very
season
quickly.
As well.
Yeah, and with the patch and everything to take into consideration, how do you fathom that as kind of the person helping put all of this together with the players?
It's exciting. I think we're a little bit... we wanted to be able to work on this earlier, but teams like to wait the last moment to start screaming on the new patch. So it's going to be, you know, a week of... new stuff and all the nerfs, the changes and stuff. So like it's gonna be interesting. I think we're all excited. It's not necessarily the changes we were expecting or waiting for or we wanted, but it's part of the job. You know, you got to do with how it is. So we're just excited and like curious to see what we're gonna be able to create with all the new stuff.
That's the spirit I know you guys for. I'm just going to take this opportunity because we don't get you often here and we don't also get many coaches here. There was a tactical timeout at the most important moment, I think, that was taken from the opposing team at 5-6 actually. what did you say to the guys at this point? How do you come in there and you know it's the most important round, and what do you say to these guys?
So, surprisingly enough, this game, because P4 was really going through like just such a good day, you know, that was such a good day for him, both individually but also in terms of mindset. I decided to give him time to speak. So I gave him half of the timeout and I let him speak for half of that timeout. And then I just helped, hopefully, the guys to realize how we were lacking proactivity, because that has been the case for most of the game. And I'm sure we start to be aware of it. But like, I just concluded by asking the guys to be more proactive and basically help P4, because he was really like carrying the whole game.
After that, Deadshot went on, roaming with Goyo and got a triple kill, by the way. So that's when you recognize great coaches.
Hey, that definitely helps out in the support category, right? Ilun, thank you very much for being with us and having this chat. And you could really pick your brains ahead of next week. Also, congratulations to Wolves and good luck in next week's Super Week.
Thank you.
And so from this, we move on to our standings at the end of the third Playday. Jack, please carry us over.
Yeah, so we've got Wolves and BDS, the only two teams so far that remain unbeaten in the league, and they will both be on 8 points. Wolves will be top just about on round difference, and then we've got G2 chasing them down with 6, and then a cluster in the middle of Wild Secret, ITB, and Virtus Pro. Fnatic managed to get their first point on the board, but it is still going to keep them looking lowly down there in 8th, and Ents, unfortunately, are pretty much the worst team in the competition right now. 3 bad performances from their minus 14 round difference after 3 games. 0 points. It's not looking too good for them.
Key takeaways. It's heavily balanced. We're having more and more of great teams in Europe, and teams are warming up to not only have like huge dropouts that are all the way at the end, except for Ents.
Yep.
But I think in general, Fnatic, what they showed today, they should have won, realistically.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for P4 being on a crazy day, they should have won. And it's great. It's great because it means that that team has potential, that they can play well together. And that, for me, is the biggest takeaway. I want to highlight that I think these guys are probably super heartbroken. I want to highlight that they never gave up. Sox is a great pickup. These guys played really well on a new map, and I want to praise them for this.
They've got 2 paths they can go on right now. They can go down the path to Headloss headquarters, and they can let this ruin and define their season. Because, yes, they should have won. We should have been talking to Leon 30 minutes ago in a post-match interview saying this was an incredible improvement. Because performance-wise, control-wise, it was. Or they can go down the other path, which is, hey, we've got a point. This kickstarts our season. We're just making a run for playoffs now, and then see where we go from there. And I really hope they take it. I hope they don't let this game and this loss define them.
Well, our final EUL Playday under the current patch of Year 9 Season 2. Here's what our next week will look like. As you'll see, tomorrow we won't have any games because next week is a super week. We start off with Monday. Secret versus Wild, G2 versus Virtus Pro, BDS versus Wolf. God damn, I am so excited for that game. And then Ents versus Fnatic to wrap up our day. Maybe one of them will get points at the end of it. Who knows? But that is only Monday. We, of course, have Tuesday and Wednesday, a super week. Make sure. There you go. See you next week. There's 3 play days. It's been a pleasure to be back here on the analyst desk at EUL. And honestly, always fun time with you guys, my friends, Fresh and Alphama. But it is not the final match of anything here in Rainbow Six because, and I love the fan. I feel like I'm some sort of character in Shogun. But we do have more games as LATAM is coming up in just a bit, and they will be the ones closing out the Year 9 Season 2 of our current patch. Tomorrow, it is Patch Day. Skopos releases, and there'll be a lot more for us to talk about in our next week. Final one for Operation Twin Shells before it comes out. But then, have a great night. I love you. Good night.
Morris, Bogart, come in. Damn it. Morris, team leader, come in. Team leader, come in. Skopos! I'm here. How's the hack? I almost have the Keres data, but we need an exit. Come on. Activating Colossus. On your mark. Go!
Now let's get this data back to base so we can stop the Keris region for good.